Hello and welcome everybody as we are here for another day of glorious competitive collegiate Overwatch. I am Rich right here alongside Kenobi. It's day 3 as we continue to work our way through this lower bracket. Intensity was, I would say, the easiest way to describe it, but there is so much more coming today, my friend, and I know you're excited as just as much as I am.
Definitely excited. I mean, the stakes are just as high as they were yesterday. A lot of these teams trying to climb up that mountain of the lower bracket, trying to get back to that grand finals and find a way to secure that championship, as we can kind of take a look at how we've been getting here, Rich, starting with that lower bracket. And some teams that are down here that I think you, Tiny Shiny, and Twin Salty are like, why are they down here? Why is UCI playing Maryville in round 2 of the lowers bracket, and one of them's going to be going home before lower semifinals? Like, what? I'm confused here.
Wild and wacky. Maybe they're trying to take a page out of ISU's book from what we've seen historically when they do like their lower bracket run, but either way, it's going to be truly tragic to see one of them go today, as we do have still some other ones that we're really looking forward to, especially the ones we get to start off with today, which is going to be Cumberland versus Blinn. One that, again, we get to see Cumberland where we already had a chance to see them previously. Blinn College, who performed very well, we finally got to see them yesterday on broadcast, really put up quite a showing against Illini Orange. So just all around great performance here and what we're going to have on the broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very stacked lower bracket, I think the thing is. And so, like, any team that's still in that winner's side that comes down to the lower bracket, there's no, I don't think there's any, like, slouch games anymore. Like, you have to be on your game the entirety of this tournament. As we can look at the homecoming bracket from the upper side, as we can see, you know, it is kind of like there is some normalcy more up here, I'd say. You know, Illinois State, Winthrop University, Northwood University, those being there is a bit. BSC Bobcats, though, have hit a perfect meta for their team. They have completely, it could not have been more perfect. Every player on that team is playing at such a high level of comfort. They do have to play up against ISU, who I would say are the favorites of this tournament, but it is still a very good sign for that team of the BSC Bobcats to be able to get all the way to that winner semifinal.
And again, I mean, when you just have the chance right now for this upper bracket, they get not only this whole weekend, but like through the rest of the week to really talk about how these lower bracket teams are playing. So even if they do eventually drop down to it, they have some tape, they have the intel, and they can go back and look at those VODs and be able to really start breaking down how they can continue to work their way through it. So that's a little bit of a nice side, at least for being able to sustain yourself in that upper bracket. But again, for this match that we're going to have between these two teams, I'm really looking forward to it. And again, since we finally have been able to see both teams respectively in these last 2 days worth of broadcast, this third day is a do or die moment again for them.
And both like teams that I'm very interested to kind of see how they play in terms of like that meta that we talked about, because it seems like there is still a lot of figuring out what the best meta is, and a lot of teams are defaulting maybe towards comfort, as we can see this Blinn College lineup. And this was a team that we saw yesterday, and I was very impressed with that win that we saw against Illini Orange, right? Especially when someone like Sunset was playing so well in that hit scan matchup against someone like Chopper, who is no slouch. I think one of the best hit scans that probably exists in NA right now, and Sunset was going toe for toe a lot of the time. Also, Haluk, I have a small soft spot for, a soft spot for being Turkish. I'm also Turkish, so I'm gonna no bias here, but I do like that we're representing a little bit. And fun fact, Haluk does mean good-natured as a name, so as a Turkish name. So that's a little bit tidbit there. But I think that this team played really well, especially from that tank and DPS position. Haluk played a lot of different tanks and played them all very well. So I'm interested to see how this team is going to be able to use that variability for their benefit.
Yeah, the versatility and the ability to play it very well. Like, we're not talking like, oh, you're kind of going on it and it's like mediocre. Like, no, like the change-ups that were coming through were still top level. And that's, I think, the most exciting part to see how we're going to be able to have them compete against their opponent, which is going to be Cumberland University. And again, we had a chance to get to see them play the previous week. And again,
how do you say that name? How do you say that name?
Gingarajvik is who we're going to have coming in for Cumberland. I'm hoping somebody clips that and sends it to them on Twitter right now, because I tried real hard for that one. And
we're gonna say Ginger just for the sake of both of our sakes and not destroying the continuous Icelandic language there. But I think that this team, it's interesting with them because I think that the tank matchup is going to be a pretty big deal, especially because when we saw Cumberland University last time on broadcast, a lot of what they were successful at was mostly the Junker Queen composition, right? It's what they played the most of, and is there going to be a composition on the other side for Blinn College that's going to be able to match up well against that Junker Queen comp? Because Cumberland seems like that's where most of their favorability is. Hikend on that hit scan, again, when I talk about Sunset on the other side and how well Sunset did against Chopper, Hikend has a pretty big matchup ahead of himself going into this one. So I think that this, hit scan and tank matchups are going to be the key factors in this series in particular.
Absolutely. And we got to actually see yesterday a lot of real focus on how the supports are impacting a lot of these games. And we'll be talking about those matches later. But when it comes to at least this composition specifically, I think we kind of lean a little bit more into who's going to be that significant playmaker for that hit scan role. And we can take a look at these maps as well to see which ones that might be coming up and playing into those strengths or trying to deviate away from them. Because again, like you had mentioned, there was that very just formidable Sunset hit scan play that you can either look to try and lean in to compete against, or you might want to try and strip that away because it was so dominant yesterday.
And I think the thing that'll be interesting to see is what, depending on who wins this first matchup, it kind of gives the other team a chance to come back into this, and we've seen teams like go towards maps that are super favored for their composition, right? If it is a Junker Queen composition, we get taken to like Anubis, we get taken to, another Hanaoka, we get taken to New Junk City, maps like that where it's like the Junker Queen really thrives in those kind of scenarios. So I think that's something to look out for, is that second map is a big deal, because if the team who picks it and loses it and then they break serve, it's a huge mountain to climb to come back from that. So that's really one of the things I love about this kind of new format, where we have the map pick also in the map type for that loser of the first map, because that gives you a little bit of more of a foothold to come back into a series right away.
Absolutely, and we can go on to this map of Ilios first, which we've been seeing quite heavily when it does come to the three of them. We've had some, luck of the draws where it is Rune first, where there is that Widowmaker that does play so predominantly. We had just the broadcast recently where we saw Petal completely take that over in, a different team in a different scenario. But as we're entering in onto this to see what that first sub map is going to look like, I think also really lays the foundation of what our expectations are in confidence to playing those types of heroes.
Yeah, it's a good litmus test of a map, because you have some of those maps like Well where you can play pretty much anything. I think like Cassidy Ash is terrible there. You have Ruins, the Widowmaker map, and then you also have Lighthouse, where it's that Winston style of map where you play a lot more for that vertical mobility and like setting up your Ash on those side angles. Echo is also very prevalent there. You don't see Echo in a lot of other maps, so I like kind of this map starting things off, because if we do end up going to 3 rounds, you see a lot of the different team compositions.
Yeah.
And again, since we are kind of in this post-patch mode where we don't know exactly what we're going to be seeing in terms of compositions that have like stuck to the meta, I don't think there's like a defined meta just yet still.
And that's what's so fun about this, because we get to learn and kind of go through this story and evolution along with the teams and find out what is most formidable. And the other aspects of it too is with this learning curve, maybe there are those subtle little nuances that we start having presented to us in this type of competitive nature later on as we go through these playoffs. I mean, even more so when we talk about those that are in the upper bracket waiting, still being able to trial and error, while these players are having to go head to head in the moment and really keeping those secrets for later on, as we're entering now into our first sub map, as we are peering across Ilios to find ourselves once again on the map of Rune, where we will be able to see the Widowmakers come to the table.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something that we'll see. Sunset did play it yesterday when we saw Blinn College, played it very well again against Chopper, who I think is a very good hit scan. Beating Chopper is no slouch in a hit scan duel, and even though, hit scan duels aren't necessarily always 1v1, still having that ability to match toe for toe is a big deal for me, as we're going to be seeing Cumberland University coming out on their patented Junker Queen composition, so we'll see exactly where they want to set up this Junker Queen, try and give those angles to Hikend to have a little bit of a better matchup against Sunset.
Grapple for the first high ground position. You see the shot whiz overhead, grazing and giving a clean trim on the haircut. As Sunset now looks to take the cross angle. Harassment comes in though by Nodi, able to get some decent damage, but Hutch is there to support, giving great assistance, almost losing their life in the transaction, but thankfully keeps themselves topped up. So Cumberland now just unfortunately having to play it back and more defensive ever so slightly as the second shot comes in. This time it lands and hits between the eyes.
Oh, but the Haluk is down, so that means there's no tank. Is there a way for Blinn College to clean up these kills? There is some survivability with Leon Master still here, but I think it's going to be a retreat for Cumberland. And one of the things you're going to have to be looking out for with these Widowmakers is how is that peel going to go for them, because you saw there it was a very aggressive dive from Nodi, getting that commanding shout from the Junker Queen, trying to get that kill, but Hutch was really well placed to be able to get that peel for the Widowmaker, and then Sunset is able to play a little bit more freely without threat of Genji just throwing shurikens into their head. So this is a really good start for Blinn College. Now Sunset has all of the control of the angles, and you have to really walk through a gauntlet in the trenches to try and get to this point.
And you can see that Cumberland is playing this very controlled. They are calculating how they want to enter into this. It's not a rush type tactic just yet, because they need to be aware of where Sunset is and looking for these shots. Couple of already decent shots down that middle position onto the point. Ginger gonna get a decent takedown already on the support, and Nodi getting the follow-up onto Sunset. So this is a much more prosperous attempt by Cumberland, and patience really was a virtue here for them to make sure that they can start outmatching Blinn College on this point and not overextend into an uncomfortable position.
And this is what we're going to have to see a little bit more of if Cumberland University want to take this map, is Ginger really throwing those knives out. I know I tried to do it, but I was not going to be able to do it. Ginger throwing those knives out, taking down the secure Brigitte out of the fight completely. That means there's not a lot of healing left, and then they can collapse and win the 4v5 and subsequently those fights after that. So I think that was a really good way for Cumberland University to win that fight. Now they have control themselves of the sidelines a little bit. Sights are going to be here, but actually a very aggressive rampage coming in from Ginger.
Hutch is instantly taken down. Beautiful torpedoes to follow up here from Leon to make sure that they no longer have that support, and that's so much pressure onto Regime to keep this team alive with that Brigitte. Nice hack and slash though coming in from Sky Sniper with an easy turnaround. Despite Hutch going down early, Cumberland is still getting outmatched.
Yeah, and that was only off of just a singular blade that they won that team fight, so they're going to be able to have both of their support ultimates for this next fight in a meta where I think that support ultimate and having advantages in that and in the macro is so important. Now that we're footing, they can have this combination of Surge with that orbital ray. It does so much damage, can completely annihilate a team fight, but again, with the sights, they're going to have to respect this coming in from Peekend. They cannot peek out of this, they got to wait for it, and now this is where Cumberland are going to start taking their position.
And you can see Sunset knowing they're not going to risk it as the dagger comes out, the blade is unsheathed. Nodi gets a nice pickup with a second support down, so Cumberland will be able to take this quite convincingly, since there's no way that Blinn can heal through this damage. And once again, we look for the swap asides, really just more so buying every second to get closer to that 99%.
And I really like the usage of the sights there from Cumberland University. Sights kind of is like a meme alt, doesn't really do too much. You do get to have, it does give information, and that's the biggest thing. And what they do is they use that information to aggressively go on to that point, right? Get on point, make it difficult for Blinn College to retreat away. And again, now they have control of these sightlines to work with. Ken is going to have a little bit better of a time dealing with Sunset. Rallies for both of these teams, but Ginger close to that rampage, that could be a difference maker if it's going to be in this next team fight.
Rally aggressively gets the bash first onto Blinn, but looking to stabilize and recover as gets a couple of decent shots. Can't quite find the mark until the third time's the charm. Now can rotate to the side angle, finding that doorway to get some body shots onto the back line. Goes for the shot onto Hutch, who's hit with that rampage. That's not going to give them much of an opportunity to recover from. And Cumberland now in a prime position to take this first map of runes.
Love that aggressiveness and decisiveness coming from Cumberland University, and Blinn actually going to make wholesale swaps to try and just get back onto this point quickly. It's all speed heroes.
Yep, seeing if they can touch it in time. They have enough seconds to get there, but there is some respect coming through. Looking for another body shot onto Hutch as Ginger gets a double blade onto the support and tank, so that will guarantee that there is an easy grasp on this first round of control, putting them with the upper hand and a team kill.
And I really love what Cumberland did when they were winning those fights, and the fact that they were being the ones who were decisive, right? With that Orisa composition, you want to play it like a little bit slower. You want to poke down a little bit more, give your angles for that Widowmaker, but Cumberland, whenever they were like in reach, they have like tiny T-Rex arms, is what I like to call it with their composition, right? Besides the Widowmaker. Whenever Blinn kind of stepped into any position where they were close enough to get pulled by the Jagged Blade, to get run on by the Brigitte, immediately Cumberland was there making that decisive call. So I love that decision-making and that aggressiveness with the composition like this, because I think that's what you need to kind of take away some of the value that Sunset is having. Do not let Sunset just sit up there on the Widowmaker for free. Make Sunset think about every type of angle that can be pushed against him, and then win that team fight.
As now we enter in onto the second round, well shall be the potential location where Cumberland can make this a victory in map 1, but Blinn still not out of this just yet. Leon Master.
Spam.
Ooh, Yeah, I was
from
gonna
Blinn
say.
College's composition. I mean, they bring the Echo as well, so there is that assassination potential comboed along with that Ash, so you can have those focusing beam kills. And there's not a lot to really block all of this incoming spam on Cumberland University's team, so it's really going to be on Leon Master and Bar of Soap to try and keep this team alive and weather that poke storm.
Yeah, and you can see that Leon's playing so far in the back, just continuing to pump healing into Ginger, where that damage is consistently being pushed into. And the really hard part is you can't allow Sky Sniper to get close enough, because once they're below that 50% health, that focusing beam is detrimental. But when you've got Nodi and the squad moving in together from Cumberland onto the Orisa, she doesn't have a single leg to stand on.
I really love what Leon Master did there, just throwing out the speed ring just to make it difficult to shoot Ginger in that scenario. That was really, really nicely played, where Ginger could just move around those shots, not take it too much poke, keep them alive until the rest of the team could collapse. And again, now it's Cumberland who have control right now. Nice Jagged Blade pull in onto Haluk, so that's going to be a retreat from Blinn College, but Sky Sniper has done a lot of damage and is close towards that dude.
Haluk is also running out of resources right now, has to fall back entirely. The Fortify and the Spear Spin completely depleted upon entry. So now Cumberland can look to reset themselves. A lot of damage still coming in from Sky Sniper over towards the mid-mill, trying to close the gap here. Gets the duplicate onto the Junker Queen, but can there be value? Jagged Blade onto one, right for the carnage, and they're right for the picking as that beautiful orbital ray comes out to counteract against it. Cumberland playing dominantly here and pushing Blinn back through this choke point and forcing them to have to rethink their decisions. It has been swapped over for a small percentage gain here, but Cumberland just has to focus up, clear the last few remaining players, but it's really becoming challenging because the support line in the back, both Hutch and Regime, are playing beautifully to keep this team going for as long as they are.
Leon Master is 1 health right here, getting taken down extremely low, but keeping the rest of the team alive. Ginger does end up falling. It's back and forth. It's very scrappy between both these teams. Blinn does eventually flip it, which is fantastic for them, because if they had not flipped that point and they had not gotten any percentage, we could be looking at this already being a Cumberland 1-0 to start things off. But Blinn now have a lot in their bank. They have both their support ultimates, which is a huge deal. They can rotate those effectively, win another team fight. And again, because they flipped, now in terms of percentage, we're even in that macro, and Sunset is going to have such a great time just standing on this high ground, pumping in that damage continuously and making Cumberland work for every single inch they have to move forward onto this point.
Very cautious for the hit scan, attempting to get the knock into the well. Being very aware of it, though. Ginger, with that rampage, waiting to toss it out as the blade comes in. You have an early javelin, though, onto Ginger, so they deny the rampage. And the blade now is all alone by itself. There's no way to capitalize on the two synergistically. So at this point, Cumberland has to try and play cautiously, but they're actually going to lean into this. A knockback comes
that
in.
Whip shot
The
was
whip
so
shot
good.
into the well. You saw it just in the periphery, but Nodi gets a two-piece. The deflect onto one and a dash reset for the third. And now, with this timing, it's a little off here. Ginger is back on the point, though, has the rampage, but at this point, there's no way to really stop Dispara from just consistently raining rockets from on high.
That whip shot from Regime completely turned the team fight. If Bar of Soap is able to move forward aggressively with that rally continuously ticking, that fight looks completely different. But Blinn College now almost at that 99%. There is that Cumberland farm getting on here, proccing that overtime rampage still available. But can Ginger even find an angle to get in the backline?
Seeing if they can just clip him around the corner. They managed to get Regime. The rockets are raining. The beautiful usage of the architecture to block a lot of those incoming shots. Unfortunately, Nodi goes down. Couldn't escape. There's a displacement rocket onto Bar of Soap the second time around, and another one comes in with that pick onto Ginger. This is a absolute crazy turn of events here with all the environmental knockoffs that turn this fight completely on its head for Cumberland.
I mean, again, Regime completely changes the dichotomy of this entire round with that whip shot. Again, if that Brigitte from Bar of Soap is able to get into that team fight and actually use rally effectively, use that stun, it looks completely different, but Regime gets that whip shot. And also, I love the decision of moving over to that Pharah, right? You talked about the environmental kills, how big they are. A lot of those boops from Sky Sniper just taking the engagements away from what exactly Cumberland University wanted to do there. They wanted to be aggressive with that Junker Queen, and when there's a Pharah, when there's an Ashe just continuously spamming down at you, it's so hard to make those engages, even if you have a very well-coordinated team. So now we go over to Lighthouse, which is going to be interesting because it's the one that changes everything in terms of the propositions that we have. You can see a Diva, you see a Winston, still seeing both the Widowmakers. I wonder if we see something like an Echo or if it'll be the Tracer that tries to make the Widowmakers' lives a little bit more difficult, and it looks like it's the Tracer instead.
We'll see who has the better advantage with the composition. Shots fired. No elimination just yet. Decent body shot onto Heekin as Sunset repositions over towards the lighthouse. Finds an angle and brings down Heekin. But a trade now comes through for the tank line. A little bit of an overzealous play gets capitalized on, especially when you've got Leon Master to give the extra assistance.
Yeah, this is very scary because now there's no blanket for Sunset at this point, but they're not really converting. Skystack was able to take down Nodi, and Sunset is still on high here by himself, being able to pump out that damage. So this is a fight that looked like it was kind of potentially winnable for Cumberland has completely gone awry.
Yeah, and honestly, the fact that the timing works out where Haluk can come back in on this Winston to finally give the assistance, and so there was a little bob and weave from Sunset on that lighthouse where they were up top and didn't quite know where they were. Ginger is just going to jump off and look for the reset here.
It seems like they got like decision paralysis where they're like, okay, we killed Haluk, but like now what do we do? Because the Widowmaker is there, we can't really contest because Hikenda's dead, so they didn't really have a way to get back into that fight. Nodi ended up going down in the TVT, and then it's completely fallen apart because you don't have the DPS, and Nodi is 1 health, very, very lucky to live there as Hikenda's trying to figure out. No, I mean, knows exactly where Sunset is, but Sunset is like, I was about to say needs 1 shot, 1 pixel, and your head is taken off, and Sunset is completely in control of this map right now.
I mean, realistically, Heekin is the one that has to poke more aggressively, so Sunset can just wait for the right moment and get these shots. There's the attempt now from Ginger to try and remove Sunset from this position of power, and up top, Haluk is going to drop down below, and things start to crumble once again for Cumberland. With Sunset shutting down in the periphery again, Heekin goes down.
It's 3 shots, 3 headshots in this Widowmaker duel, and now Sunset's going to have sights to work with, so Hikenda's going to have an even harder time trying to set up on this Widowmaker, and it feels like we haven't really had a fight, Rich. It's just been this Widowmaker matchup in the neutral being completely won out by Sunset, and now you see Regime is even just on top, holding that ground, putting the shield in front, making sure that if anyone tries to dive onto his DPS, they're going to be peeled off.
Yeah, and with the level of dominance that has come through... oh, no!
That must be an environmental.
That has to be. It has to be. Because now you're going to see the collapse into this. Cumberland, at this point, doesn't have any lifeline left. They're going to need to just do as much speed to get back to it to compete against it. But even then, Haluk is there with the Primal Rage to knock them and deny them.
Yeah, I mean, you can get back here. There is enough time to maybe proc that overtime, especially. But another great whip shot from Regime. It's just Regime's world, and we're living in it.
Unreal has had 4 consecutive knockoffs over the course of this control, and I can't even tell you how significant the value is being brought. Every Brig player in the chat right now is feeling validated to guarantee that they are going to be playing something like this in the future, as Blinn College, with a wondrous performance, is able to take this first round of control.
Yeah, I mean, this was all on the back of Regime and Sunset. It felt like Sunset had control, especially that 3rd round of the entirety of the Widowmaker battle. There was no time where Hiken ever had any footing, and then on this map in particular, and well, where they had the success, they changed their composition a little bit. Regime with that 1 whip shot that we saw, taking the Brigitte off, making that fight completely different, because there's a chance that we don't even go to Ruins at that point. Or Lighthouse, rather, because it was over on this first map, and now, with a clutch play like that, it completely changes the dynamic of this entire map, and is Blinn College have a 1-0 lead.
Whoo! Things are going to get real spicy real fast here, I feel. With the way
Sunset
that these
is
3 just
so
went.
good, though. I am very impressed. Like I talked about, beating Chopper is no small thing. Like, no small thing.
And we've been watching Chopper for years. So it's pretty intense to see this level. Here's the second one. Wait for that 3rd one. We're going to have it off screen. But yeah, it's just nutty. And then that whip shot again. Just constant plays. We might get to see the ending clip. It was just in the outskirts of our cam, but we won't be able to see it a second time. You'll have to go back and look at it because that clip was so clean. That Lucio attempted to jump across that gap, and that was basically Regime being like, you shall not pass.
Yeah, and I think Ginger also must have died to an environmental. Like, I don't, unless it was just the D-Mech and then just trying to move off as fast as possible. But based on what we'd seen from the support so far, probably likelihood is that it was an environmental kill with what we've seen. But we're actually going to be going to Runasapi as our very quick decision, it feels like. And this is another, like, it's a very good Junker Queen map, right? I think if you want to play on a map like this, you have that momentum. It's very, like, enclosed in some of these lanes that you have in a map like this. I'm still worried about Sunset's Widowmaker because that 3rd round of Ilios was not close in the 1v1. So what I would be looking for, if Widowmaker does come back for Blinn College, how are you going to deal with it on a map like this? And I think it's possible because we did see yesterday there was a team that ran Widowmaker on this map because the Widowmaker was playing so incredibly well, and then with the Junker Queen composition, they kind of just smorked, you know, SOM worked all over that Widowmaker, because Widowmaker doesn't have that many like very good sightlines on a map like this. So I think if they do play Widowmaker for Blinn College, it's going to be up to Cumberland to force that Widowmaker off, and if they can do that, they're going to have a much easier time navigating a map like this. But again, Rich, what do we say about this map?
It ain't over till it's over,
It
my
ain't
friend.
over till it's over.
I mean, the other part too is because you have to think, the way that you've seen Sunset play though on the hit scan is wicked, realistically. Yeah. So even if there is this force off of the Widowmaker, the Ashe is what I instantly think immediately after, and that's still scary in and of itself from what we've been able to see on this map. I mean, perfect example was yesterday with the abundance of value that the Ashe can bring.
Yeah, I mean, right now Sunset is defying gravity. See what I did there?
I see what you did there. I see what you did there. But
you're a bad influence on me with these puns.
I'm really wearing off on you, and I'm
it's
so
bad.
happy about it.
It's so bad.
No, it's not. This is great. It only took 5 years for me to finally wear off on you.
But I think you're right though, because like whenever, like I think now if you're Blinn College, you kind of like put the ball in the court of Cumberland. It's like, if we want to play Widowmaker, which it looks like Sunset will come out on, you have to beat us, right? You have to force us off of this composition where we know we have a significant advantage if it's anything like the previous map that we saw. So now again, it's about Cumberland finding a way to put pressure on that Widowmaker, or the alternative to that is they can kind of just ignore the Widowmaker to an extent and just try and win in the 4v5 without that Widowmaker getting too much value if they want to be like super aggro.
And now, Blinn College and Cumberland convene towards the neutral, and Zen is actually the pickup here.
This is interesting though, because it's not the Brigitte, which I would normally see, which does offer a lot of kind of peel for a Widowmaker, where it's like if you're Widowmaker and you're getting dove on, just throwing Brig hacks at you is a good way to keep you alive. But the Zen does offer a lot of incoming damage to that front line, right? You throw Discord Orb onto Ginger. Ginger's not going to live for very long, but it looks like they just want to kind of take this pincer maneuver, flank with both their long range, and try and just make Cumberland very uncomfortable in this fight.
Yeah, they've completely swapped sides, and honestly, that might be the real take that they want to have here. Place that Discord, communicate the target, and let Sunset get that extra damage, even if it's not a headshot, because of the uniqueness and the architecture of this. The distance is still being gained by Cumberland for now, Ginger playing very closely to it, and the interesting part is because they're on this slant, already taking the position, it's making Blinn College have even harder time for Sunset to land these shots.
They're just waiting patiently here. Wall is forced out, and the commanding shout from Ginger, so that means they're going to have to wait a little bit. But Sunset already takes one down. He can trades back with the Mei.
Seeing if there are any more to gain. And I guarantee you Sunset realized the point that I made. The sightlines aren't nearly as clear, so I have to get the high ground. But with that head just popping up ever so slightly from Ginger, they've just backed away, and now the bot is completely moving to the opposing side. And it's going to be Blinn College having the positional advantage.
They stole the bot in the meantime. Are they going to get the lead? They aren't able to do so, but in this transition, Ginger's taking so much damage.
Getting melted with that Discord Orb on top. And at this point, Sunset was really just the decoy, and that was all Regime able to toss in those spheres and getting a triple kill, and one of them being a foot to the face.
This Zenyatta pick is so smart, I think, from this team. I mean, they understand that there's nothing really that's going to be able to negate the incoming damage, and even if they like can't find a pick in the neutral with that Zenyatta, Maywall just completely wrecks what Cumberland wants to do in this scenario. And you can even see Nodi going onto that Tracer just to offer a little bit more pressure onto the Widowmaker, onto the Zenyatta, but three ultimates that are very key for Blinn College in this next fight are up, so it's going to be almost impossible to take him down.
Hutch, though. Sorry, friend. You didn't have enough jetpack in those boots to get out of there fast enough, as Cumberland is going to take this quite convincingly after that elimination on the support, because Regime is nowhere near and not enough healing.
Yeah, and I think also you're seeing kind of what the Tracer does. Even though the Tracer wasn't active too much in that fight, the threat of the Tracer is the big deal, right? Sunset and Regime can't just sit around and play wherever they want to in the scenario, right? They have to respect the Tracer potentially coming in, getting that quick elimination with the one clip and backing out. They are going to be sticking on this Widowmaker and a Zen. I would expect Regime to switch off of this Zen once we see something like that Transcendence come out, because of the threat that the Tracer brings to the table.
And Nodi again putting in that damage on the flanking angle, drawing their attention, splitting the focus. He can get a focusing shot instantly onto Sunset, gets that charge just up enough, and that's one of those things that if you can play it right and get the damage out, that shot is going to be so detrimental. As you can see now, Barefoot playing ups Gonna maybe get the knockback onto it. Drawing back, sticking close to the team, and they're gonna continue to take the advantage here.
Yeah, they're going to get the checkpoint as well. And again, this is really smart what they're doing in terms of Cumberland University. They know that the Zenyatta, very immobile. And actually, I'm thinking to myself, maybe I want to see Regime switch off of this now because the Widowmaker is not working. Orbital Ray committed into a 4v5, so they want to take this fight.
We'll see if it yields value. Rampage only landing onto one. Haluk is the focus here. The Spear Spin buys a microsecond of time until that comes to an end. The Transcendence even isn't going to be enough. The healing is so significant, but there's just so much damage overrunning it.
Yeah, and that was everything from Blinn College in that fight. And I think they kind of were just like, we need to throw everything at this. We need to try and stop the bleeding a little bit. Regime goes to the Brigitte here, I would assume, yeah. And I think that might be just a little bit of too much thinking about the value of the Zenyatta there in that composition where it's like, yeah, I have Transcendence, but I think the Zenyatta really didn't get a lot of value for a couple of those last fights, and now you've given a lot of momentum over to Cumberland University.
And we'll see if these adjustments can rectify the distance that has been gained. Big rail shot from the overclock, looking to chase down Sunset and claim this space. But Regime is there to deny any more shots. So that is something of value, but the supports are still here. Hutch has to come back into this from spawn, which is why they're not playing as aggressively, because they can't rely on the Brig. Carnage on the side, big healing, and also having that commanding shout to give protection here. Ginger hacking and slashing through this side room and being able to completely dominate as Haluk turns it back.
Great peel from Regime as well on that Brigitte, making sure that the Cassidy stays alive throughout all that, and Sunset is able to play. And now we're kind of like more in an equal footing, I think, now with both these compositions. We're actually going to see he can go over to the Venture, so this is an interesting decision where you are playing a little bit more brawly with this. You have some knockup potential and some escape potential for that backline, particularly taking Regime out of this a little bit easier.
Oh, well, my. Okay. Well,
gotta respect the Cassidy still.
Deflect plus a 6-shooter. Yeah, that's pretty dangerous. Pummeling attempting, but Cumberland says, no, 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 we're still here, and despite your change, we feeling pretty confident. Jagged Blade looking to try and pull him back in, but unfortunately, it's going to be Haluk getting the better end of this. You saw a lot of Blinn College just get back online, but Haluk is still dominating here on this card.
Yeah, without the other Junker Queen here, there's no way I think that Cumberland's going to be able to win this fight. They're just stalling at this point with the Venture as well, and Ken will end up going down, and that's going to be a checkpoint completed here for Blinn College. Like we said, it ain't over till it's over, right? We still got 4 minutes. There's a lot of Overwatch left to play on this map, and a lot of very key ultimates for Blinn College. You have that high noon. Orbital Rays very soon. Rampage is something that they know they have an advantage over right now. I think the biggest thing here would be tracking that rally in particular from Bar of Soap and that whip shot. If you can hit a whip shot, maybe negate some of the value from that Rampage. It will negate that ultimate, but it does open up a lot of availability for Sky Sniper.
Here comes the movement. You can see the aggression. They want to lean into this, but unfortunately, Bar of Soap has to draw back for the moment. High noon down the choke isn't actually going to really find anything, since the rest of Cumberland actually stayed in the small room in the top. So Haluk goes in with the Rampage. Oh my goodness, that's a lot from Blinn College.
Haluk's not good-natured in that fight. That was a 5-man fat Rampage right there, completely, along with the Orbital Ray, annihilates what Blinn College was doing, and Cumberland University one fight away from being able to take the lead here against the momentum that they had for Blinn College. There is going to be that Dragon Blade available from Sky Sniper, same one from Nodi. What is this fight going to look like? And it looks like it's just going to be a retreat. Yep. I like this. They don't want to be too over-aggressive. Come back, fight in the neutral, get some of your ultimates back, and then try to win again, because you still have 3 minutes. There's a lot of time left to try and get that one last fight.
Yeah, Hutch calls for the ring, and they have to skedaddle. As now, Haluk plays the corner, making sure that the bot can't go any further. Ring comes out again. Big dagger onto the back line. He can get a ton of resources, but all the while, you're going to see Sky come in big with the blade in the back, and Blinn College give ground to gain the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastically played. Haluk hits a great knife as well, pulls Hikend in, and so many resources were used from Cumberland University to try and keep Hikend alive that the blade was free for Sky Sniper, and now is Blinn going to be able to hold this defense here? They have ultimates to work with, but can they stop before the rally gets there?
Movement speed active, rally shield up, Rampage is going to be denied! It got oh my goodness, blasted! But there is a blade and a Deadeye to counteract against it. What a heads-up play, though, to stop Ginger, despite the turn of events that happened.
I know we've been joking a lot about Dragon Blades kind of in the year of our Lord 2024 that it's not really that valuable, but these two Genjis are making it look very valuable between how well they've been playing around the enemy cooldowns and getting value out of these Dragon Blades. And we're back to even keel here, a minute and 50 seconds left between both of them. Another neutral fight. Probably whoever wins this. I mean, if Blinn College win this one, they're going to be in such a lead. Again, taking down low.
Oh, no!
Lives.
Blinn now has the last chance here to turn this back. Sunset gets the Deadeye onto Nodi, so they can't manage to do anything. Yes, Cumberland needs to escape, and the really dangerous part is that they were only 3.7 meters away from taking the advantage. Cumberland gets that back, and then now they lose it with only a minute 20 to go.
And with Bar of Soap dying last, that means Rally's not going to be here in time, I think, by the time we get to this next fight. Actually, Bar of Soap does respawn, and you see Nodi is actually just at the barricade right now, trying to hold as best as he can. It's Les Miserables right now on the barricade. They want to be able to continue to hold this.
Sunset draws back. They dreamed a dream. This time cannot go by. With Hutch now having the orbital ray ready to unleash onto Cumberland. I picked up what you put down. As this time continues to dwindle, we've already seen Blinn give ground to give so much more. Will they be able to do it a second time? The ring is active. The beam coming out now. Torpedoes as well to follow up onto it. And Ginger's
dead.
Obliterated on the front line. And now they will clean up Blinn College in a prime position to be able to take this, push the barricade further, and not say that this is done just yet. Cumberland now will have to come back into this, try and hold with 30 seconds, and return the whole barricade.
Yeah, they still get a chance. I mean, the high noon is active for both of these teams. Ring move forward, stunned out, but he
gets the
dead.
denial. Hutch gets a second follow-up onto Bar of Soap, so that's a nice takedown. But 15 seconds for Blinn College to come back entirely to turn this around. This could be one of the most monumental feats we've seen as they attempt. Is going to be pushing it back. Blinn now able to just go the rest of the way. Seconds dwindle, and there is no hope for Cumberland now as they have to throw their bodies on the line to keep this in contention. It is the overtime right within their grasp that allows them to complete this. There's so much Blinn College elimination in that kill feed. Ginger, we're sorry, but you're not feeling quite ginger now.
Blinn College, an absolute bloodbath of a Runasapi, I'd call that one, between both these teams. I mean, it looked like it could have gone either way. Blinn had that huge momentum spike at the start when they really took advantage of that Zenyatta, but Haluk switching over to this Junker Queen, the 5-man rampage, we're going to see it here. This is most likely it. Incredibly, just amazingly played from this team. And one of the things that I loved about Blinn College was their decisiveness in the engagements that they had, like, from the neutral, right? Every time in those last, like, 3 fights that we saw, it's Cumberland going first. They're the ones who are using Orbital Ray first. They're the ones using Rampage first. And when Blinn is playing with this composition, or when Cumberland's playing that composition so reactively, you lose members quickly, right? When you're playing in this very ultimate kind of style, macro heavy, and you're being the ones who are ulting reactively, you're always going to be on the back foot. And that's what we saw at the end of this map, where it was just always Blinn College making that first go, making the first move, and Cumberland always on the back foot.
And the compositional switch pays off in the long run here. Even though Cumberland did still have a couple of worthy attempts to turn this back around, it just started to really run away from them. There was no way that they could ever gain that foothold. And like you said, just the overall management is a stellar display coming out, as it's now going to be Blinn College on a match point here to be able to allow themselves to continue moving forward, and Cumberland being knocked out of this lower bracket.
I think Cumberland, if we're thinking about like what map is next, I mean, so I'm thinking, you know, you have Clash that's still available, you have Anubis, which is good for a Junker Queen comp, you have something like New Junk City, also very good for a Junker Queen composition, but the problem is now is that you've been beaten on your best comp, right? The best comp for Cumberland is this Junker Queen composition, and you got beaten in the mirror, which is worse in terms of just like breaking serve overall in the map. So it's like you have to go to a map, I think, if you're Cumberland, where it's like Junker Queen has to be like the focus, but Haluk is playing really well, and that's what we talked about, where Haluk, one of the things that was so impressive was that Haluk can switch to pretty much any tank that's meta right now and perform very well on it. We saw a lot of the times where those fights are being started with those aggressive engagements from just a singular knife or singular giant blade, a 3-man, 5-man rampage. A lot of this was off the back of Haluk's great performance. Sunset, I kind of don't think we need to talk about Sunset that much anymore.
Yeah.
Everyone knows how well Sunset is playing. The supports also deserve a lot of credit for the way that they're comboing and peeling for the rest of the team.
But this is when we talk about a well-oiled machine. Like when you see all of the components working in tandem to this capacity, it is so challenging to be able to outmatch that. And I highly agree when it comes to us fixating on the tank that is really making these huge strides to set up for the rest of the team. They're obtaining the space. They're really denying accessibility. And just that, again, Rampage. It's also just even the clever knowledge of how to use the map in and of itself. It was, again, if it was any other slight angle difference, that Rampage goes into the wall.
Yeah,
it's
goes
being
off the map,
able
maybe.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, is you just clipped that chair perfectly to glide up across the side of it. You're completely covered to deny any sort of damage, so you're not going to find yourself low within that encounter. It's like every little micro play matters, especially when you're in it to win it kind of game style.
And we go to Anubis, which is it was one of the maps where I was like, this is expected, I think, at this moment. You want to play Clash. It's a little bit more of like a brawly kind of like TDM style of map where you want to just continuously be fighting and fighting. But again, the worry for me is that you were beaten on this composition by the enemy team. It wasn't like significant, like it wasn't like a huge like blowout, I would say. Towards the back end, like the last 3 minutes, I think it started going really in favor of Blinn College. You can't necessarily play the Widowmaker here, which I think is a very big boon to the chances of Cumberland because of how well Sunset is playing, but Sunset's playing Cassidy still very well. So your options are a bit limited in terms of what you're going to be doing on a map like this, and if necessary, they could always just play the Orisa composition if you're on Blinn College's side. So this is a map that it makes sense, favors very much what Cumberland want to play, but it is a difficult mountain to climb, because especially if you just win this map, you're gonna have to be going to maps that aren't very Junker Queen favored, right? Gibraltar is what I think of. Like, if this is a map loss, I think you just take them to Gibraltar and you're like, okay, what do you want to play now? You want to play Diva? We'll play Winston. We'll play Widowmaker. Like, we're totally fine with that.
Well, and then there's even like a wrench that you could throw in this. I mean, we got to see some Pharah play on this, which realistically, it's only that neutral point of C that doesn't have really the skybox in comparison to every other point. So Sky in a position of where even if they do lose the opportunity early, when they get into these open, vast airways like this, and they can continue to put damage in, that's also a value too, because it makes it really challenging to sort of mitigate any of that incoming damage.
Looks like we are going to be sticking with the mirror between both of these teams. I would assume that Ken switches over to a Cassidy here. Or actually, it's going to be the Sojourn. Okay, so interestingly enough, it's going to be
that, though.
You do have the ability to farm your rail pretty significantly against a composition like this. So if he can get into a position where you can farm up this rail shot, play a little bit slower, find that one-shot potential, that's really how you're going to break the bank with this composition.
Sunset now on an off angle, taking that slightly high ground area, putting in a lot of shots. No one really at this point able to do anything about it. As you see, he can playing aggressively forward, just chunking the health values, giving space for Cumberland to get the advantage. Has the rail, waiting for the right time to land a shot. The disruption making it really challenging. Almost gets the pick, and there's a follow-up onto it. Now with Sky looking to dash across the center. No help practically as Nodi recognizes this and takes them out. 4-1 competing on this point. Ginger playing aggressively forward, but has to draw back for the healing from the supports, as now the commanding shout guarantees the extra reinforcements to sustain and will take this first point.
Really solid patient play from Cumberland, waiting for that moment where he can get to that rail shot at 100%, and then started to play a little bit more aggressive, forcing the positioning of Blinn to move away, because they know that that rail shot is available and you're one shot at any moment, as Nodi going in a bit aggressive is going to be able to get out of there with the help of the rest of the team. But look how aggressive Cumberland are. They are positioning very aggressively here, trying to take as much positioning away from Blinn College and not let them set up.
Eakin, once again, primed and ready for that shot. The ring comes out for the aggression to play forward, but this patient movement until necessary with a slide across the front, gets right into the face and gets this reset on the rail shot for Sunset, but unfortunately sacrifices not only their life, but both supports as well for Blinn to take over.
That is a fight that I think you're kind of okay with if you're Cumberland at this point. You are going to get back into this, I think, before the time completely flips away. And even if you don't, you do have orbital ray advantage right now, which is the biggest thing. In this enclosed area, if we go to point C, it is going to be the thing that completely wins you a fight. And if they're able to hold on to some other key ultimates in that same time, they're going to be able to have a very good macro to continue to get that momentum and start winning more of these points off the trough.
Haluk waiting for that raid to come out. You can see nice jagged blade. No follow-up, unfortunately, since the target was very mobile. Heekind escaping for the moment. Rampage across the center. Rally is there to give some protection along with the commanding shout, but there's no way to withstand it. Sunset sent packing. And now it's only 4 for Blinn College to keep this alive. A 1-1 score might start to heavily favor Cumberland here as these shots are unleashed from the rail shots. The overclock being so valuable here for a 3-piece. And they take it.
And no reward are used. That's the biggest thing for Cumberland. They still have that in their back pocket. They won that fight without using it, and now you go into this next fight, you have such an advantage there. This Dragon Blade from Sky Sniper, unless something disastrous happens, realistically can't get value if it's going into an orbital array like this. And I love the disengage that we saw from Cumberland there. As soon as they saw that aggression coming in from Blinn College, they backed it out and then went back in when they had all their cooldowns available.
Blade is active, looking to counter this movement forward. Sky Sniper unfortunately gonna overstay their welcome in a team full of Cumberland members with a rail shot to bring them down. And now this is a chance for Cumberland to take the early advantage onto this and maybe stagger out a few more. The torpedoes come in. That is a very forward-moving Rashid who can't survive the damage with Ginger slashing away at them. And this is a chance now to make it a 3-1 point score.
Yeah, and I wonder now if they're going to go and just head to point A or if they're just going to wait and let point A be taken and then come back in. Actually, looks like Blinn College wants to fight.
Oh no, but Heekind eviscerates both. So this is going to be one that they have to take the advantage of. They get the movement speed ring so they can really start focusing on this last final point.
They do want to fight. Maybe they just want to force out orbital ray trade. That's also pretty good for themselves if they can get it out from this fight. They know that they still have an advantage in these enclosed areas. Rampage is close for both of these Junker Queens here. Haluk a little bit ahead, but not too far behind from Ginger. The rally difference is the biggest deal here. Bar of Soap has theirs. Regime does not. So we need to figure out a way to get that if we're Regime in this next fight.
Movement ring a little further forward, so didn't quite get the benefit I think that was necessary as Ginger now fleeing for their life, can't escape. And this is where Blinn College has the chance to turn it around and easily going to make work of it.
They got orbital ray though. It's a fine trade. Like, it's a fine trade. I think if you get that out, you know that you still have yours. I mean, Leon Master has held on to this for a very long time, but I actually think it's a good thing because they've been winning a lot of these fights without it, and now Blinn College always has to be thinking of the threat of the orbital ray. Are they going to use it? When are they going to use it? Where are they going to use it? And then you can catch them off guard and make a fight just completely turn on its head with that.
Haluk taking an off angle. Looking for a crossfire here from Sunset. Opting for the Ash. Big damage opportunity with the dynamite if they walk into it to generate towards Bob. Rampage across the back line, hits 2. Sunset is in the midst of it, and Ginger makes swift work of them, attempting to shut down Haluk, which will be easily captured, and now gonna take this one as well.
Yeah, and only singular ultimate used in that fight, so now if they want to be super aggro into this next point, they have 4 of them to work with. I love what they're doing in terms of just not letting Blinn College catch them off guard with these engagements. We saw it in the last 2 maps. Blinn College were always being the aggressors, and to some extent, Cumberland are still playing a little bit reactive, but they're soaking up the pressure so much better now than they were in those previous 2 maps, and it's working out wonders for them.
Overclock. Ready. Heavy shot disruption going to be very difficult. There it is. Once you are in the center of that, it is a no-holds-bar with these shots being unleashed. It's only 1 point needing to be gained, and this is now the prime position for Cumberland to do it.
Yeah, I don't think this is a way back into this one for Blinn College. This Dragon Blade is out. Can it do anything? Not against Orbital Ray, I'm afraid.
Nope, unfortunately not. With everyone focus firing and a Blade of Nodi's own, this will be Cumberland all day, all the time here for this map of Clash. Captured with a team kill, and this is, I mean, there's no way they can come back as a full 5. It's just going to be stragglers out from the spawn.
Yeah, just stall tactics at this point, and even then it's going to be very difficult for them to win this fight. Hutch is back. Hutch does end up going down, so that means no orbital ray in this next fight, and I think it's just a matter of time, and I love the way Cumberland played this map in particular. It favored their composition completely with how they've been playing, and the way that they soaked up the pressure like I talked about in the broadcast, right? In those last 2 maps, it was Blinn College being the aggressors and just instantly taking down those members, but I think Heekind actually going to the Sojourn was a great decision because Sojourn is so good at getting away from very aggressive engagements like that. And when Cumberland soaked up all that pressure, they brought it back out like a rubber band, just pulling it back, putting it back at you at like 10x the force, right? They did a
Yep.
very good job of completely rubber banding those fights, hiding away effectively, getting back in, and winning at the very end.
Yeah, just continue to pull back until eventually the pressure supersedes and will just be unleashed moving forward, launching you into success. And we got to see a little hint of this previously from Heekend on the Sojourn. This was definitely much more, I think, return on investment with the way that you're playing and emphasizing that heavy mobility. So whether it was defensively to get out of it, or even in those moments where you want to press the go button and you just want to get right in their face. It's almost like your T-Rex dynamic where at this point, I'm going to get not into your arms, I'm actually on your belly and your mouth is too big to even get to it.
There were a couple of times.
Close.
I know there were a couple of times too where we saw those aggressive plays. I remember one in like the middle fight in C where we saw he can go very aggressive into like the Juno's face and just like instantly with rail take down that Juno. And even if you don't secure a kill like that, forcing out a position like the Juno is now not in the fight at all, and it's just one trade for one trade. And with how much I think that team from from Blend really needs that healing of the Juno and the torpedoes, if you're just like forcing that away, that's a very good decision. But now, Rich, like I was talking about before that map, you have to play very into the hands of whatever Blend is going to bring to the table next, and they have a lot of maps to choose from that do not favor that Junker Queen composition.
I mean, the most important thing of all of this is that we don't have 3 Overwatch so far out of the door. So that's one positive.
More
But we're gonna
drops.
be heading, I know, right? More drops for all of you and more excitement for a lot of us. As we're going to be heading to a short break before getting into that next round. So don't go anywhere because this one's going to be spicy. The show must go on, my friends. There's so much more from us today, as we have already had this match get to a very intense position where it was a match point, but now we have a team looking to come back and say otherwise, as Cumberland manages to take Anubis on Clash with a quite convincing performance, and we're looking to see what Blinn College is going to have in store for us for this next map selection, and it's going to be Gibraltar.
It's what I was talking about, where it's like, okay, like you win, losing that Runasapi was like the worst possible scenario, because like you win Anubis, yeah, it's fantastic. And I think at this point, Blinn College is very aware that Cumberland University's bread and butter is that Junker Queen composition, and you can't play it on Gibraltar. Like, it's so difficult to maneuver on a map like this where vertical mobility means so much. I would expect Diva to be kind of the thing that comes out from Cumberland if they are going to play more of that vertical mobility. This is where I would expect very much Haluk, Winston, Sunset, Widowmaker, and going back to that Widowmaker matchup, because that's where they found success. I remember that round 3 of Ilios where Sunset had 4 kills onto Hikend had 0. If that continues, this is like pretty much a wash. This is like the hardest it's going to get, it feels like, for Cumberland. If they can win this map, though, and take us to map 5, yes, they're still going to be playing at the disadvantage of not being able to pick the map, but you have very successfully broken momentum away from this team of Blinn College.
Whew. The intensity continues to rise. My heart continues to beat. Well, quickly.
I would hope so.
I mean, I was going to say quickly. I realized as I said that, I'm like, I should probably say the rate at which that it is beating. Because if I'm not beating, this is a very, very weird thing.
If your heart isn't beating, we might be starting
My heart
World War
keeps
Z
on
here in a
beating
bit.
for you, but we...
So now we've got Cumberland on the defense here. We will see... Ooh, okay. Ginger going to come out on the Diva.
Ginger on the so this kind of tells me that Ginger is not as, I guess, practiced as the Winston is probably they would have liked. I do love Hikend is on this Reaper,
yeah,
especially because I mean, like Reaper kind of has this identity of being a very good counter to that Winston. It is going to be a bit tricky with this composition because Nodi is going to have a lot of pressure on himself to be able to put pressure onto Sunset, and is already dealing against something like Sky Sniper, who is going to be on that Tracer most likely. This is going to be a TP play. I think they're going to TP, try and see if they can hook someone at the start here. Oh, no, they're not. Okay, they're just going to go for a regular...
like yesterday's Reinhardt attempt of a pin, which...
I think it's possible. It was definitely a good idea, but I think, like, and now it all hinges on the DPS right here. Hikend is going to be playing very much with the rest of the team, trying to take down that Widow or that Winston engagement. Nodi is going to be trying to find a way to put pressure onto this Widowmaker, but with a great anti-nade to start things off from Hutch, there's no way this fight is happening.
Blinn College absolutely takes Ginger into the dire stretches of that health bar. Just instantly has to bail on the high ground, and with Hikend now having to regroup with the team from such a long spawn position, this is just going to be free progress with that payload continuing to move underneath.
And also now there's no pressure. There's no really way to put pressure onto Sunset. Sunset's so far away at the moment. Rage Form forced out from Hikend already. Now has to play Vic carefully. Another great nade from Hutch onto the backline, and that means the backline can't heal Ginger. Finally, Ginger does get back. That was very close to being a disastrous fight.
Sunset is so hyper-aware, too. You can see the swivel in the scope, just recognizing that sound effect as there's another pickup coming in onto Hikend. Really just can't make any waves with this Reaper.
Yeah, we had to pan away from that one because that was not suitable for work. That shot right there, that Sunset hit. Nano is here, though.
Oh, gets the Bionade onto Leon. What a sleep from Bar of Soap to deny Leon's follow-up, but unfortunately, there's not enough to stop Hutch with the rest of Haluk climbing in onto this. And now Blinn College moving in even further, gets a Bionade landing in the distance. Is there a follow-up? The back kill onto Sunset. Cumberland now defensively attempting to come back into this with that recovery and actually able to do so. 2 minutes and 18 seconds, but this payload is still slowly but surely progressing.
Very scrappy, but Blinn College is going to come back with a Primal Rage from Haluk. A lot of sustainability here. Good sleep, but woken up.
Oh, who's going to look at the damage dealer with a pulse bomb now tossed into the backside. Leon Master getting blown to bits as you have Sky Sniper able to do work with that Tracer, and Haluk going to zone them back into the doorway. Just under 3 meters. You need to see Cumberland dive in onto this to keep it contested, but Sunset up top has free
free reign to fire. The sleep goes wide, big shot onto Baby Diva, and now looking for the support, but it's already taken down. It's the sole remaining Nodi with the bobbing and weaving on the Tracer to keep this payload contested, but it will only last so long until the clip of that Sunset rifle will hit you in the face.
I mean, we talked about, you know, Haluk a lot. We've talked about Sunset a lot. Hutch played that first point on Ana probably as best as you could have. Every single nade was perfect. The sleeps were fantastic. Everything that Hutch could have done good what happened in that fight, and that's a lot of the reason why they won. Yes, Sunset got to, you know, benefit a lot from those picks, or from those nades, but it was Hutch who really, really clutched it up, and now it's going to be even more difficult with, again, another anti-nade onto that backline, and they're not going to be able to go out and heal the team, and that's so much pressure put down.
You now have the Widowmaker sights. Oh my goodness, yeah. Nodi, you running for your life, but apparently it's already been set in stone. Can't change the future in moments like these with 3 minutes and 20 seconds still to go. Haluk looking to jump and defy gravity here to force them back in that doorway, keeping a watchful eye up top and actually going to redirect focus onto Ginger. Having to drop below. That shield not going to do too much against the Tesla Cannon damage, as realistically, Haluk is just being the gatekeeper right now to deny them. The bash comes in to get the stun initially, but is there enough damage to stop Haluk, who is continuing to zone them back, regrouping down below with that support play to keep this payload moving? The rally in return now starting to answer back against Ginger, who has this self-destruct, and a Death Blossom from up top gets knocked in the back. Was looking to try and deny the damage, but actually assists ever so slightly to take down Haluk within the barrier.
Yeah, that was one where I think if you're Regime's probably like, man, I'm sorry guys, like I'm so sorry about that one.
Nobody saw that, fam. Nobody saw that.
But I mean, it was still good play. I think even if that boop doesn't happen, Ginger was covering the Death Blossom the entire time and probably secures that kill. But it's still a lot. I mean, for what it's worth, they did stop the momentum here, and this is probably where Cumberland's going to have the best chance to try and hold a little bit longer. As Ginger does take down Hutch, that's a big pick.
Ooh, stick just goes wide. You can see the fixated attempt onto the Widowmaker as well, as they got close enough. 2 minutes now to go. Blinn College having to regroup for another attempt, and this is a challenge to be in with these 4 choke points.
Yeah, and with 2 minutes, I mean, it's going to be a bit difficult for them. They have to start thinking about winning these next couple of team fights, because by the time they get to this one, it's going to be a minute 30. If they lose a very elongated fight, they might not make it back for a very clean one, but they do have 3 ultimates to work with. That nano onto the Winston is going to be the big thing. Leon Master gets caught, unfortunately, there. Looks like Sunset will be traded back out, but now there's no supports for Cumberland, and it's all going to fall.
Yeah, there was a 1 in 4 chance of which doorway was going to be fired through, and unfortunately, it wasn't the one you were looking at. As this now is an opportunity for Blinn to continue progression just underneath this spaceship to get to that next checkpoint, and already Leon and Bar of Soap are sticking up top in the doorway to hold once again.
And they won that fight without having to use anything, so there's still that nano boost, still the primal rage, a lot of sustainability for this Blinn College team, as Cumberland will be looking to most likely try and stall here at the end.
Sunset waiting for a squishy to walk through the door. Most likely communicated, so nobody will take the risk. As Heatkin goes down again! We see Sunset in the distance. We just really can't show that for any of the viewers at home. We just know that it's too painful to watch, but we'll just say it.
Violent.
We'll say it over the comms here, because, oh my goodness.
I mean, this... Those first 2 points were just a microcosm, I feel like, of what happened on that 3rd round of Ilios. Heatkin does not want any part of this Widowmaker. I mean, now it's the switch, because at this defensive end, you have to play Widowmaker here. Like, Reaper would be so difficult, and Haluk really never got pressured too much by that Reaper. The Reaper was just there to try and get into that backline, force some pressure, kind of like a Sombra used to do, or a Tracer, but didn't end up really finding the value I think they wanted.
And Sunset having the intel. That's where instantly Nodi's gonna abandon ship. A pulse bomb comes in, we swing right into it where Heatkin goes down, fixated so heavily onto Sunset, leaving Sky Sniper to do as they please. Diving back in, big damage onto Ginger, who's left all alone in that small, tiny room. And I dare say, will we find another pickup? The shot doesn't get the elimination. That's 1 HP. I'm telling you, that is 1 HP, gamers. Oh my
but
God!
It's all the HP gone from Bar of Soap, and Sunset has a shooting gallery right now onto this point. As much space as he wants to do with this Widowmaker. A minute left. Is there anything that can stop this Blinn College onslaught?
Sunset just continuing to pummel blow after blow on to this Cumberland University. They do have the Bastion, though. Again, Century Turret has now run its course. The grenade lobbed up top, but Sunset sidesteps out of the way. And now they just have to focus on the remaining few. Get picked up, though, in the back by Venture as Haluk swings and swivels with that Tesla cannon. Desperate plays call for desperate measures. Composition being a little bit wild and wacky for Cumberland, but at this point, I'm not sure if they've got enough tank in the gas to survive, as it's going to be 3 meters vanishing. And Blinn College completing this round 1.
Yeah, I mean, we talk, again, a lot about Sunset. The Widowmaker pop-off plays are great to see. The Winston play, great to see. Hutch is absolutely having one of the games of his life right now. I mean, especially with how well this on has been.
This weekend must be
yeah.
a support player highlight, because yesterday and today have been significant.
Yeah, I mean, and every nade, I see at least 2 people have purple health bars. Whenever we're looking at the UI, it's incredible how much pressure Hutch was putting onto that Cumberland Uni team. And Cumberland Uni, I mean, to their credit, they took a lot of time off the clock, right? Finishing with 37 seconds, based on what we had seen prior and how kind of one-sided this composition looked the last time we saw it, getting it there, you still have a win condition to you, but I really worry about like where it's going to come from Hikenzen, because the Widowmaker hasn't really worked. The Reaper, I like the idea where it's like, we want to put some pressure onto Haluk, make sure that Winston doesn't just go free farming into our backline, but in such a big map and long ranges, Reaper was really just there to kind of just be like holding doors or trying to TP into the backline. I mean, we saw one TP go up and we didn't even show it on broadcast because that was just gruesome, right? Like we didn't see Sunset take that.
That was a rated R type of moment. Goodness, we're gonna have.
But I mean, it's a very tricky situation for Cumberland to be in, because this is very much clearly Blinn College's wheelhouse.
Yes, absolutely. And now we're gonna see Cumberland attempt a composition. So okay, that was a very fast-moving tank on the front line with the TP into the speed ring. But Sunset now 1 HP. Oh my! Gets the health pack and tops themselves up and looks for a shot. Sky Sniper getting Nodi, so that's unfortunate as Ginger goes back onto the point and puts a lot of focus fire onto Haluk, who's able to just really dive out of this, and Ginger gets the Suzu, goes for the Mega Pack, but can't get there in time!
I mean, Hutch is taken down by Hikend here in this fight, so that means that I think they're probably going to be able to break this defense from Blinn College. Just have to work a little bit harder to do so. I mean, Sky Sniper's still around here with the Winston. It's not looking as easy as I thought it was, but I think with respawns it should eventually.
Yeah, that should be about it.
I mean, that's still a lot. I mean, still taking a minute off for a fight like that. That's pretty good. They're able to get towards some key ultimates. Pulse Bomb's going to be available. Ginger has to switch back over to the Diva. Not a lot of ultimates in terms of Cumberland for this next fight. Hiken's probably the closest one, where if you can get a fight on the payload, Blizzard is going to get a lot of value here. So it's not undoable for Cumberland in this scenario.
We'll see if Sunset can start slowing this momentum once again with an early pickup. Couple of kunai come in very dangerously, making Sunset have to play cautiously for that next aggression. Stick unfortunately doesn't land. The cryo freeze is there just as an insurance policy. Down below though, can't quite find the supports. Sunset doing everything possible to finally get rid of Bar of Soap. Taking a clean shot to the face on that one. As now you do have Sunset getting a second on to Leon Master. Both supports sent packing, and now gonna go into the fray. But it's actually Cumberland getting a decent amount of shots, and nobody present to compete against it.
Yeah, with Haluk going down that early in that fight, it was such a big pick because there was no one to hold onto the cart. Even though Sunset was on that high ground getting a couple of those picks, it just wasn't enough to completely turn the tide. And that's Cumberland winning in a completely neutral fight, which is fantastic for them because they keep hold of a lot of very key ultimates in their back pocket, which is going to be good for momentum and trying to get them past this area where Sunset is going to be very difficult to deal with.
Shots fired. Oh my goodness, Sunset barely alive once again. The reposition. Sky Sniper comes in with a focusing beam as we continue to see Nodi doing everything imaginable. Doesn't even land the stick onto this. This is the dodgiest of dodgeball kind of moments I think I've seen in a long time, and that was a lot of wrenches Sunset went through.
And the card is still moving here. I mean, a nice nade, though, takes down Cumberland's health bars extremely low. Self-destructive able to keep sustaining here for Ginger. Hutch is down.
And now with that support eliminated, the rally is the only thing keeping them going. Blinn College in a position defensively to try and turn this back as the final rage is brought to the table. Ginger flying high in the sky, unfortunately gets out of the mech. The self-destruct is there. Can they hide behind it? They're able to survive and withstand the explosion radius as the shield gives them an extra protection with nobody except for Nodi attempting to try and put some force onto the remaining 3.
Oh, Ginger's also going to get staggered so hard right here by this team. And going to have to walk so far just to get off the map, and actually they're just going to take it. Haluk had that insane fight there, taking out Bar of Soap during the Kitsune Rush. That means there's no Suzu, there's no healing coming in, and that fight completely changes with that big pick from Haluk and with the Primal Rage. And now this is where exactly where Blink College want to be set up. They want to continue poking. Sky Sniper is about to have a duplicate, fantastic on a lot of these heroes that we see from Cumberland University.
Oh no, this is going to be
God.
so devastating. Hutch is just having a field day themselves alongside Sunset.
I mean, we were talking about Sniper. I mean, it just feels like it's Sniper diff right now between both these teams. Hutch and Sunset are playing phenomenal right now, and Cumberland have to work for literally every single meter to try and get back onto this point.
Yeah, Sunset was just like, it's all right, friend. I'm going to swap. You take on the sniper role. Please and thank you. Great pickup on Denodi. Again, with only 4 trying to go into this. Cumberland with 2 minutes and 40 seconds. This time bank, I feel, is going to reduce very quickly.
And it feels like Cumberland are stuck here. They don't know if they want to take this fight or not, but they're just in this enclosed room, and Blinn College have just completely corralled them in here.
Nano boost onto the Genji going in. Can there be enough for the blade? It's going to be a knockdown for the moment, but the sweeping strike comes in. Sunset gets Leon Master and now rotates back in for some more. Attempting to see if they can flee. The health bar is there. The pack is going to easily get Sunset topped back up. And now another DMAC leaving Ginger all alone.
They're going to end up going down, get staggered again, a duplicate onto the Cassidy. Out of all the picks, I did not think the Cassidy was going to be one, but it ends up working out with that stun and that flashbang. Cumberland University, 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's all left between them and continuing their journey in this lower side, or they're going to be going home, and Blinn College will be advancing forward. Dragon Blade available, but that pulse could be a huge difference maker, and the nano boost as well onto the Diva.
Oh, the dive comes in. That's a big takedown. Nice deflect, though, from Sunset to equal the score. Oh, Sunset. Okay, well, Ginger's just like, I mean, come here, punch.
It's not a terrible trade at that point. And Hiken's actually going to go to the Widowmaker, so maybe trying to catch Blinn College off guard and get that one potential in this last fight. But Sunset sees it and goes back over. We're getting the duel again.
The sleep only lasts for a mere second, though, since the damage came through. Primal Rage is active. Rally as well. Ginger is low. Gets the DMAC. Self-destruct going to be active in the corner. Will they be able to get out of the radius? Haluk only gets clipped. They're not on the point, but it's 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Haluk recognized it, despite the explosion. Only taking minimal damage as Sunset swaps back to the Widowmaker their own. Going for the shot into the backside, getting rid of Hiken, who made that Widowmaker adjustment. And now Ginger comes in with a micro rocket, denying another Widow play. Sweeping back down below, attempting to take out Sky Sniper, who's all alone. The meters will do. And that's going to be another checkpoint here for Cumberland.
Cumberland get a one-up here and get to fight another day at the very end of an extremely scrappy fight. I thought that it was over when Bar of Soap Nano Ginger just to try and keep him alive, but he was antied and couldn't get the healing, but the self-destruct buys enough time for the rest of the team to come back. And Sunset getting dove on, pressured out. He can find an angle to take that space and take those angles away.
Nano up for Hutch. We've seen significant value come just from this player all around. Now going in on it. Nice denial for that jump in from Haluk. Big pickup though from Hiken with the Widowmaker, but you're going to see an instant redirect. Another whip shot comes in to deny Haluk. That's 2 times in a row.
Yeah, Leon Master has played that so phenomenally well. Hiken was getting pressured so much by this Winston. The Nano didn't really get a lot of value. And now Sunset finally gets the better end of Hiken.
Coming right over the bracket, able to just find a clean shot mid-air. And now Sunset looking to close this out once again with the Widowmaker plays.
Last fight here for both of these teams. It feels like 40 seconds left. Ginger has to just swap back over to the Diva, losing all of that ultimate charge. It's not the biggest deal, it is Diva. Actually goes over to the Junker Queen. I love this decision. Just try and make Haluk difficult to deal with, get them aggressive. But now they know. Oh, missed. Oh, they both missed.
They hit the wall. Both of them hit the canister. But an anti comes in onto Hiken. What a beautiful play. The Pulse Bomb attempts to even the score, but the shots continue to rain onto Ginger in the back, looking to hide behind the box, and they'll get one last shot at this.
Oh, Sunset
no.
looking for a shot.
Whoa.
Misses. Doesn't Mason able to hit?
Looking to go for a second time, can't quite find it. Does put the Venom line to guarantee that nobody's gonna flank them from down below. Damage is heavy though on to Nody, and there's a Heatkin down.
Sunset
gets it, but it's an even trade for one. They're not out of it yet. Primal Rage is active. Haluk going to barrel those fists forward to contest against the back line as Leon Master does everything imaginable with the nano boost, but it's not enough. Blinn College defensively is going to overwhelm and put so much onto Cumberland's back that they are unable to carry him like Samwise Gamgee did to the volcano for the ring. Blinn College is gonna take it and deny them this moving forward.
Blinn College, scrap and claw in that map picked out their war zone. I mean, full credit to Cumberland for fighting out at the very end. They had a great shot of trying to bring that one back, but Sunset had so many key picks at the end there. And Hutch, I mean, Hutch, I feel like 90% of the nades that I saw were just hitting pay dirt every single time. Even in that last fight too, where it was the Junker Queen comp and there was no way to negate any of the value. It starts off huge anti-nade onto 3 people. It continues a second anti-nade onto 2 people. Like every single time, this Ana was just getting value. And while we talked a lot about how good Sunset was, how good Haluk was, Hutch deserves a lot of credit as well. I feel like the cool thing about this Blinn College team, during this series at least, everyone had their moment.
Yeah.
Like, everyone had their moment. Regime had their moment. Sunset, obviously. Haluk, obviously. Hutch, that map. But even Sky Sniper, who we didn't talk about too much because flex supports are a little bit off to the side, kind of, when hit scan is this important. But still, like, Sky Sniper was doing great in the TVTs and on the Genji.
Really well played all around. And honestly, you can't fault for Cumberland because they really did put up a worthy effort. Again, being able to take that one map away, make these very, very close, was just only meters away. But Blinn College able to continue to progress through this lower bracket, and one that we've already been able to highlight yesterday and had the chance to do so today. And there are other teams that are really going to have to keep a watchful eye out for this university who has been playing so well.
Yeah, I think just the way that they played on Sunset is really, really impressive.
Yeah.
I think that is the thing that I'm taking away. You've gone up against Chopper, like I talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, who beating that player who we are very familiar with. I mean, even OWCS Chopper was playing so extremely well, right? And was beating a lot of very good hit scans in his own right. But Sunset, I think, to me, is the story of this Blinn College team and how well he's been playing. I think that the team, like we talked about, is also just a incredibly well-oiled machine. And I love that it seems like no matter what composition they play, because Haluk can play so many different things, right? Everything we saw Haluk play, it was good.
Yeah.
I didn't see any like drop off in kind of how it looked. I mean, the Junker Queen mirror was a little bit iffy, I'd say, on Anubis, but like beyond, I still think it wasn't like Haluk played bad or anything. There is no significant drop off. That was just a map where I thought that Cumberland really brought it to their own style of play and was able to soak up a lot of that pressure. But this team, if they can continue to go into this next weekend, have that ability to continue to figure out their compositions and really fine-tune them, having that ability to pull out 4 different comps is very good, especially in a lower bracket run where there's a lot of pressure.
And now that we've been able to see one of our teams continue to move forward, we have plenty more for you. Myself and Kenobi going to bring the second match today before the remaining 2 later by Twin Salty and Tiny Shiny. We'll be heading to a short break before that next game, so don't go anywhere because we're ready to give you more drops. Well, my friends, we return as we have so much more ahead of you. I've said it before the break, and I'll say it again now. We're looking forward to this next match. We had quite an exciting one earlier, as we do, unfortunately, have to say farewell to a school all throughout today, just like we did yesterday, but there are some that we are still proud and excited for to see them continue moving forward. Kenobi, this next one I think is going to be another good one, and I can't wait to see it unfold.
Yeah, the stakes are so high, and we're going to be seeing, a team that we saw yesterday play in Bellevue, but we're also going to be seeing a team that we haven't seen on broadcast just yet, Converse University, who is a team that I think has had some pretty good wins, especially the biggest one to me was from the round of 32 going into this top 16, beating Arizona State 3-1, and that's a big win. Arizona State, I thought, was a lock, especially with how well that they were playing in OWCS. The way that I thought they were a lock in the top 16, but Converse comes in 3-1 victory, a very adept one at that. They also beat the Illini Orange, who's another team that we think very highly of as well. So this Converse University team, we haven't seen them on broadcast just yet, but they do have some fangs to them. And Bellevue University, we'll talk about them in a little bit. One of the things that I was so impressed with yesterday was the support play, but we can look at Converse University to start off with. Garchomp, Hammer, Yves, Still Kiwi, and Ginger. No, not. Is it Ginger?
But I mean, again, like you were mentioning, the one thing that really sticks out for me is the fact that they were able to take down Arizona. And that's been a university that we've talked about so much as of recently, what they've been able to invest in a school. But this school in and of itself, what they've really been able to do is just build themselves up and really make a name for themselves. Granted, they do find themselves in this lower bracket, but they are still a team that has been extremely competitive and cannot wait to see how they're able to perform against their opponent, which, like you've already mentioned, has had such a stellar support line. So these individuals, as they've continued to go through those growing pains like many other schools throughout this portion of the competition, it's going to be a real thrill to be able to get to see them firsthand and what they can truly bring to the table.
Yeah, and well, I think in the last series we focused a lot on that tank play, a lot on the DPS play as well, coming in from the hit scans. I think this one, as we look at the Bellevue University roster here in a little bit, I think this one will come down to that support play because of how well Karova and Bernice played yesterday. I think the Brigitte from Bernice, she was on it every single time with whip shots, with rally stuns. It looked very good. And Karova, I think, being able to flex onto a lot of different things. The Ana, I thought, was fantastic. And the Juno as well. I think this team, one of the biggest things that they have is that they've been together for a long time, and they all know each other, right? Because these are players that have been around the block in Tier 2, in Tier 3, are very familiar with each other. So I think that they look like a well-oiled machine, and I feel it. If you ask them, probably the reason that they're here is that they beat themselves. They continuously say that they would have very much have liked to have been in that winner's side still, but having to go through this lower side, it is going to put a lot of momentum in their back pocket, especially with what we saw yesterday with a very convincing win.
Well, and being able to touch base with Bellevue before going into this match, even for this weekend, we had talked with them, about stuff yesterday, but even today, they really do feel that if there is a rivalry that they want to address, it's with this team. I mean, Converse, every time they go against them, they just get extremely pumped, and they really are riled up to face off against them. So that type of collective energy, I also just think is something really exhilarating for them to try and compete against us, to continue finding themselves moving forward throughout this lower bracket.
And I think it'll be interesting to kind of watch Bellevue today instead of, as opposed to how they played against St. Clair. Because St. Clair, it was very much like, we're running Malga. This is the St. Clair comp. It'll look different here, I think. It'll look different, especially if we're going to see more of that mirror play. Does Junker Queen crop up? I think that's the thing when we talked about like evolving metas throughout the tournament. Junker Queen's rise in priority has been pretty significant to me, and we'll probably see it later in the day because UCI is playing and Ramani's on that team. So keep an eye out for that.
Yeah.
But I think that Junker Queen is something that we do have to kind of keep an eye on in terms of like rising in popularity, in priority. Orisa's still so good though that I think it'll be very hard to knock her off the pedestal completely. But we do kind of have to keep an eye out on Junker Queen being viable a lot more now than I think we were thinking going into this.
I mean, yeah, it's like Orisa has 4 legs. You maybe just knock 1 leg off, but there's still 3 legs there. So it's like, are you really knocking Orisa off the pedestal? Like, let's be real here, but it's just because I'm happy about Orisa being here, so I can't really complain.
All I thought about was like the Dan Campbell Lions head coach interview where he's like, when we get down, we're gonna bite your kneecaps. That's all I was thinking about. The football heads in chat will know what
See, I love how we call to chat to give ourselves validation. Like, half the time, like, when you'll say something and I don't know, or I say something and you don't know, or
surely there is someone with 2 monitors right now, and on the side monitor, they got the NFL games going on right now.
Probably.
Surely.
Oh, I'm not doubting it. I mean, with the viewer count that we've got, I mean, we've got to at least have 1. There's a 1 and a...
Unless I'm so out of touch with the audience, and then that's a big
Okay,
problem.
first of all, I know I'm out of touch with most of the audience, so because of my age, but I do my best to not sound too much like a boomer.
I mean, so we start things off on University. So again, this is kind of what I was talking about with the priority rise of the Junker Queen. You play it a little more slowly, and you're really going to be looking out for jagged blade pulls. That's kind of going to be the big thing. Can you find the Brigitte? Can you find one of those members that don't have necessarily mobility? And even if you don't secure a pick from a jagged blade, forcing out cooldowns is going to be the big thing there. So realistically, that's what you're going to be looking out for. And if you're a Junker Queen composition, you want to find that angle where you can get a jagged blade, use commanding shout, take that positioning, and then try and get onto that backline. But what I love about Bellevue's comp is that they have Stone on this May, so that offers a lot of survivability and heal if someone does end up getting caught out.
And Stone was really doing a lot of work on the May previously, where those walls were so helpful and valuable to try and deny either entry or separating teams. Even right now, you can see that pickup in the top left, Stone is able to lock in the Genji on the top portion of that archway and is a sitting duck.
Yeah, it's insane wall from Stone. You talked about it, set it up perfectly about how Eves went into that backline, tried to pressure out the May, but the wall was perfect, couldn't get back to the rest of the team. And in those elongated fights, it's always going to favor Bellevue. They have better poke, and they have better AoE damage to really put that pressure down. And there's not a lot of negation from Converse University's composition. You're running a Junker Queen, you're very susceptible to all that poking. You can see just by the virtue of the ultimate charges that we have from the DPS in particular, how much value they're getting.
And Avery with these javelins is disgusting. Like, every one of them are hitting and just continuing to keep this team back, and also just netting towards that Terra Surge, which is going to be monumental, especially if they get the combination with that Blizzard as well for the Snow Globe effect. Oh, but this flanking position here, trying to go in for it. Bernice goes down, so they no longer have the assistance from her, so has to complete. Oh, what a wall. Beautiful timing. Completely isolating still Kiwi, so there's no assistance, but it's still going to be at least the Juno trying to give enough healing to survive through this, but players unfortunately are too low, and Avery's going to look for the flanking angle on the back line.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 2 team fights and 2 fantastic walls from Stones that have really completely turned them around. I mean, the orbital ray was used from Converse University to try and save Steel Kiwi, but with a fantastic wall, it doesn't end up getting the value that they want from Converse. And Converse right now looking down the barrel of 60% from Bellevue University, who still have 2 very key ultimates in that Terror Surge and in the Bob as well. Oh, but a nice knife, fantastic knife from Garchomp.
And again, that really calls to the fact that you mentioned it. You need to have those jagged blades hit. Oh, and pulled the Orisa in the circle, so now they don't have the tank for the moment and have to run back up the stairway. Attempting to collapse onto Stone, does have to force the cryo freeze. By now, you're going to have Avery back in the mix here, does have the Terror Surge, has not yet continued to use it, as this follow-up from Garchomp comes in aggressively. Commanding Shout, extra fortification, as it finally swaps over much more convincingly for Converse.
And I love the decision-making from Converse, the patience to keep their ultimates here, because you saw that Orisa go down, and once you got that first pick, you could have very easily just kind of used all your ultimates to try and throw and win the fight effectively, but they keep them, so now they're going to be on even footing with Bellevue University, and then Heinen comes out stunned away, though.
What a wall, too, and to deny that, as you see this roundabout play getting closer. There's the Terror Surge, a rampage. The follow-up 3 are going to get blown to bits. The earth shatters beneath their feet. And we'll have Bellevue take full advantage of this. Garchomp unable to turn the tides.
That fight looks so good for Converse to start things off, but Avery gets a huge Terror Surge, completely wipes Converse off the face of University, and that was with Converse committing ultimates to that. They used the rally, they used the Jumper Queen Rampage, and can they even get back onto this position? Garchomp goes to the Doomfist just to try and stall.
Heidi's now gonna get really forced back, again with the Javelin pushed away. Keeps it into the overtime though, as Eves with the blade needs to be brought to the table, finding the moment, and it is now slashing from on high, but Avery still gets one, frozen to the core. The Blizzard locks down Converse, and that will guarantee Bellevue this first round of control on University.
Bellevue with a great played control to start things off here. Converse University had some good moments. Like, I really like the decision making when they had positioning, they had the patience of the ultimates, and then they were going aggressive, trying to find Ivory on that Ashe, because Ashe was probably the most susceptible person to dive on in that regard. And man, just 2 or 3 clutch plays from Stone, from Avery. That Terror Surge was
I still
unreal.
Can't believe that.
That was without also Orbital Ray. I don't usually see Terror Surge get like triple kills or quadra kills or anything like that without Orbital Ray on the back of it, and that was just a raw one. So really well played from Bellevue University. I know you're very happy about that.
I'm happy about it, because even like normally I see the Terror Surge, I'm like, there maybe is like a pick, not that bad. I get the C3 in the kill feed. I'm just living the dream right now as an Orisa main.
Yeah, you've never seen a 3 Terror Surge in your life.
Bro,
that was mean. I'm sorry.
Wow, I'm done. Later, headset off. Anyways, as we get back into this,
you were actually gone.
With 15 seconds, and I pick up my dignity. Bellevue now going to try and push in onto Converse, who has taken the positional advantage here. You're lucky we don't live near each other. As we're going to have Avery continue to put in damage across the choke point. Up top, though, you've got Ivory looking for an angle. Really, I love how Converse is playing this positioning, though, as they're looking to take the advantage. It's contested for the time being, though, as there's still Bellevue up top with Stone.
But I also do like the way that Bellevue's kind of playing it, where you know, Converse has the short T-Rex arms that I like to talk about a lot, and they're not trying to get into this, you know, into the teeth of the Junker Queen, and Garchomp isn't really in a position to hit a knife. I say, as a fantastic knife comes out, that Juno is down, and that's a lot of healing that's going to be lacking against this comp.
Everyone just saw that portrait go from one position to the next instantaneously, and we all knew it was going to be a bad day. As Garchomp now goes in for the Carnage, nice whip shot to keep distance, but this is still Converse able to take it quite convincingly with a single jagged blade.
Yeah, that was a hell of a caster curse by me. I was like, oh, Garchomp it's like
nice
hard
job
to hit a knife, and then hits probably the best option either. Also, the Juno, taking the Juno out, or the Brigitte would have been, you know, even better right there, but getting one of the supports away, then you can really collapse as a team. Fantastically played. And now it's going to be on Bellevue University to try and get through these chokeholds without getting jagged knifed again, because that's the win condition for this Converse University comp.
Hammer up top, taking the high ground. Looking for a couple of shots onto Ivory. Could not find it, though. Even the Dynamite doesn't manage to chip damage on anyone to near that ultimate, as Ivory has already taken the lead towards it. Movement speed, though, with the ring to keep this high ground mobile. As Hammer can't quite land the shots. Unfortunately, that tree also being an obstacle. Garchomp plays forward and gets the elimination. Now, Eves, with this Genji rounding the back, has the blade in hand and only 3%, and is ready to once again dive in. Had a decent encounter with it last time, and attempting to do so here. 55% in climbing now on the flank. Goes for the dash through the body of Avery as this movement speed comes in with the Ray. Drop. Garchomp goes in, only hits Avery, and Ivory gets the pickup. Garchomp not able to weather that front line aggression, and the Ray damage is just so significant. Another Terror Surge. Are you going to make it out this time? You finally do. And Eves is hacking and slashing their way to success as it's still 75% in climbing.
This fight is so scrappy, but Converse throughout all of this are forcing out ultimates, and it looks like they actually might find a way to win this team fight in the end. Stone goes down. Still Kiwi is still around this fight with this Genji in the back line. Can they get out? Cannot. Ivory takes him down, but it has finally flipped, which is the best scenario for Bellevue.
Absolutely, Stone in the back is able to take it, so this is percentage gain. So even though it is going to be Converse taking this fight, these few seconds are going to be so important as Hammer comes out with another great shot onto Ivory.
Oh, but in his stall tactics right now, Eves is in the back line trying to put pressure down onto this Orisa. Garchomp,
they gotta get there. They have to
stall
dash.
Tactics right now.
They make it. Overtime is active now. Garchomp looking to retreat back to the point. They have the advantage. The overtime is procced once again. Avery gets there just in time. Bernice in the back. She's attempting to get there fast enough with the Lucio for the movement speed. Carnage comes in up front. Garchomp swings across the front. Stone with 5 HP and a dream. The torpedo comes in from the back by the support play. Once again, Converse wanting to take this away from Bellevue and not allow them to easily claim this first map of control. But Ivory still in this, coming out onto the venture, digging underneath to try and get the knockup for the environmental, but can't quite find the stun. Overtime is active with Garchomp nearing the rampage. That might be able to turn the tide. Avery also nearing that Terror Surge as the Ray comes out for Kurova in the back. Nearing this ultimate would be absolutely monumental for Garchomp. They have to get it to counteract against it. The movement speed is there. The rampage is online. Goes in the back position.
It's one.
Only clips Avery, but that's more than enough. The Carnage comes in, slicing them to pieces, cutting the legs out from underneath that Centaur, and that will be Garchomp claiming dominance with the rest of Converse.
What an absolutely unreal team fight at the end there. It feels like this series, between what we seen in those first two sub-rounds, is on a complete knife's edge between both of them. They are so evenly matched, it feels like, and I would suspect, Rich, and I'm hoping I don't cast.
I swear to God, don't do it.
We are gonna get 5 maps. I'm calling it right now. I'm putting my. If I were a betting man, I'd put my money on it right now. This is a 5-map banger. It's gonna be great for the drops. But Converse University, Garchomp really set the tone with that first knife, and once they had control, they never really let it go. They had so much momentum there.
Chat, you hear it now. We have to hold Kenobi accountable. This is the moment. 2:43 p.m. on 11/10/2024 CST timing. We will hold you accountable. Just like we were gonna yesterday for you shaving your head, but we won't talk about that.
Oh, I even forgot what that was when I said I was gonna shave my head for.
Yeah.
I'm good, because I don't remember ever saying
I don't either.
Can't hold me to that. Can't hold me to that. But we do have a difference here a little bit. Stone is going to be back on the Mei in this enclosed area. It is going to be very good for using those walls to effectively maneuver, effectively section off some members. But again, I think if you're Converse, you want to play this a little bit more slowly, see if you can find an avenue to get one of those jagged blades in the back line. But Ivory takes down Hammer, and that's a big pick. That means there is no long-range damage for this Converse team. They're going to have to retreat. They don't want to lose members and lose positioning here.
And Ivory in that high ground position, which we got to see a lot of yesterday. Maybe we'll see another tipper. Maybe I can make another Marth reference here, but as Avery can,
so.
I'm hoping so. It'd be really cool.
On a reference
Big
train.
shot.
Oh,
well,
so
no tipper coming anytime soon, though.
I mean, this is one of the scary things about this Bellevue composition, especially when they have control, is that the poke damage is so insane, right? There's nothing to negate it. You can't really effectively move around corners because Mei doesn't have any fall-off damage. Ivory has been playing fantastic so far. These dynamites are hitting Pater, and we haven't really had a team fight yet. It's just been these picks in the neutral that Bellevue are working so well with the poke.
And now it's Stone continuing to get some decent shots here in the backside. Dynamite, though, going to make this a little bit more challenging. That chip damage is important, but easy recovery here from both Bernice and Kurova. Playing down underneath. That movement ring actually a little bit further forward. Converse didn't take the advantage of it just yet. As now you've got the Ray active. Kurova wanting to lean in with the rest of the team to try and collapse onto Converse, but they're still playing very reserved here. Yeah.
Great disengage. Bob comes out, so Nea is now a 6v5, and Bellevue's actually going to have to retreat. Ivory might be not long for this world anymore. If the pick comes through and just a singular Bob should be able to flip this over.
Yep, looking to manage to take it. The numbers advantage here, but at this point, I'm liking that Bellevue is really just buying as much time as possible with Stone there, having that cryo freeze to buy even more seconds to get them to this 68%.
Yeah, and I mean, Bellevue University still have a good amount of ultimates to work with here. The biggest detriment to them, though, is that there is going to be Orbital Ray on the other side, and they don't have one of their own. It was a great disengage from Converse to get away from that. And I mean, with the combination of either Orbital Ray and Rampage, Orbital Ray and Dragon Blade, these both could do a lot of damage with Garchomp waiting in the wings. You Bellevue University know.
Easy Jagged Blade. Easy Jagged.
Oh, he's gonna, wait,
in
the Rampage.
Oh, goes for the Carnage, goes for the Blade, and then finds the follow-through onto 3. Even clips Avery on the outro, so that's a beautiful cleanup by Converse.
That is patience, like incarnate right there, what we saw from Garchomp. Doesn't go after Avery, waits for that perfect moment that Avery's through. That means there's no peel for the rest of the team. Great knife, great Rampage, wipes the team fight. They do commit a lot to that. That is the big deal. They committed Orbital Ray, they committed the rally, probably think that they needed to win that fight. So now that Stone and Avery and Bernice have their ultimates, this is a tricky one to win for Converse unless they can find a Jagged Blade in the neutral and make it uneven at the start.
Ooh, big Blade again onto Stone, but not close enough to be in the danger zone just yet. A second attempts to go across the center, can't quite land at that time as Avery holds the pillar. Oh my, Eves barely gets out of there with their life. A second time now. Now you do have the Blizzard attempting to lock them into it down below. The radius is actually going to slow Garchomp just enough to keep them in range of that damage. Despite it not freezing them in place, the slow was more than enough.
And I mean, you could see kind of just how Converse were tracking those ultimates and needed to respect kind of the Brawly, the May Blizzard, and the things like that. They couldn't go that aggressive as they wanted to, and as soon as Eves gets taken down that low, the pressure was off, and now Converse University trying to come back into this one, 90% and ticking up for Bellevue University. Can Hammer find a way to get towards this Bob? Making it a 65 would be good. But Hammer gets taken down, 3-tapped by Ivory.
Ivory comes out big, but there's a Blade to pull them into it and gets 2. Both the support and the DPS, but Eves is going to get knocked back with the Javelin, so there's not enough close proximity damage to keep it going. Dives away, goes for the pack, gets denied once again. Stone finds an icicle to the backside of the Omnic Ninja, as now Converse is left alone. 99 into the overtime. Bellevue in a position to be able to take this, redirecting the Bob into the backside, so it's going to be an easy takedown, and they don't have to worry about anyone getting back to the point, as that's going to be a map 1 control here coming out.
I mean, Bellevue University clawed for every inch of that one, and Converse made them work for it. But that last fight, I was like, Ivory's got a really good sightline here, and I just see dink, 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 the health bar on the opposite end of the Ash completely evaporates with Hammer, who was like, I think 3% away from, or 7% it looked like actually, away from something, away from the Bob. And if Ivory's there and that Bob comes out in the team fight in the neutral, that fight looks completely different, I think. So Ivory, really, really good understanding of kind of where they needed to win that fight at the start, and the target selection immaculate. Just kind of, it's almost like, how do you play against that? It's so hard to play against someone who's just like 3-tapping you like that. All of them were headshots, were 2. If you like looked at Hammer's health, it was just dink, 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 boom. And it's just, Ash is dead.
It's one of those moments too where you're like, oh, okay, that's the first one. Oh, okay, that's the second one. Oh, okay, that was the third one.
And now I'm back in the spawn area. Like, it was just, I mean,
like that false sense of security.
There's not really like anything to like also say. Like, it's not like they played it badly. It's just sometimes you know, you gotta tip your hat, and you know, like LeBron James against Jokic in the playoffs. I'm making too many sports references for you.
Okay, now I'm floating here in the water, like with a dinghy. Like, that's just me, bro. I don't know where you're going with this stuff.
I could do some. I wonder like if there's a way that I could do sports references that you'd understand, because you do live in a pretty big sports town.
I mean, I do. I mean, I was more of, I played a lot of soccer. Like, that was my thing. Is like, I mean, I played soccer and then a little bit of football, so like I know like that aspect of it, because
What position did you play?
I was a wide receiver.
Oh. Okay, that is not what I thought. I thought you'd be like a linebacker.
Oh no, dude, I ain't that big. What you talking about?
Oh, I was I was a lineman, if you couldn't already.
See,
tell.
I had fast feet when I was a kid. I still remember I went to boot camp and we had a Marine as our coach, and I'm telling you, man, and not to mention too, our linebacker coach used to play in the NFL, and he actually had a chunk out of his calf because he got bitten by a snake in Arizona. He was the most intimidating person I have ever seen in my life. So whenever you needed to run, you better run fast.
We had a hill next to my high school where we would just like, it was called
The hill?
after every practice you go do the hills.
The hills?
Just run up and down until you vomit. And
Bro,
then
yep.
That's it.
Yeah, did you do the tire flip? Did you
Yep,
do tire
we did
flip?
tire
Oh
flips,
man,
yeah.
we really going back to those good old days. For everyone in chat, you know, if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you can just point and laugh at us. We're fine. We had our fun time when we were
Sure,
getting.
there were people who went to high school here.
No. What I'm saying is that, like, you know, playing the sports aspect of it. Not everybody plays sports. So I mean, I was mainly a theater kid, but every now and again, I had my moment of where I had to play some athletic, because honestly, the athleticism carried over into like my dance ability on like my musical theater numbers.
Breakdancing,
so
yeah.
That also helped. Ha ha. As I'm just gonna polish the nails off. No, I'm just kidding. As now that we've had our mini podcast going into this next map, which is going to be King's Row, we are looking forward to seeing what the composition has in store, as Bellevue already takes the first map here on the 1st to 3. And it looks like it's actually going to be Converse on the defense for this next map.
This is an interesting choice to me because it feels like on a map like this, it's a bit more, there's not like a composition that like really thrives. This feels like a neutral ground. It's kind of always felt like neutral ground essentially for a lot of this, you know. It's called Scrims Row for a reason. You can play a lot of things on it. It's a very map that allows you to play many different things. Orisa is going to be probably very good here. I think Widowmaker is something that I'm going to be keeping my eye on, especially with how good Ivory was utilizing those sight lines before. On the offensive end, especially if Converse is rolling out with what they're rolling out with now, Ash is not going to be able to contest Widowmaker at long range. So if Ivory is sticking on this, they have to respect that incoming Widowmaker damage and find a way. It's probably going to be on Eves to figure out a way to put pressure a little bit from, you know, that pokey area. But again, it's going to be looking out for Garchomp. If Garchomp, when Bellevue makes these engages, can find a Jagged Blade, start the fight off where it's already a 5v4 for them, that's really going to see their benefit.
Ivory taking the first shot, easily gives the intel to the rest of the squad. Bernice actually makes the adjustment here, more so going on the Lucio for that mobility factor.
I think it was just to speed them on the spawn and see if they can get
okay, there we go.
right here. But Ivory still on this Widowmaker, just trying to find those sight lines, and Converse doing a good job so far at putting down that pressure a little bit, not getting those free sight lines away. Very close for that Juno. 2 bites of the cherry, doesn't end up working. Garchomp's already down.
Yeah, that was everyone focusing instantly onto Garchomp. You can see in the kill feed, Stone getting that elimination because everyone just instantly saw this vulnerable Junker Queen left out in the open, and because you had Juno fleeing from those shots, they weren't paying attention to heal through it.
Yeah, and it's just the threat of that Widowmaker, right? It's not even like the Widowmaker got shots and did something in that fight, but it wasn't necessarily like the Juno had to leave. That means the Juno's not there. It's probably your best healing output to heal the Junker Queen in a scenario like that, and it's a very easy fight when it feels like. And now Bernice is going over to that Lucio to offer that speed kind of and be able to get into that backline and make it a little bit difficult for Converse to maneuver these fights.
Looking down the choke point here, seeing if anyone steps out of line for a moment. Garchomp Peace does have the blade active, doesn't quite get it though to bring someone out into the open. Garchomp is separated again. That wall comes out beautifully by Stone, able to lock them away, but then re-engages since there is an overwhelming amount of healing to keep Garchomp alive this time. And they'll look to hold this archway.
Feel there, another great wall up from Stone, but Stone gets obliterated by Steel Huey.
And especially with Hammer having that Coach Gun able to knock them up over it to still put pressure, despite them being separated, is massive. Oh my goodness, but the reposition now, Garchomp's gonna be locked into the corner, the Spearspin knocks them away, and Avery gets the melee and follows up even further onto 2. The Terra Surge is used as a desperate play to keep them alive, with a torpedo not going to be able to heal enough to keep Avery alive, but still gets the elimination regardless.
Yeah, that was just a momentum all because they wanted to keep that position in that scenario. I think that was a good decision from Bellevue University to basically secure themselves a fight win. And Converse University, I mean, off the back, but I think Avery also had a really heads-up play, flanking around and finding that Junker Queen with the rest of the team, knowing that the supports weren't going to necessarily be there. But there is going to be a possibility for Converse to re-engage here. They have all their ultimates. The Orbital Ray is going to be the big one. And if you get stopped here if you're Bellevue University, it is one of the hardest places to come back and, you know, aggress from.
Rally active. Everyone from Bellevue completely disengages. And again, this is what's so great about Bellevue is they will make that call instantaneously and give that ground. Even though this is a difficult position, like you mentioned, it was a great value add.
But it's even a worse decision if you had like taken that fight and lost completely. Then you have to like kind of all the way walk back. It's very difficult in a scenario like that. But here comes a Blizzard off the back end.
Oh, freezes it in the Rampage, and it denies the Rampage pushing forward. Garchomp is halted in their tracks. frigid to the bone. And this will be Converse, though, actually coming out on top regardless. Holy Jiminy Christmas.
Yeah, Bob did something right there. That was all Bob all the time during that team fight. It made it a 5v6. It didn't. The freeze was off just a little bit too late. Yes, you ended up taking down the Junker Queen, but the rest of the ultimates were way too good for Converse University. And Bellevue University still have very key ones. You have that Lucio Sound Barrier to work with against this Dragon Blade. It's basically make the blade impossible to use at this point. So you're probably going to be using the blade to force out something like the Lucio Sound Barrier.
Eves moving in, goes for the slice instantly. That Sound Barrier comes out a little bit too late and also doesn't cover Korova. So now that ultimate really doesn't get nearly as much value as it could have, but Avery actually playing into this. The spear spin, the Beyblade action continues with Garchomp making the turnaround. Stone just sitting pretty in the tube, waiting for the train to take him home, but not this time.
I mean, we were talking a lot about this Junker Queen competition. Garchomp looks very good on this Orisa so far, and I mean, that entire fight was off the basis of Garchomp getting in the flank into the back line, hitting a lot of the spears, and that puts so much pressure down onto Converse, or onto Bellevue University. And like I talked about, Rich, this is one of the hardest places to kind of break this offense from, because you have to walk so far to the point. By the time they get here, it's probably going to be about a minute and a half, and you're always fighting without any semblance of a respawn advantage at this point. So you have to win these fights incredibly clean if you want to have a chance to get to third point.
Garchomp already nearing that Terra Surge as well to match against Avery, who has theirs available. But the one focus is Korova does have the ultimate available before Converse does. So that raid could be significant. Nice Javelin to knock Garchomp back. Korova having to distribute a lot of healing across this. Torpedoes come out to top up the team as they push into this with the Orbital Ray. The Terra Surge for 1 and a second to follow. Gets the pick up onto Hammer, and there's actually more resistance from Bellevue. They withstand Garchomp's Terra Surge despite it going to be the Orbital Ray that comes out. And now maybe with Eves coming back in, it's going to be 2 pieces in addition, but unfortunately there's not enough left. Despite them being full health, they can't do it by themselves.
I think Eves is going to try to stall here. Garchomp to switch over to the Doofus. They want to take this fight. There's no healers left on this point.
Dashing onto it now. They need the Blizzard to lock them in place. The Cryo Freeze was perfectly timed. Baited it out. A grenade comes in from a distance from Ivory. And now you have that checkpoint reach with 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and they work their way through another obstacle.
No healers, but all you need is a Blizzard and a big mechanical centaur, and that's a fight completely won. A great try from Converse at the end of the get back onto this one, but Bellevue had to work for it. 2 minutes in their time bank. Not a lot of ultimates to talk about in this next fight. Hammer's going to have the Bob, which is the biggest thing that can kind of stall any aggression by Bellevue University if they try and be super aggro here on this offense.
Javelins galore. Once again with the Orisas going back and forth. Nice damage going on to Ivory for Eves to take the advantage. Going up to the high ground. Stone is going to be in a dangerous position with both chasing them. At this point, just going to drop down below. They're going to flee out of this fight. They have no need to overstay their welcome. It's just whether or not Converse is actually going to continue the chase, and they decide not to.
Yeah, it's good for Bellevue to just cut their losses there, retreat out of that fight. Don't really want to give any other alt charge or anything to this Converse University team. They are getting close towards this orbital, right? Korova is about at the same length here. The Brigitte could be a difference maker, especially with a shield bash stun, and if there is going to be a Dragon Blade from East, can that find any value?
Movement speed active. Kinju leads with the circle. Now having Bob on the outside, but Avery just makes quick work of it. Everyone focuses it down. And now looks to play the corner once again. It's slow and methodical right now until Bellevue can find the best opportunity. Dynamite going in for the blade, the big pull. Can they combo it? They get the surge and the blade to follow up on the other. What a great combination between the two. And the best part of this is Kinjun actually keeps that orbital race that can carry it into the next one, whereas Korova actually committed it.
Yeah, that was really good combo. I mean, they forced out so many cooldowns, and Bernice is actually going to get staggered here. It's going to make it even more time taken off the clock, and that means we're going to have a guaranteed last fight for Bellevue University. And they have their, I mean, they're close to the Blizzard, they're close to the Bob. Those are the two things they definitely have. But look at Converse, both support ultimates available, 2 of the best ultimates in the game. Is there a way for Bellevue University to win this battle in the macro with ultimates?
It's going to be a lot riding on the shoulders of Stone and Ivory. Bob comes out, the torpedoes in the back. They've already gotten rid of Bernice, but they still have a lot of healing. The Blizzard locking them in place. It looks to shut down Garchomp because they were within the storm, and it was Bob continuing to pelt them with damage. But still, Kiwi also falls on the exit way, so Bellevue has the chance to recover with 10 seconds to go.
They will get one last recontest here with a rally as well from Still Kiwi, and Hammer most likely is going to get a Bob in this last fight, but Bellevue University in that overtime, can they find a way? Garchomp walled off, taken down low.
Oh, can they follow up onto it? If they get Garchomp, that's going to be devastating for Converse, despite them having that respawn advantage. Rally is active, denying the incoming torpedoes, blocking it for the time. Decent bash on the front for Avery, though. They have a Terra Surge coming up, and the biggest thing to focus on is the Orbital Ray by Korova, wanting to give that extra necessary power to push the last few meters remaining as the beam crosses over the Terra Surge in the back. It gets Ivory, couldn't get out of it fast enough, but the numbers are still favoring Bellevue as they push in. Bob's gonna get the extra number. They attempted to javelin it back off the edge, but the damage is gonna be so much anyways, they don't need to knock it off, and that will be a completion in round 1 for Bellevue.
Really, I mean, smart from Bellevue at the University at the end there. They kind of just were like, I don't care if you have an Orisa ult, I don't care if you have Terra Surge in our backline, we're just going to walk past you.
Yeah.
Because we have Orbital Array, we can take out the rest of your backline, there's going to be no peel there for them to be able to survive, and then we'll just turn back around and kill the rest of the members there. I think really clutching up coming in from Bellevue University with those ultimates that they use. Korova, I found a way to get Orbital Ray, which I think when I saw that second to last fight happen, they were at like 70%.
Yeah.
Orbital Ray charges fast.
Yeah, it was really fast. Well, the other thing too is because if you can really land every one of those pistol shots and there's all that healing to do, it can generate so fast because there was so much coming out for Converse. But the other aspect of it too is commenting even further on the fact that they could have the Orisa run to the back. All of those that were in the back had such heavy movement. Brig had the dash forward. Korova had the jump pack. You also do have Ivory with the coach gun. Granted, still got taken down, but everyone in the back was like, we're fine. We're just going to get out of this.
But like if you're trading like Ivory for like Terra Surge, right? That's a good trade. Like it's a totally good trade, especially if you walk into the back line and then kill the rest of the team. So again, I think Bellevue University, in terms of just the macro understanding of that fight, played it incredibly well. As we're going to be seeing Converse University probably run something similar to what they've been running so far with this Orisa mirror. Widowmaker is going to be the flavor of choice, at least for the hit scans. So again, what we're going to be looking at is the pressure that the Widowmaker can put down, because we saw how well Bellevue did it, where it's like, okay, you put pressure down in terms of not getting the kill necessarily, but just forcing out cooldowns and forcing people away from healing. If you can find another pick like that, or if you can find just a raw pick in the neutral, that's really how you're going to be able to win this fight as you Converse University.
Hammer almost got a cheeky pick right through the sign, and now looking to get another up in the window. But everyone from Bellevue is going to respect that after those first couple of shots go wide. Down below, Avery going to hold the line as the rest of the team rotates on the high ground. Ivory could step out, but there is some great shield coverage here by Bernice. She's giving some massive assistance to those up top. But contention on the point. Now Avery has to make a decision. The healing is still needing to be very high here for Garchomp, playing in that open field of view, and Hammer has to hit these shots. If this doesn't proc for them and gets the elimination, it's going to be that much harder. Though Eves up top now has to fall back. The deflect is active, no longer has that defensibility to survive through it. And look at how they're just hugging that inner wall. They are being so aware of how Hammer is playing.
They're playing around it so well as well. Bernice's movements with the shield has also been fantastic, and Hammer hasn't been able to find these shots that they need to win this fight.
No, they're having too much intensity right now. It's at this point, there's finally a shot onto Avery, which is important now that you've lost the tank, and there's the second. You know, patience is a virtue, fam. Yeah. You know, you just gotta let the hammer hit the nail. Sometimes you miss, and sometimes you hit.
Yeah, eventually they did find those picks, and it was a really good start, I think, from Garchomp in particular, moving Avery away from the rest of the supports, not with the spear spin, not being able to get healed and keep alive in that fight, because once Avery goes down, there's not really anything to stop the rest of Converse from just walking forward at you, especially if Garchomp is in that fight. And I mean, in terms of ultimates, we're pretty much even for both of these teams, and we're going to have one most likely in this. Oh, it's the double sneak.
Oh, Frozen, gonna slow him down. Does get the movement speed, though. Great job by the support to get them out of there. Jinju paying close attention to that.
Yeah, we're gonna have a pretty big particle effects fight, I feel like, in this next enclosed area on King's Row near the Chippy shop, because
yeah.
I think the biggest thing, though, is that Bernice, because Bernice was helping so much with kind of the positioning, didn't get towards that Brigitte rally in time, so that's a bit of an advantage.
Orbital Ray active now, going to have the second follow through. Eves gets one, but there's a trade out. The support is down. Korova unable to stick here long enough on the defense, as you've got Converse playing quite aggressively and making this a good one for them with 4 minutes and a team kill to keep this payload moving through that really hard stretch you mentioned earlier.
And we still keep it going down early. It actually is going to benefit Converse because now they still have the rally available to them, which is something that they probably would have liked to have procced in that last fight. Hammer gets a nice shot onto Ivory. That means that there's going to be no Bob in this next fight, and they're going to have to wait, and there's nothing really that can contest the Widowmaker at long range anymore. Ivory's actually going to go to the Tracer just to try and make it harder for the Widow to move in the backline.
And you can see Hammer once again looking for those shots. If anyone steps out of line, peeking that corner is a dangerous thing to do. You either have to have the spear spin or the shield up. Torpedoes go flying now. Needs to be very careful as Korova down underneath, though. The recall is forced. So Ivory has to be extremely careful now. No longer has that at their disposal. With Hammer getting some free shots, will they find Stone? Oh, that's a quick dive onto Hammer was not long for this world after that one. A well-coordinated assault to deny this Widowmaker from continuing to get shots and completely shuts down Converse.
Fantastic aggressive engage, right? They saw the Widowmaker was on the low ground. That's exactly where they wanted to pounce. Ivory triple blinks in with the rest of the team. They secure the Widowmaker and actually going to force Hammer off onto a Cassidy, so offering a little bit more of that stun potential, survivability as well. Ivory's going to have a little bit of a harder time, I think, maneuvering around something like a Cassidy here instead of like the Widowmaker, but you've lost that one-shot potential. But again, when we're kind of on this like even low ground, Widowmaker's not really going to get the same amount of value, so I think it's a good swap to put Hammer on this Cassidy.
You can see already the backline presence. Ivory attempted to chip away at Eves. Orbital Ray now coming out from Korova. Dash to sweep through Ivory, who does no longer have the recall. The dashes are running low and actually gets the outplay with the assistance. The layup from Stone. As now you can see this forced back and Blizzard online.
2 minutes left. Blizzard available as well. It's going to be going into an orbital array, so there potentially is going to be that healing output. What I'm really going to be looking out for is the wall to section off those members and maybe stop that healing if that Blizzard is going to get value. Stone waiting patiently on the side.
We've already seen the sneaky plays before. They are not aware. It was once with the Junker Queen and now gonna be with Stone on the Blizzard. Big movement though, dashing backwards and the rest pushing forward. The Blizzard doesn't completely isolate anybody, so it's not nearly as valuable. And Bellevue, with that sneaky play, are starting to fall. And Converse actually plays this beautifully.
I can't believe Converse won that fight. It felt like it was such a good start for Bellevue University, but they were able to survive with only just the orbital rate healing and just the damage throughput that the Blizzard gave to, or that Blizzard couldn't really find from Bellevue University, who had a great fight idea, but now are completely behind the 8 ball when it comes to the ultimate economy coming in these next fights. And we have to remember, Bellevue finished with 0 seconds. If Converse finished with more than a minute here, Bellevue's not going to get another chance. All they can get is a draw.
High Noon active, having to move quickly out of the sightlines of this. There is a great movement for 2, goes through the ring and finds a beautiful cleanup. What a play and just synergy, knowing that that ring was going to give the just enough angle around the wall from Stone.
Now you just got to stall as much as you can here if you're Bellevue University. You're behind in momentum. Only one ultimate used there by Converse, so they keep a couple of key ones. Stone needs to find a way to get to this Blizzard, and we have Ivory on the Widowmaker pick, just trying to look for those one-pick potentials.
No!
Right, going down, nice deflect from Eve.
Beautifully done. Again, just consistent play of dominance here from Converse. They've actually just completely turned this on its head. Bellevue, with nothing left to give into this, are not going to be able to deny this. Run the clock. That's round 2 completed. And now it's realistically all up to a draw. If you
only a draw. I mean, I know chat's probably like, oh, if we get a draw, we get more drops, because there's definitely guaranteed more Overwatch at that point. But the way that I think that they played that, those last couple of fights in point 2 and point 3, the momentum was super on their side. They were playing aggressively. They knew that Bellevue University didn't have anything in terms of ultimates, and they played it patient. That's the thing I like, where if they had kind of just taken one of those fights and just been like, hey, we're throwing every single ultimate into just one team fight to get momentum, they probably end up losing this round. But they kept the key ultimates that they needed. They kept 3 of them. They only used a high noon and a speed ring to win a team fight. That's always good in terms of just the exchange of resources when it comes to those ultimates.
And now we will see what Bellevue has in store for this defense. And Converse, realistically, had a very convincing first point. They were so coordinated in understanding how to maneuver Avery to a position that lacked the support necessary to keep them fighting and contest against it.
It was slow. That is the one thing that I will like put a caveat on it. It was slow, and you only do have a minute and 40 seconds. So while they did do that, and you're completely right that they found a way, I don't know if you have a 4-minute time bank to do that anymore. The pressure is going to be on, because if you lose one fight, you're definitely in last fight territory here, and Ivory's going to be on the Widowmaker with that one-shot potential, just trying to make something happen. Find a pick in the neutral, make it so that Bellevue University or Ivory Converse can't move forward. That's a nice shot to start things off, but probably not on the target you wanted.
Yeah, looking for something a little bit less tanky, unfortunately, as this rotation comes in. Shot on 2. 1. Oh no! Eves gets a massive takedown onto Ivory, and this is going to look dire for Bellevue as this rotation comes in. Eves looking to have a field day with the deflect, denying that incoming damage. It's really only the May that can have the effect from Stone, as Hammer blocked off for the moment. The wall is active, giving time for Ivory to come back in. The 1-for-1 trade. The support is down for Converse. It's all on to 1. They rotate in the back. Ivory switching to the Tracer is going to give them enough opportunity to regroup with numbers to actually take this back and deny them with only 45 seconds.
Respawns are going to be a little bit closer. Garchomp manages to get out with just a smidgen of health in that scenario. Avery does as well, but look at all the ultimates that Bellevue's going to have. They're going to have Terra Surge first. They're also going to have Orbital Ray, because Converse wasn't in that fight long enough to farm it up.
Jinju having to play very carefully to catch up. They needed to counteract against it. The Orbital Ray is active. Korova leading in with it. Hammer goes down. Stone finds an icicle to the dome, and now is trying to deny the backline aggression from Eves. Bellevue at this point, with the way that they've played, despite them losing the Widowmaker early, are in a position to draw this out.
Oh, good wall as well, stalling them as much as he can. At this point, Juno gets taken down solo. They need that Orbital Ray. Hammer needs to get to the point.
Somebody has to touch. They've got to get there. They can't move past the front line. It's going to be Hammer finally in the back, forcing the recall, able to survive. Ivory gets rid of still Kiwi, though, so they don't have the support. Nobody can touch. And Bellevue is not willing to give ground and allow Converse to take a map point.
That's a crazy stall from Bellevue, holding them there. I mean, I felt like it started off so well. They killed the Widowmaker, and then the disengage, though, from Bellevue was phenomenal. The way that they were able to get out of that fight and then re-aggress back into it with a fantastic wall from Stone. Stone doesn't hit that wall. It's 1-1.
It's over,
It's 1-1, but sections off most of the members and specifically gets Skill Kiwi, because that means the Brigade is not there, the healing's not there, you've lost the supports, everyone starts to trickle down from that. Really phenomenally played from Bellevue University, who have done this a couple of times, I feel like, Richard. We've seen them where they lose members, but they don't panic. They never feel like they panic a lot of the time when they are like in these scenarios when they're down members in a neutral.
Absolutely. I mean, just from what we've seen from them, they are so just... I feel it's like, even though that they have these extremely high-stakes moments, they've really been focusing on that. I mean, that's something that we talked about with Vita Coco, that they've been really looking at the fundamentals and those chaotic situations. And this is a perfect explanation of what they've been working on going into this weekend.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, fundamentals are so important. Like, we remember... You know, I think I talked about this last... No, I didn't talk about this last week. When Garrett Cole and the Yankees kind of threw that inning 5 lead against the Dodgers, it all came down to the fundamentals. Aaron Judge doesn't catch that fly ball. Garrett Cole doesn't cover first base. Like, all those things matter at the end of the day, and that's what we saw here, where it's like we went back to the basics of that fight where they're down a member, they don't have their Widowmaker, but you step just a little bit too far if you're Converse there. Just a slight bit too far. Instantly pounced on by Bellevue. They played that fantastically.
And you know they're going to get the puck and throw it down the ice and into the back of the goal, and they're going to get some whip shot with the puck action and the clickety-clackety and the bashing of the glass.
Wow.
There are going to be some really, really angry hockey fans in the chat right now.
I mean, maybe not angry.
They're gonna
be, if there are Yankee fans in the chat, they're gonna be angry at me for bringing that up.
Well, that's true. So we're getting some hate from a lot of people, but it's okay. It's nothing but like lovely hate, just kind of funny, like haha thing. You know, it's okay. Me talking about puck and ice is really ridiculous. But we're gonna go ahead and now hop into Runasapi, where the sun is shining and there is no ice to be found.
No ice. No safe leads as well either. 5-0 is not a safe lead.
Nope.
Any map on Runasapi is not a safe lead as well. But I think that this is an interesting pick because of the fact that this is where we've probably seen the most Junker Queen play out of like any of the other, besides I think Anubis and like the Clash maps and some of Flashpoint as well. But I think that this is a map that if we're really trying to figure out where the comps are going to be going to, I would suspect Junker Queen gets played here. For sure. I think Ashe and like Widowmaker's a possibility. You know, Ivory I think has been playing pretty well on the hit scan too. And I always think Widowmaker's interesting on a map like this because you can have so much control at the start, but when we get to these like enclosed areas, it's so hard to stay alive.
Oh, it's so dangerous. You're literally just at this point, it's almost like, you know, when you have like that little arena with 2 Beyblades and you're wondering who's going to come out on top and you never know what's going to happen, but eventually one of them is going to get blown to bits and their pieces are going to fly everywhere.
The Beyblade reference.
Yeah.
I haven't thought about Beyblade in so long.
Yeah.
Beyblade, let it rip.
It's only because I think I saw it on Twitter the other day where there were 2, and like one of them got stuck on like the top rope of the defensive screen and then drops down and like sumos the other one. But anyways, that's a whole nother topic for itself. But we've got 10 minutes now in this push map where we're gonna see who's gonna be able to come on top in Runasapi.
So the biggest difference we see already between the compositions is we see the Ashe and the Genji on one side and the Sojourn and the Mei. So Stone, again, with these walls has been fantastic so far with that long-range poke. But the interesting thing is that Ivory's on this Sojourn now, so you have some escapability if the dive comes in aggressively from Converse, and you also have some one-shot potential yourself and some pressure. As you can see, Guard Chomp already taken down to 25% health.
Yeah, there is so much being funneled into that small area and really just having a hard time withstanding the damage, and Ivory getting a couple of decent rail shots primed and ready to fire. Cannot quite land the mark just yet, but only time will tell. And being based on probability, they're gonna hit eventually.
I mean, Kurova is farming, though, towards this orbital ray relatively quickly and a little bit ahead of Converse University. Back to even keel a little bit right now, but now we're just poking. I mean, it's really going to be, the onus is going to be here on Converse to find the pick because they are going to eventually lose in this scenario where the pokes are always here because of the fact that there is that wall and there is that Sojourn rail.
Jinju's actually doing a great job, though, keeping pace to try and match against Kurova, almost about to have the orbital ray themselves. So that's something to really keep tuning, as they're going to most likely use them simultaneously, and it's going to be all down to the rest of the play. Actually, you're going to have Jinju open with it first. Goes a little bit to the outskirts of the wall. The fight not particularly in that area, so it's going to benefit Bellevue slightly more for the full duration of the orbital ray, but neither really gets an execution in this, and they have to look for the pull. Terra Surge gets 2 into it, finds enough damage onto Hammer, and now breaks the back. It's still Kiwi looking to get back into this with the rally. A return, Terra Surge manages to do the same thing. Bernice, she's not able to withstand that incoming fire. With the blade from Eves now, the Cryo Freeze gives a survival moment for the Mei. They can't get the elimination. They're comping it up. Still Kiwi also using everything from that rally to keep them going. And Ivory in another chaotic fight with the rest of Bellevue do it again.
Bellevue University, I mean, they get so many ultimates out of Converse University. They get the rally, they get the Terra Surge, the Dragon Blade, and they get to keep their Mei Blizzard. And on a map like this where everything is so enclosed in these lanes, Blizzard is going to win team fights for you, especially with Bernice having rally to back it all up. This is a very tricky position for Converse to be in, but luckily they do have a Bob to maybe stop the bleeding a little bit.
And you'll even see the rally soon in 5%. So having both primed and ready for this engagement around the corner. I felt that gasp from here.
There's another orbital ray.
I know, right?
A little bit ahead of Converse. This is not great for Converse's chances.
Especially with how it was positioned previously. Bellevue able to use the full extent of it. With Kurova up top, continuing to funnel healing into Avery, playing that early corner near the bot. Now Bob active on the side. Not really the best position. It doesn't have the clearest of shots with that doorway, so that gives a little bit of opportunity here for Bellevue to draw back and really manipulate the sideline as the ray comes in. Torpedoes are out, dealing the damage onto the backside. Kurova playing hyper aggressively on to Hammer, but the support still coming in from Jinju. And now looking to chase him even further. Tucking around the corner, Kurova overextends and stays there. Welcome, Bellevue trying to turn this back as they still do have Avery on the front position to try and counteract against this. Blade coming in, Eves now going instantly onto Stone, and the support makes the decision to take down one, but Ivory is also in proximity, gets the elimination, but still shuts down regardless, as now finally you're going to have Converse push this barricade.
Another incredibly scrappy fight again, and I understand like what Kurva was going for, trying to pressure out that back line, but wasn't there to heal Avery, so Garchomp took down the opposing Orisa, and then the fight kind of just devolved there. And I think Converse University, when the fights get a little bit chaotic like that, it's great for a Genji, it's great for an Ashe, where you kind of lose track of these heroes, and you aren't able to really take a fight on even terms. Overclock is available, though, for Ivory, so they should be able to get back into the neutral, take a fight, make some moves in terms of being able to position and corral Converse University away.
All right, Ivory now with that overclock. Curious how early we're going to see it brought to the table. Lots of damage coming in as you see Avery drawing back. Nice wall to slow and stop that movement forward through the ring. Terra Surge pulls them in. Converse now going to look to try and move in afterwards. A little bit of a separation. Garchomp is getting eviscerated by these shots. Just taking chunk after chunk out of that Centaur body. And will look to reset now with 42 meters and climbing.
And Converse University, I mean, they have to use a couple of key elements. Specifically, that Terra Surge is going to be one that we're going to be looking at if you're going to be coming back into this fight with that Orbital Ray in your back pocket. Both of these supports are relatively close. If there's a way that Converse can get into this fight using Orbital Ray first before Kurova can farm up to theirs, that's really where this fight is going to be won, I feel like.
Now Orbital Ray slightly ahead for Converse. Active and available, looking to turn the corner. Torpedoes out, getting some significant damage onto Kurova, and Hammer actually gets the dynamite to give that extra chip damage to eliminate the supports. So Hammer and Eves are going to come back and deny this push and not allow Bellevue to get that checkpoint.
I think it's a totally worthwhile trade, though, if you're trading Blizzard for something like that Orbital Ray, because now you have one of your own in this next fight, and winning fights against Orbital Ray, if you don't have one of your own, is so difficult to do. So Converse University really have to cross their T's and dot their I's in this next fight if they want to have a chance to be able to win it. They are going to have that ability right now to set Hammer up with a long sight line, potentially find a way to pump out some pressure and damage.
You can see Stone all the way in the back, looking to move in close enough. Taking this off angle for the time being, separating. Seeing how Garchomp is going to lean into this. Nice
Great
javelin
stun.
to the side, getting the stun, absolutely. Bob tossed into the mix. Denied by the spear spin, so all of Bellevue can just fall back just around the corner. So there's no real concern for Bob being brought into the fight. Now you're going to have the rally from Still Kiwi, but an Orbital Ray is there to counteract against it. Torpedoes again, instantly follows afterwards, but they need to be very aware of Eves, who is low in the back, actually has to flee. As Kurova funnels in, the blade is out, the Cryo Freeze is active, the pull brings them together once again, as Garchomp gets the elimination onto Avery, but Ivory gets the pickup. Eves not in this fight. This is so scrappy between the two, and Bellevue is managing to persevere through it. They just have to get rid of Garchomp, whose health is instantly depleting.
And again, I mean, Bellevue University, when they have these fights at deficit, they play so crisp and clean, it feels like. There's never any pressure on this team when they have these team fights that are so elongated like this, and they come away with a great victory, still having a Blizzard. They could probably trade this one now for an Orbital Ray. Kurova doesn't necessarily have the hugest lead on it to make a difference in potentially the next fight, but I think you can still do what they did in the last fight with the lead that they have. It is a very small lead, but it is still a lead nonetheless here, and there's only 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah, every meter counts, and in this case, it's less than that. Blizzard now from Stone. Oh, big javelin, nice. Knocking him back to give some space, but there is still Avery holding in the corner. You can see down below. There's the movement, there's the Blizzard, and now going to lock them down. It's going to be one last shot. The Fortify gives a microsecond here to Garchomp to survive through it, but Hammer has been eliminated. Avery is down. They have to get rid of Garchomp, who continues to be the one to survive in this comp.
But they're trading here. If there's a way that Bellevue can escape a little bit with some of their members, that's good for them because they are going to be able to regroup here. No, it doesn't look like they are. Finally, Converse is going to be able to secure those kills. And actually, if Converse can get the second on the Ivory, this would be the lead. This is the lead for Converse University here.
They'll be able to gain the advantage, and the biggest thing, too, is they're going to get the checkpoint as well. That would be so helpful, but unless somebody wants to... No, they're not going to do it. There's no way. There's no way. It's too much of a risk. Checkpoint now obtained.
Minute 30. I mean, there is Orbital Ray again available for Kurova here. I think you can throw that into this team fight. But I think if you're Converse right now, you just want to take any fight where Bellevue uses so much of their resources. That's the value.
Right, active, movement speed forward. Avery, great torpedo comes out to get rid of Eves. And this is going to be an easy victory here. Kurova gets a second, and now Garchomp is just isolated in a corner, left alone, no way to survive. So this will be a pushback. And again, there's not that much distance gained, just surpassing the checkpoint. So this is much better.
Staggers, though.
Oh, can they get it?
No, they get out. Ooh, barely the Genji's able to get out of there. But that fight was so quick that Converse was not able to farm towards their orbital ray, so I think in this next fight, it's going to last a little bit longer. If Bellevue can secure picks early before that orbital ray comes online, they might have a chance of taking the lead.
Rally instantly. Still Kiwi want to play hyper aggressive into this, but the overclock is going to be brought to the table. Bob now pushed into the back, getting spear spinned away to deny that extra sightline. We've seen Eves before with this blade do wonders. The pull in comes out. Will they follow up with it? Bernice is down. Kurova can't heal through the damage as both Still Kiwi and Eves overwhelms with damage.
Incredibly fantastic ultimate cycling from Converse University. They see that Bellevue wants to go a little bit aggressive. They're actually just going to leave the bot here. I love this decision making because now Bellevue has to make desperate swaps over to those fast heroes to try and proc that overtime. This is so smart from Converse.
Now they start to move it, so it's going to give a little bit more proximity. Avery's going to get there on the Doomfist, but this is not what they wanted to bring to these final fights here, and they have to commit to it. The overtime is active. The blade comes out. The sweeping strike comes through. An attempt with the whip shot, and the bash comes out. Ivory now with the damage, going to be significant and gets 2 rails, but does go down. And now, once again, it's going to be very few numbers to turn this back. Overtime still commencing. Avery doing the best that they can to compete against Garchomp on a Doomfist. That was a desperate swap and not one that they wanted to reside on, but they're going to have to for the remaining portion of this as they are able to get back and take the victory in the last moments and putting themselves on a match point.
Ivory, unreal clutch. Insane clutch that we saw from Ivory there. I mean, Eves goes super aggressive in that backline, takes down the judo immediately. I love the decision making there where it's like, we need to kill the supports instantly, but doesn't manage to find the second one. And throughout all of that, Ivory is in the backline, getting kills, getting rails, and completely turns the fight, especially with that pick on the Still Kiwi. If Brig is in that fight, it's definitely a 1-1 already. But what a clutch up from Bellevue, who, again, Rich, do it from a deficit. They win a team fight defining, a map defining team fight when they were already at a loss. They continuously do this so incredibly well.
I mean, just the sheer amount of resilience from this team is unbelievable. And again, in those moments when it's most dire, they're able to pick it back up. And again, Converse is still playing so well.
And yeah, it's like, what do you do? Like, they're not playing. They made like every right decision, right? The only thing you could probably nitpick is that Eves goes like a little bit too aggressive, and like if you, in a perfect world and with 2020 hindsight, you take down the Juno and then you just leave and go back to the team fight instead of trying to take down the Brig. But they did everything right. They held the bot, so it forced everyone onto those fast heroes. They played it perfectly at the very end, except for that little thing where the Genji goes a little bit too close to the sun and Icarus is a little bit, but still, like, Ivory just gets 2 kills and you're like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do in a scenario like this.
And we're going to have to go to a break to give some time, and I'm guaranteeing you, Bellevue is feeling like Mungatu from Zoolander saying, you will take nothing from us. Nothing! I'm trying to make that slant work, but it's okay. We'll head to a short break, and we'll come back in just a moment, friends.
Welcome back, my friends. We are here to continue on. We got to see our first draw so far. I'm really excited about that. I just got my latte. What is it? Dog latte? Pup latte? Spray pup latte. Yeah, my pup cup. I got my pup cup. So hopefully all of you are getting your pup cup at home as we're going to be heading into this next map, which we already saw Runasapi go to Bellevue. And like I just mentioned earlier, if for whatever reason you're only getting here now, what have you been doing the last couple hours? But we had a draw 3-3, accepting, and now Bellevue is on a match point, and we're going to Gibraltar to see if this is the moment to pivot for Converse to start a reverse sweep.
So that's interesting to me because I feel like Converse has been playing a lot of that Junker Queen, and now they're going over to this Gibraltar map pick, which signals to me Widowmaker, signals to me Winston. I think also Diva is something that we could see, but if you're on the other side for Bellevue, this is where Avery plays Diva. Avery, that's kind of, I feel like what Avery was known for back in like
does.
Like very good Diva player. So I think that this is a possibility for. It's interesting because I also think Ivory's been playing fantastic on Hitscan, and this is a map that is usually dominated by those Hitscan players. We saw it in the previous series with Sunset, how well that went. But I think that if it is forcing Bellevue onto Diva, and there is a Winston play on the other end, I think that is a little bit of an advantage that you can use effectively if you're Converse here.
So we're going to be hopping in here to see who is going to be on the defensive side. I always feel like when you're on the defense for this map personally, that you kind of feel, I think, a little bit cheated. I don't know why. Whenever I play this and I'm on the defensive side, I feel like I don't have the advantage. I always just feel like I start off like not feeling good because they get to set the stage, and then I'm like, all right, now I have the intensity of like, this is where I have to go. This is where I have to get to. I'd rather set the pace first. So that's something I'm really looking forward to seeing, who's going to be able to do that on this attacking side as we do hop in and get to see that it's going to be Converse on the attacking side first, with Bellevue making their decisions, with Ivory locking in the Widow.
Also, Avery is on the Winston, so they're going to be picking that up instead of something like the Diva that I was thinking about, which I think, I mean, like, it kind of negates the advantage that I thought the Winston might have in a scenario like this, but Ivory sticking on the Widowmaker, something definitely understandable given how well Ivory's been playing on that hit scan roll so far. We're on Gibraltar, so, like, yeah, it's a Widowmaker map. I would love to see I mean, I think they're going to do the TP hook here probably at the start and then see if they can find anything.
See.
I think Bellevue's too smart.
Oh, it got a little dicey. You know, if Avery stuck their toe out a little bit
That's
longer
the only
than
time
intended.
we're ever gonna see. It's the only time we're ever gonna see Roadhog.
Oh my. Well, okay.
He's just falling in the scope.
All right. There goes my. Just.
So. This is interesting that they're still sticking on the Reaper, and we saw this in our last series where the Reaper struggled to find value. Yes, like in a vacuum, it's very good against the Winston, but you have to move so far and commit a lot of resources just to get into a good position as a Reaper.
And again, Eves drops down below, and that's where Avery's just able to jump out because they're holding that low ground position. Oh, Ivory. Just looking for it. Couldn't quite find it, though. It's okay. Gonna try and lead the target. Or go back to it. It's a wild game between the two.
Eves is just trying to be a nuisance. That's all Eves is trying to do at this moment. Oh, but you cannot step to Ivory like this. I think Eves is... Okay, Eves gets out because of the healing can still be very good, but... I mean, they're moving the cart forward, so to an extent, Eves is finding a way to create some space.
One way or another, Stone now going to move forward to contest against that payload as Korova continues to funnel healing through. The Bionade getting some extra assistance here and trying to get rid of Eves, who is actually doing a lot, causing so much pain in the thorn of the side of Bellevue right now.
Forcing out a lot of cooldowns, but maybe not enough. Ivory takes down...
Yeah.
I think that's a fight lost, Rich. There's not enough healing.
There's no way. No, they can't do that with Still Kiwi, so they just have to completely abandon ship right now and go back and look for the regroup. But if this stagger comes in, Eves... Oh, no! The stick! Oh,
right on your head.
That's like a, what is it, the Doge bonk, where it's just bunk. It just hits him on the head.
Head tapped him right there with that pulse bomb. And Converse University, I mean, I do kind of like the way that they're playing the Reaper, but it does have to hit pay dirt after that, right? You have to find a way to convert those cooldowns that you forced out into kills, and if Ivory is just kind of left alone like this on these high grounds, it's very difficult to do that.
With
Hook shot removes Avery for the time being. Has to force the jump if they want to go back in for the high ground. You can even see that Ivory is playing more further back. Pulse Bomb is there. The radius actually just does get enough damage onto Korova. So now Hammer is looking to just completely flee from Converse to get topped up. Oh no, but Stone's gonna actually find him.
Yeah, that's bad because now they can't juggle the point here, and you can see Eves is trying to go into the back line, figure out and scout where that Widowmaker is, but Nano is available for Bellevue University, and they have the primary, so a lot of sustainability. Ivory takes down again!
They are playing a game of cat and mouse, and Ivory is still gaining value. Finding the cheese, one would say.
I mean, you just have... The Juno hasn't been able to get into any of these fights and use that orbital ray. Self-destruct used from Garchomp aggressively, but finds nothing.
And now Garchomp back on the point, trying to push it forward. Ivory, this time, finally goes down by Eves in the back as the orbital ray comes out by Jinji, and now will look to try and hold with the rest of the squad. Eves just continuing to put those shotgun shells into the body of Avery and make space for them to move into this next segment.
And I think this is kind of where you're going to see the Reapers start to be a little bit more effective in the way that it's being played. Yeah, okay, I was going to say, Ivory can't play Widowmaker anymore, especially with how aggressive Eves is being, trying to find the Widowmaker positioning on the flank. Has the teleport to just get for free onto high ground.
Oh, wow.
That is interesting that we saw a pick like that.
I don't think anybody was ready for it. That's why we couldn't show it live on broadcast. Oh, okay. Ivory just says, no, 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 my friend. Sorry, we're going to send you back packing.
Ivory has a little bit more sustainability right now, and it's going to work out for Bellevue University. And I'd actually be a little bit worried if I'm Converse here, because you've given up a lot of space in terms of being able to control the high ground now for Bellevue University, and you have a lot more poke potential, especially with this Cassidy on high ground as Stone. Most likely going to be looking for a flank here. See if you can find a pulse bomb to break this fight open before it starts. Put it maybe on the Brigitte, maybe on one of those backliners, make it difficult to engage.
Oh, the stick! And it gets it! Stone able to eliminate Still Kiwi before the rally can be active. 2 minutes now. This is Converse just fleeing for their lives and have to go back to the drawing board for another attempt.
Sick patience from Bellevue right there, specifically from Stone, waiting so that the Diva wasn't even aware that there was a Tracer there, sticks the back of Brigitte, and the fight is over. And even while that fight was happening, beyond just the stick, Bernice had a really good disengagement of Eves on that Reaper, who, again, is still just trying to find value here against this Winston. But it's just not working as well as it did against something like that Widowmaker, and Eves just goes down with all cooldowns.
Oh no, this is so rough. With only 1 minute and 30 to go and barely reaching that halfway marker in the shipyard, Stone waiting to once again look for a flank. They've really pincered Converse into this small room where they really don't have the ability to escape.
And Eves is not going to be able to join this fight either, so Eves is kind of just left on an island for whenever they decide to go in, and here they go. Converse want to try and get to this high ground.
They had to use the movement ring to get through that now as you've got the knockback coming in with the bash from the wall. Stone is eliminated with the Death Blossom, so that's something of value, but again, you had to commit Death Blossom just for the one pick. Is it going to be worth it? With now Ivory forcing back multiple members of Converse down below. Almost gets it! That was so dangerously close there for Converse. I don't think they were aware of just how close that was. With 50 seconds
Converse still in advantage when it comes to ultimates, too.
Big play by Korova, getting that Bionade in addition on top of that. 40 seconds now. Avery with this Primal Rage knocking them into the corner. Now diving into the back, has the shield. Hammer being electrified right now. Avery gets out with 18 HP. No way. Dodging, bobbing, and weaving. Korova says, hold on, man, hold on.
Korova throws a life vest to Avery right there in the water at 5 health, and 20 seconds is left for Converse. It's all they have. They just have a high noon orbital ray relatively soon, but Stone in that same position, waiting patiently for that pulse.
We'll see if we can find it once again. A wrapped up bow. A high noon in the corner gets one shot to Slave. Onto Hammer. No ultimate available now, entering into the overtime. The orbital ray comes out onto the payload to see if that will be enough. Oh my god! The double stun onto the support. That was insane. And perfectly placed. There's no way Converse comes back from that. And now, you talked a little bit about it when we were off broadcast. We're saying, man, the mental boon right now for Converse. They get the draw. They lose the last one with a little bit of distance difference. And now we're getting into a position where there is denial for even completing Gibraltar just underneath the wing. And we are in a position where Bellevue now has the chance on the attack to close this out.
And I mean, you just saw how hard it was for Converse University to really maneuver, especially when we got to the second point where it was like, okay, we're using like rally, we're using all of these cooldowns, and we don't even get to the high ground, right?
Yeah.
We don't force out ultimates from Bellevue University. It's just like, it felt like they were almost bashing their head against a wall where they were just trying to brute force their way. And Bellevue, again, so patient, so cool, calm, and collected, like they've been a lot of the time throughout this low bracket. And I mean, again, it was like, when they said that against Cumberland in that last matchup, when they played in the earlier stages, when they're like, we beat ourselves a little bit more.
Yeah.
I'm kind of seeing that. Maybe it's like one of those things where it's like, you need to be beaten by, like, you need to be beaten to, like, kind of just, like, find your final form. Like
Take
when
a
UConn
Senzu
was
bean?
like 88, like a Senzu bean, or like when UConn women's basketball was like 88 wins in a row,
gonna go back
and then
to
they
this
finally,
and
and then Gino Auriemma was like, we have to lose at some point. Like, we have to lose. I want us to lose so we know what it feels like. That's what I feel like with Bellevue. It's like they losing that series actually might have helped them kind of just like get into a better position mentally and like how to operate this composition. So they're playing ever since we've seen them on broadcast. It's been fantastically well oiled.
So I had a Dragon Ball Z reference with the Zenzu bean. You had that whole description, which I understood no words that were coming out of your mouth, but I'll smile and nod as everyone in the chat probably does the same thing. Either way, we had our respective positions, and now we're going to get into this with 4 minutes for Bellevue to see if they can close this out. Big sleep and a knockback, though, onto Eves, denying any sort of pressure. Gonna top him up. You see the little peppering of heals coming in, and now just instantly fleeing out of that sight line.
And I mean, the difficult thing about this for Converse University is it feels like they're going all in on trying to stop this Winston more so than anything else, but they're losing in terms of that long-range battle because Ivory's going to be totally fine staying in the back line and hitting them with dynamites, and if Korova is able to do the same thing with anti-nades, there's nowhere for Converse to go.
Eves continuing to give ground. First already on the bridgeway, now down the stairs and has to drop down below to look for the health pack again. You can't keep Eves alive long enough in the front to really yield that value onto Avery.
Doesn't manage to hit anything, but Converse are being so pushed out basically just by the virtue of this composition. Eves trying to take some points back, but Hammer ends up going down to Avery, and that's a lot of DPS that's lost.
And again, it's just almost just disjointed right now from Converse. They can't quite find the answer to counteract against Bellevue on this attack. And Korova and Ivory, what a sleep! Oh my goodness, here we go. Tick, tick, boom. The time is now. Ivory gets another two-piece on top of the sleep. 5 minutes to go as they enter into the docking bay.
Yeah, I think disjointed is what I would say exactly. You can see kind of Converse is just scrambling to find a foothold, but there's none. There is no foothold to be given. Bellevue University are winning these fights just purely in the neutral as well. No ultimates being needed to be used. 5 minutes in their time bank. They have control of the high ground as well. That's going to be great for Korova, going to be great for Ivory, and Stone can kind of just play on the cart and say, Converse, you have to come to us.
Top dropping down, you can see Stone waiting with a pulse bomb, takes a new avenue. A magical journey up the stairway for the moment until they go back in to try and compete against it. Eve's gonna hold ground for now. The best thing for Converse is to try and force them back to watch these 4 doorways, because at this point, that's their only lifeline, because Bellevue has 5 ultimates.
And in Converse, Orbital Ray got absolutely no value in that fight. So now Bellevue University are saying, thank you very much, we'll take that trade.
Oh, big Bionade onto both supports. Is there a follow-up? Still Kiwi is down. There's the jump. Avery with the nano boost going to wreak havoc on this Converse squad. Juggling for days as if they were part of the circus for years, and now dropping down below with that payload ever so closely to the conclusion. Hammer now with that Deadeye looking for the shots. Bob in the corner gets the damage. The chip, in addition, they're pushing it. Nobody's there to take it back. It's just like Leonidas says, give them nothing, but take from them everything, as Bellevue moves on respectfully through this lower bracket.
And that's, I mean, fantastic from Bellevue University, especially on that. It felt like all of the momentum that Converse had, it died on the last play in the Runasapi. Because this felt like a completely different team that we'd be seeing, who were playing like decently well. It was just a matter of inches. This time it felt like there was really, they couldn't get a single foothold on this map. On a map pick that was theirs, by the way. They tried with the Reaper. It worked a little bit, but just I think they were so heavily committed to just making Avery's life miserable with Cassidy, with Reaper and things like that, that Ivory was just like, hit my hat, thank you very much. I'll be taking all this free space for me. Korova's going to take all the free space with the Ananades, and that's how they were able to win this one in a I mean, a 3-0 that was, I think, we keep making memes about it, but it was a pretty close 3-0 except for this last one.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, though, tip of a hat, howdy, y'all. It's going to be a good time all around. And Bellevue has really elevated themselves. And again, you already hit on it once about how they felt like they beat themselves. They knew going against this team that it was one that they were really thrilled because they felt this was one of their most significant rivalries whenever they play up against it, managing to keep moving forward. Now continues to look through this bracket to work their way back up to compete. And honestly, Bellevue, realistically, with the way that they've been playing and their compositions that they have at their disposal and the player power in the way that they're using this meta has been so on point.
Yeah, and again, I feel like it almost might have been a good thing for them to lose in that earlier bracket, because we've seen teams before in Collegiate make like very strong lower side runs in the bracket, and Bellevue is definitely one of those teams. If I'm falling from the top, I don't want to be playing against, right? So
yeah,
I think going forward, this is a team to really keep our eye on at being able to make a deep run from that lower side, because if they continue to play as well as they have against the teams that they played against so far on broadcast, they definitely can make some noise.
Oh, 100%. And with us being able to conclude this second match of the day, again, for all those in chat, you still have more matches to watch and more things to gain, aka drops. Yeah, we're still here. I got my latte dog, or my pup cup. Kenobi got his.
I think I might have gotten
I'm pretty
mine.
sure you got it.
By the time we leave broadcast.
By the time we leave, and then we headed to chat. Yeah, absolutely. And then I know that there are so many of you out there who've already got it, but let's stick around. There's still a lot more fun. There's 2 more matches. We got Tiny Shiny and Twin Salty going to be taking the helm from us for now to finish off these 2 matches. So we hope you have a wonderful rest of the time on that broadcast, and looking forward to seeing how these next 2 matches unfold. Let's go! Let's go! All right, let's hop down below and give them time. So
If there's one thing that we have learned to expect here at the Collegiate Homecoming Tournament, it is to expect the unexpected. We've had upsets, we've had game 5s, we've even had some draws thrown in to the mix. It's been a wonderful set of tournaments so far, and I'm very happy to be back here myself, Tiny Shiny, and Twin Salty for the last 2 games of our weekend. 2 eliminations to close us off, and you gotta say, you look at the 4 teams that have made it this far, that are at this point fighting for their lives, Jesse. We got some unexpected faces.
Yeah, we saw Blinn earlier on stream taking down Cumberland 3-1, knocking Cumberland out for a top 12 finish. Blinn now top 8 finish, and I believe their best finish ever in a Blizzard competition, so a big finish already for the Buccaneers. And then you see that little UCI Maryville game down there, a 5-map banger you and I were watching when this stream was going on in Maryville. In the spring, runner-up out in top 12, the worst ever finish for Maryville. And you gotta say, UCI were phenomenal in that game.
UCI is a team that they want to win, and they want to win bad. A lot of this roster, it's their final year of competition heading into this. So you'll have this semester and you'll have next one, and that is about it for the time being. The cycle of talent really has to be upkept with this roster, where it's the complete opposite side of the coin for a team like Blinn, who they're constantly cycling through. Once again, this is a 2-year college. You don't have the same opportunity to build and bring new talent. So the fact that they've made it as far as they have, Jesse, with superstars emerging like Sunset, like Sky Sniper, like Regime on this brig, like it's just an incredible showcase from them.
Oh, it's been nuts so far for Blinn, and I think no matter what, they're going to be happy with it, or maybe content is the word I'm more looking for. But now they think that, hey, we can keep on going. They're on quite a high from the game earlier against Cumberland. Sunset continues a ridiculous run on Hitscan, and even Hutch. I won't lie, yesterday we didn't get to talk about the support line as much during their game against Illini, because it really was Haluk, Sky Sniper, Sunset really setting the tone. But Hutch and Regime did a phenomenal job earlier today, especially Hutch. If you can get them on the Ana during those dive maps, the bio-nades were absolutely nuts, and they were prepping for JQ comps for Cumberland. Now, it is another JQ team potentially in UCI, but I would say one that's a little bit above.
This one sends much more of a threat from what we've seen previously. Romani might not be in for our very first map in the starting lineup. He is known as the Junker Queen guy in Collegiate. He loves that hero down to a T, and if that is the direction that UCI want to pull on a push, on a clash, a flashpoint, a lot of these teams that have been picking those maps for a type of win condition, that's where you want to go. But the one difference here, Twin Salty, is that it's not a one-sided team either. Having Rhino come into this roster, he's been competing since he was 13 years old at extremely high levels, and now is bringing to this roster his Winston, his Wrecking Ball, all of this dive composition. The flexibility runs deep into that DPS line. Otters has been around for 4 years, and then adding players such as KHD to this stellar support line. Like, UCI is a program that continues to not only have these strong performances, but surpass the odds. Started with taking out Maryville, and now they find themselves face-to-face with Blinn, which honestly they didn't even expect to see themselves here in the first place.
No, when we were kind of asking teams for information heading into today, like, hey, how are you thinking? They didn't want to respond, because they're like, we have to play Maryville first. We just got to focus on Maryville, and then we'll get to this later. And they do end up taking down the Saints, and this UCI team, they're always around, right? They're always top 8, top 6, top 4 finishers. They haven't really got to that final step yet, and I wonder, with the win already over Maryville, this bracket really opens up now for the Anteaters to really make a run. But again, they're going against a Blinn team who's been prepping all week against JQ comps, and obviously this first map, it will be Rhino in, so we're going to see more of the Winston, the Orisa, kind of the normal meta that we've seen. But this could be a perfect little upset material here for the Buccaneers.
This is like the series to watch today. I don't see a world in which this goes 3 maps. It is absolutely should be going more than that, or else something has gone significantly wrong. Oasis will be that first map selected for the day today, and from what we've often seen, it's that mix of Haluk wanting to stick to his comfort picks in this Orisa, Rhino ideally pulling out some sort of Winston once we move to like a city center or something. So we'll see those changes come on through as Oasis comes out. The biggest thing with these two teams is it's really the first time, Jesse, that we're seeing that level of flexibility mirrored. Every single series so far has been decided based off map picks, whether a team prefers like a brawling comp or a dive comp. Gibraltar has more often than not been the decider, and this is the first time that we're going to see two teams comfortable on both ends.
Yeah, both teams comfortable to pivot each in separate ways. It's not like, hey, Cumberland, we know they're going to run JQ, right? Like that was, regardless, that is what they're going to run. Both of these teams, we can see a variety of looks. They're comfortable on the dive, like you said. They're comfortable on this rush. Obviously, I would say UCI are definitely more leaning in the JQ if they get to that direction. Blinn, I think, would much rather keep it in the Orisa material, but I do think, especially Oasis, we're going to see different looks. If we go to City Center, more than likely we're going to see the dive, even though we've seen some teams even try and make the Orisa work over there. So I would say right now, this first map, Blinn need to win this map if they want to chance the rest of the way, because in the last series for UCI, Rhino, funny enough, went 0-2 in their maps against Maryville. Romani went 3-0. So if they can take this first map away, gain that map pick advantage, if they continue just to alternate, that is the perfect position for Blinn to be in.
And it actually sounds like that UCI have made that swap. Romani will be starting in for this team instead of Rhino. So they want to stick with that same sort of momentum with this Junker Queen that they've been comfortable with. We'll be going to Gardens first. And from what we've seen so far, Jesse, is that if Blinn is going to take over lobby, it's going to be Sunset in the spotlight, taking names and taking heads right along with it.
Sunset is just unbelievable form right now, right? Like, they take out Chopper. They had a great game against Heekend earlier, who had a great tournament up to this point. And, you know, just a little bit of, you know, some team bonding before we get into the chaos here. But this really is going to be a test for Blinn. Can they take that next step up and really be in contention? A win here guarantees a top 6 finish in the homecoming event, and that would truly be a step up here for Blinn.
We're gonna roll out with Haluk on this Orisa. It didn't have the greatest performance from him earlier, but it was still more than enough than what Blinn needed to get themselves to this point. So let's see how he's feeling heading into his second game of the day. UCI opting to get full high ground control, and since they're uncontested, there's not really much that can go on. We'll just see this poke and blow exchange back and forth. You can tell Blinn wants to get Sunset in a position to set up these eliminations, more so make Romani step way too far away from his supports, gets met with a javelin, and there's Blinn starting to move towards his objective, or UCI gotta run for those hills.
The initial javelin throw that hit onto Excal didn't get the elimination, but it scared UCI from trying to take that high ground control, because they were worrying, hey, if we get hit with another javelin, a lot of us don't have the mobility to try and get out. So at that point, they just bait Romani in to try and push on forward. Javelin's been denied any of the carnage value, and the play falls apart for UCI. And the issue UCI may have here, Blinn are just going to play the distance game. Otters is on Lucio, they're not on the brig. So yes, they can try and close that gap, but that sustained healing is not there.
You know, and like, look how much poke Romani has had to take just trying to get into these fights. Like, that's commanding shout. And where does it get you? Sai was just caught up trying to deal with Haluk, and this is what Blinn are doing. They're ignoring Romani in the first place. UCI used their tank player as a win con. Blinn are having none of it. They're not even batting an eye at him.
No, they're like, try. You know, try your best, Romani. We know you're one of the best JQs in Collegiate, probably the best. And yet they're just like denying the value entirely. They have the lowest ult percentage in the lobby right now at 54%, which is not a typical thing to say about Romani, especially. And now you get into the ultimates. Yes, Orbital Ray online for both sides, but even the Blade for Sky Sniper is a good 10% above.
And Blinn just have everything that they could possibly want heading into this next engagement. The early bot from Sunset to open things up, and he ends up dropping down to the low ground right where Sai and Otters wanted him to be in the first place. UCI a little late on the reactions. KHD's Orbital Ray couldn't get that healing in. Glen College were way too far ahead to make the difference, leaving the Anteaters one more chance to get this point away.
Yeah, and they'll have to bank on the sound barrier to at least get them through the door, or as an escape measure from the Blade Terra Surge combo approaching from Sky Sniper and Haluk. But Blinn, even though, yeah, Sunset, I would say they maybe instant just a tad. They got a little too excited for that push.
What is this?
They were the perfect answer. This is quite a rotation. It doesn't catch anybody, but now everybody's flipped.
That was a fun little game of Ring on the Rosie.
Oh,
I'm here for,
Otters,
but no! Otters, the last player that UCI needed to go down, has hit the deck. No sound barrier in sight. Glen College took out the one win condition that UCI had going for them. This first round wasn't even close. Blinn are setting a tempo early on.
That is exactly what Blinn needed.
No rampage.
If they want to win this series, they need that kind of performance on round one. But they also have to make sure they continue it. That will be kind of the trend here for the Buccaneers as, yeah, shut down entirely this composition from UCI. They were never able to close the gap. And you and I were both kind of confused about Regime. They go in with the rally behind, and it just disrupts the entire game plan from UCI. They get split up. Otters get stuck in a really awkward spot. And you can tell they don't want to ult because they don't want to get Ajaxed. But they still die, so they can't get it off, and just the crunch comes in shortly after, and that is the boomer bust mentality of this Lucio Juno, to where if you can't get these key cooldowns off, you just get melted down.
And this is not a good spot for UCI to be in. You have to hope that the closer nature of this map can allow your team to get into position. I mean, Romani didn't even build up a rampage in the entire round of University, which is so uncharacteristic for them. That is a testament to how strong Blinn are, how they know to play against this Junker Queen. They have prepared for so long, knowing they'd be facing Cumberland, who really only plays that specific JQ. And look at them here, same thing. They're not even allowing UCI to get close to a fight. KHC does get the trade onto Sky Sniper. XCal challenging Sunset for this high ground control. Otters with a little bit of an assist. So UCI have rotated the clock properly. But again, where can your tank get value? How do you find space? You can't just be relying on these one-on-one skirmishes. Sky and XCal are doing a wonderful job, all things considered, just trying to draw attention, making sure Romani can actually get into the thick of things. Now will be the first time that UCI will win a fight so far.
Man, they needed that. Just separate everybody out, and like you said, they just trust their 1v1s. And Otters is basically a taxi for Psy during this game. It taxi for Psy and Romani just to usher them around to try and find those pickoffs. This far from Sky Sniper can work logistically, but XCal so far a great job of shutting it down. Blinn, if they're going to continue running this far, they need to try and get something out of it.
Yeah, all Sky Sniper can do right now is just say, hey, back up. My score, mine. And like you can see that we're putting the pressure onto XCal, right? Like XCal had to leave from the safety of that room. Blinn now need to show that they can find a way into this point. That orbital right is incredibly early from both teams. I'm not exactly sure. I think Hutch just heard it from KHD, went in, kind of panicked it, but Blinn get more value. It was a little bit later, and because of the lack of range on UCI, their ultimates get little to nothing done.
There was a damage-boosted dynamite that went into the backline of UCI. It made everybody else hesitate, trying to push on in, and that's how KHD and Romani just got ran over. It turned into a 5v2 in the front line, and the Anteaters are just never going to be able to win that fight. It was, like you said, very early on the orbital raids. These teams not afraid to try and pop it early. Sunset throws in the bomb just to kind of disrupt a little bit, forces out beat.
I mean, you get the beat and overclock out here. This is not a terrible trade, even the fact that it's still a 4v4 sort of situation. Romani at least has a rampage up and can use that should he need to, but ideally you don't want to pull out more resources than you have to. Regime helping the team rally back together as Sunset maintains his dominance over the high ground, grabs one in the XCal. Romani shut down before he can pull the trigger. I mean, Blinn College seem to be one step ahead.
They just seem to be just working on all cylinders right now, Molly. There's no other way around it. Their prep has really paid off. And granted, it's a 50-50 shot if you play UCI or Maryville in this game, but they're going to take full advantage of understanding the composition that UCI are throwing at them. And again, this heal comp of the Lucio Juno isn't paying off yet. Romani can turn this all around, though, with one simple click of a Q.
I mean, he has to. That's what. There's nothing to stop it. Unless Sai comes with something big here, but no! It's stunned out of the way. I believe there's a javelin hit. Romani, only Haluk gets caught up in the ult, and it forces UCI to use much more, and they might not even win it! Haluk drops the Terror Surge in the backside, pulls them all together, and crushes UCI's Esports dreams with just one blow. That was the fight they needed to win.
Needed to win that fight, Tiny. And the fact that the barrage goes in, doesn't get many kills, but it gets everybody close together. But Luke then pops the Terra Surge, finishes off 3, and now UCI are in absolute panic mode, but they will have the Orbital Ray to use.
You're guaranteed a touch, and perhaps this Orbital Ray. Already Sunset is down, and one less win con for Blinn College to rely on later. KHD is holding this trigger as long as he possibly can, knowing that if it comes out, the timing has to be perfect, but no, it doesn't save Otters. Have to go ahead and walk forward with all the possible momentum. UCI Esports will manage to clear themselves off for now, but you got little to nothing to work with going forwards.
They'll have the sound barrier, and they actually will have the Bob too if they just want to pop Bob to stall a little bit. But they were at least able to get this together. Romani's not as comfortable on the Orisa. Typically, when they try and play Orisa, a Rhino is in. But at this point, you have to. Like, the JQ just was not working. They have to make the adjustment and have the mirror as that jab almost gets off.
You're playing with fire there a little bit.
A little bit.
Especially with Otters on this Lucio, too. I mean, surely someone goes off the map at some point, but everyone's on their feet for now. We'll go ahead and take it. Otters is clearly thinking about it. It's a push to the high ground with the sound barrier, but Blinn have already regrouped. They regrouped behind Hutch. You had that orbital ray. That's a great way to cancel both of UCI's tools. It's now Blinn who have the upper hand. Congratulations. Their discipline continues to pay off. Sai finds himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. Caught up in Regime's back. There's another one. Just a full-on warrior. There's no touch to come in either. Like, this is just Blinn dominance. They prepared for this composition from day one. UCI, almost bad luck of the draw, but you have to admit, this is a scary face to look at.
Wow. That's all I can say right now is wow. And honestly, you say do a pretty decent job. This was just an unreal combo to get them in that kind of position. Even though the jab, you know, Luke will probably try and chew away the jab there a little bit. Well, what a turnaround. You said have a decent play there. They are actually running the Romani Orisa in not a bad way, and they get a decent position early. Otters tries to get aggressive with the sound barrier. Orbital Ray from Hutch kind of fends everybody off. And then from that point on, Blinn just still have the ultimate advantage from previous fights because they didn't have to make those swaps. And that is very unfortunate timing for Sai, as I don't even think Regime was trying to do that. They were just trying to get out of the Terra Surge, and instead you take down Sai. They can't get the blade, those final percentages, and everything falls apart for UCI.
UCI, they made the changes. They finally figured out, granted halfway through university, that hey, this Joker Queen, it's not quite working here. And at that point, you already were at too much of a disadvantage. You dug yourself in a hole that was too deep for you to get out of. And you're also playing Blinn at their own game. And if there's one thing that Blinn do best, it is force you to play into them. And I continue to be impressed by kind of the calls that are made on Blinn's side. And most of that we know does come from Hutch. He is the eyes in the sky, kind of that eagle eye that can call out, hey, they're pushing on this side, let's back off. That's the advantage of the Juno, to choose what these tools are. You have such great a vantage point of what is going on anywhere on in the map. And I mean, this just is pure confidence out of Blinn. They know what UCI's game is. And granted, Oasis, not the best map to play a JQ. Surabasa, on the other hand, Jesse, this will be a telltale sign of whether UCI can manage to compete.
Yeah, they need to win this map, right? Like, this is a map they beat Maryville on today during their lower round 2 matchup. And like I said, Oasis, like, the JQ can work, but it definitely can be a little tricky here. Even like before this meta kind of started creeping up and JQ's getting more and more playtime, teams were still running JQ on this map because it is arguably one of her best maps. It is one of her best map types because of the fact that fights are so quick. You need very quick pickoffs, and the rotations need to be fast as well. So having that commanding shout, that little bit of extra health and speed can really be an advantage. So this is a very important map for UCI. They cannot afford to fall down 0-2 because we've seen it time and time again this weekend. when a team falls into that kind of hold, whether it be 0-2 or 1-2, they're not typically able to make it back because of the map pick system that is in play.
No, and this is essentially for UCI. Like, thinking back to Oasis, there was maybe 3 or 4, like, actual team fights that went down.
Yeah.
Like, the entirety of Gardens was just somebody, usually Sunset, getting a pick-off before anybody could do anything about it. And there just wasn't a way to close that gap. And certain spots in Surabasa, specifically this first point, can find themselves falling victim to it. But once we actually saw UCI adjust how they were approaching these different fights, they actually got there. We made sure that Romani could be effective, and he wasn't just kind of sitting in the back line, just like, hey guys, can I play the game too? Like, this is what Surabasa will allow this team to do, hopefully. We just got to see if they're prepared for what can happen, because I also haven't seen much of a contest to where Sunset has been positioning. UCI doesn't have a very firm hit scan player. XCal can do it, but it's not traditionally what he's known for.
Yeah, and even though, yes, like XCal had a great game against Maryville, they shut down Vision pretty easily, especially on this map, but they've had no answer for Sunset. Like you said, they just haven't. And I think part of it is they haven't been able to close the gap. And Sunset can just kind of chill and be like, you know, come at me, but I know you can't. You know, there's going to be the jab throw. There's the jab spin from Haluk that's just going to keep them pushed away. And they were just uncontested for a grand majority of that game. And now UCI, yeah, they're going to continue this Lucio Juno comp. It's kind of their comp, right? We don't see many other teams run this, even though they run the JQ. Typically, you still see the Brig. So they're going to, you know, just continue running their comfort. I'm curious to see what size swaps do here after the TP comes through. Both will go over to the Genji, and XCal will stick the Widow. So taking a play out of the Lethal's handbook a little bit. It can work, but it is definitely risky.
We've seen Sunset do this exact thing, and I do think that that is the mentality. They're like, okay, we've seen Sunset play this before, and this is what he's done, but no, he's actually going to be on the Ashe. XL will have an advantage, because by no means do you want to be peeking a Widowmaker as an Ashe. Your head hitbox is massive. UCI, though, they don't have the same frontline presence. You don't have the same damage output. And look how much Romani is struggling with that. It's been below half HP for the majority of that stagger. The only reason Blinn haven't gone in is because they don't know where the Widowmaker is and don't want to push in without that threat being identified.
And UCI couldn't go in, like you said, because they didn't have the heals, but that is no longer an issue.
Yep, nope, not at all. There you go. That's one shot is all it takes. A bit of a scattered reset out of Blinn. Romani saw the opportunity and jumped right on it. This is the JQ god that we are known to see.
Yeah, that is exactly what you needed. Yes, it's a little more patient than he typically needs to be, especially in against a composition like this. But once they actually get into the face of Blinn, magic things can happen. And now for Blinn, it's even harder because XCal can sit as far back as they want. They don't have to try and press up with the rest of the team like they did during that initial fight, and it's going to be a lot of pressure on for Sunset to not get their head taken off, but also for Sky Sniper to try and at least make some disruption back there in the back line.
I'll have to see where he's been able to get much done. Sky Sniper's been relatively quiet, at least so far in this game, which is a bit uncharacteristic. It'll be harder to push, especially when you don't have a responding ult immediately. The patience out of KHD, even if they're down XCal, this does set UCI in a pretty comfortable position. Romani's going to build up to a Rampage too, should he actually need it to close up this fight. This will be Blinn College. This is their last chance to actually get a contest going, and there's a Rampage. Blinn painted in a dark shade of purple, and this is what happens when you give Romani back the driver's seat into this game on the Flashpoint map. UCI will claim market.
Blinn could never fully reset because of how awkward that previous fight was, and as soon as Romani gets hit with the Terror Surge, it's like, cool, alright, I'll just ult. Bye-bye. And it actually completes the turnaround there, even though Haluk does get one with that. And now UCI get full positioning advantage again. And this is how this comp can really have a ton of value. And even though Blinn, yes, they had so much prep against these kind of compositions, this Lucio variant can be a little more tricky if they can have those set plays work out. And it has really disrupted all the momentum that the Buccaneers had from Oasis.
UCI almost have to play with this all-in sort of mentality, and they're making it work to their benefit. Side in with a good old beat saber, hunted with the schmovement out of Hut. She's gonna live a lot longer than he probably should have there. Blinn, at the end of the day, will lose because they did not commit much of any resources into that other than a little friend Bobbert. So they take 10% for your worth and let UCI take over from there.
Yeah, they at least get something out of that, so they maybe buy themselves an extra few seconds for this recontest as, yeah, Haluk and Sunset are a late respawn. Sunset, there we go. We were waiting for it. We knew there was a pretty good opportunity for this to happen. So now it turns into less pressure on a Sky Sniper, I would say. They're going to help more now in the front line to try and deal with Romani, and especially Otters. Otters is a very aggressive Lucio, so if you can actually get the punish off, it can really work. But that is definitely a tall order.
You see how Sunset like whips right around your little battle frog bounce? Like that's kind of the fear that they have there. It is good to see Sky Sniper back into the rhythm, pulls out the blaze. That's 1 and 2, sliced in half. All right, Blinn, there we go. Getting your Genji back in position for success. The rally from Regime, I'm not a big fan of that.
No, I'm not either. I wonder if that was a whoops.
It's happened before.
Yeah, no, misclicks happen all the time. That very well might have been a whoops, and they could want it back as orbital rays will be online for both sides in a moment. There would not be a sound barrier, so having that extra armor health could have really been a giant advantage. Granted, Sky Sniper and Hutch still have it active right now, but that is bound to dim away as this fight approaches. Watch the Romani, if they can build a late ultimate, could change it.
With the flank from Sunset, he's so sneaky with it. He got a check for the little sniper dancing around in your backline. It's only the orbital ray that doesn't even get value because it doesn't need to. Sunset just hits the one shot that matters.
But now UCI, you don't have a ton of time to go back into this, but now you have that orbital ray advantage. And, you know, Kenobi and Rich Rad were talking about it earlier. The team in a fight where one team uses orbital ray and one team doesn't, it's usually 9 out of 10 times the team with the orbital ray will win the fight.
Oh, but not a KHC! Just gets smacked out of the air, courtesy of Regime. Romani pops to the rampage and attempt to turn this one around, but it's still an even trade. Xcal living on the high ground has the potential to be the difference maker here. Blinn on one fight territory, and they're gonna have to scramble to get a recontest.
Oh, I'm saved. I thought I cursed that so badly.
Oh no, Haluk!
Oh, Haluk!
Is he getting Xcal?
They're going to get Xcal, and they just are they going to try and ult? Yeah, they are.
Okay.
Try and get something, and well, I don't know about that one. There is at least a touch here for Blinn, but they will not have any ultimates other than knowledge to use.
Regime, you're really good at break, I get it, but you are not going to survive a 3v1 with just that tiny little shield keeping you alive. UCI Esports are showing why Flashpoint is their map type. They're yet to lose on this one yet, and it almost seems that streak will be kept alive, only needing one more to close it out.
Yeah, the miniature reverse sweep now needed for Blinn. Haluk has given up on the Arista. They will match the JQ from Romani. That can be a scary mirror if I've ever seen one, but they will continue running the Brig Juno variant. So now we really could see that speed advantage that UC have been trying to bank on now in the JQ mirror, because they will just be able to rush the backline so quickly. As also Sunset now over to the Cassidy as Xcal made an early swap to Soj.
All right, that's just one knife to put your day down to a pretty bad turn. I mean, the sound barrier was all UCI needed to win that fight, and they're going to lose first half really off of that. Saya still wants to attempt to commit, but no, you can't do that. Sky Sniper has more support, has more teammates behind him, and managed to live. Otter does return with the beat, and now there's only 3 members of UCI alive. I mean, it's not like Blinn aren't exactly committing into this fight either, but everything out of UCI, this is absolute insanity. You just use every single win condition you possibly could have. Like, I understand UCI will feel comfortable after winning Palace, but that's a little too much.
I don't even mind if the sound barrier as much, because at that point, I think somebody dies right before he lands. So at that point, hey, you could have made it like a decent 4v4. That rampage though was a little interesting from Romani. That's pretty inspirational, I would say.
Blue got a flank of a JQ, if anything. You don't really have a tank at the front line, but no! Sunset, full support's caught up in his crosshairs. Well, in college, it means making UCI hurt for this battle at the minimum. Xcal did bring out the broom, though, so UCI will come back into this fight. That's the kind of the speed advantage you were talking about, where Otters and KHD can set this team up so quickly.
And even though they were dead, right? Like,
Yeah, literally.
They both died to the Deadeye, but the orbital array is still active, so they can just int on in for the rest of that fight. 70% for now for Blinn. And now Sky Sniper will make a swap over to the Pharah, which can definitely work, especially this map can be very wide open. It's not like New Junk City, which has a few more enclosed points, but that is a scary prospect.
You overclock, you run away. XCal,
Yep,
incredibly
you don't
good
fight
at the Sojourn. Give him the respect that he deserves, and Blinn can kind of re-engage a little bit after that. They will have that orbital ray advantage. We saw that tempo get thrown off, but Luke, where in the world are you going? Off in La La Land, in the middle of UCI's team, and no one to really back him up. It was all Psy that was in there. No one could follow him, and UCI, they might just claim the map right here.
Yeah, that might just be it unless Sunset is able to get over and get a touch, but what a fight there. They shut down Huluk. You could tell they were trying to get that extra 10% for the Rampage, but died just a little bit short. There will be a touch here for Blinn, and now the orbital ray to use.
Now it'll be Sunset, now on the Tracer. Get the first little toe and get this re-engage that you want. Otters, very disciplined when it comes to this sound barrier. UCI have the power to end this map right here, right now. They just won't have Psy to do it. They have time to give. Blinn College managed to grab their own flip back on over. Now it's just a matter of finding who can get the punish. 5 players all painted in that purple. Romani hits everyone with the Rampage. UCI, all the win cons are set, and it's XCal hitting the shots where it matters the most. Romani in there shutting down Haluk in the JQ counterpart. The healing's too much to take down the Queen all on his own. It's just XCal and Psy in that kill feed. UCI ain't down and out of this one yet. They're gonna tie us up at 1 apiece.
Map picks, map picks, map picks. We've preached it this weekend of how important it is, and they just showed it right there. A flawless map from the Anteaters. And we were given, XCal, a little bit of pressure going into this map because it was a little bit quiet for map 1, but what a showcase here on the Sojourn, even a few other roles on the Widow as well earlier on in UCI. They tie us up 1 apiece, and now we are all of a sudden in a best of 5 for the rest, and best of 3, I should say, for the rest of the way. We're already in a best of 5. And now the pressure now returns to Blinn. How do they want to approach this? Because I think the dive would be interesting because of the fact that, A, they looked great on it against Cumberland, but you could also argue that Cumberland are definitely more a one-dimensional team than what UCI is, because Rhino can just get subbed in. But I wonder if that is still the route they would go. I have a feeling that's probably what they will, because Romani did, again, went 3-0. He's now, 4-1 in maps he's played today. Rhino was 0-2. So maybe they try and drag out Rhino, take out the hot hand in Romani, and just try and put Hutch in that backline, honestly, into a better spot.
Honestly, yeah, I think that needs to be your move here. Haluk likes Orisa. We're just gonna go that. He is a battle cattle player through and through, and there ain't anything wrong with that. Except for the fact you will get outpaced and outmatched. On map types like Flashpoint, where speed is kind of the name of the game, and where we've seen Blinn play more patient, try to force this poke, Suravasa isn't going to lean to that. You swap towards that JQ, and it doesn't look nearly as practiced as the other side of it, and therefore Haluk was kind of struggling to keep up with Romani. Granted, it should not be expected for many players to keep up with Romani in that regard. I agree. You got to find something else that works for you, whether it's picking a map that makes sure that this poke style can continue, or you force out Rhino. You pick the Gibraltar that has been the deciding factor of pretty much every series we have watched so far. This time we'll be coming out in map number 3, though. The dive, Blinn's next choice.
Yeah, Blinn, they're like, you don't get to play JQ here. No. Like, hey, we're not dealing with Romani for another map if we physically can. And they just look so dominant on this earlier. Rich Rat and Kenobi were talking about it. Hutch was having the game of his life on Ana on this map. And you could tell, yes, even though it may not put Haluk in as great of a position, their Winston's fine, don't get me wrong. They still have a great Winston. But it's definitely not, like, as high tier, I would say, as the Orisa. But I would say the rest of this team can do, Hutch being on the just make plays left and right.
Yeah, and you're also going to have that swap up with having more impact on those supports. I mean, Regime, he said, they said it themselves earlier, made a post that said, I am Brig God. And so far has lived up to that hype if you can play that slower pace. And I think that dive is going to allow for it. Not sure I've seen them miss any whip shots so far, honestly. Which is saying quite a bit. When you're going up against a tank player, which we did confirm Rhino is coming in for this specific map, you gotta be on point. You gotta make sure that your Hutch, your grandma Carrie in the background, she's brought all the snacks for the team. You gotta make sure you have time to hand those out. So that's going to be the main job of the support line here. We know the rest of the team can pull it together. It's now on what is UCI to respond, because not only do they make a tank sub, they're actually gonna bring Mashiro in as well, subbing outside.
Yeah, they bring in Mashiro. So this is obviously something they've practiced a ton in the past. It is not a giant surprise that we're seeing this come out, as even, again, in their series against Maryville, Mashiro also did sub in. They are mainly, Tracer, Venture, those kind of roles. So maybe not as much of the Genji as we would typically see. If Sai was going to be in, we'd see more of the Genji and the Echo, kind of the heroes we've already seen from them in the series. And again, they're just going to keep XCal. XCal can do whatever they want, honestly. They can play hit scan. They can play flex if they want to do double flex. They can do whatever. I don't think UCI are panicked in that. My worry with Rhino is, where is the confidence at this point? Because again, they were 0-2 in their maps against Maryville. They did not play the first 2 maps of this series. So they're coming in a little bit cold, but they also have the advantage of they did just watch, or they had time to watch Blinn play this map on stream earlier today. They know some of the set plays that the Buccaneers are going to try and run, and how are they going to try and put pressure onto Hutch and Regime, as I'm guessing they are not keeping that back right. I'm just not even going to talk about the poke hell that is that support line right now. UCI, it's what you expect on this. Mashiro on the Tracer, Brig Ana, and you see Rhino on his signature hero of the Winston.
We forgot one thing, Jesse. This is Sunset's playground. This is
Sunset's playground.
Map. We are yet to see Blinn come on this map and watch Sunset turn it into a personal highlight reel. This is how good he is at the sniper. XCal was doing a good job keeping him in check when he wasn't on the Widow, but the second that swap came through, XCal knew he couldn't take the challenge. So what can he do is, again, not a traditional kind of sniper player, to beat Sunset at his specialist hero.
It's a very tall
Rhino,
order here
the
for
nade!
XCal and Rhino. Again, the nades are going to be a factor, and they are once again, as that has to be a full reset here for UCI. You cannot play this.
No, absolutely not.
They
Oh, that was
got
almost
away
crazy
with
timing
that.
right there. They know where each other are for sure, but this is Rhino, as you said, has not won a map so far today, and to get blown up that quickly, shake it off, buddy. We know that Rhino can put on these great performances on Winston, but sometimes you can be your own worst enemy in these types of scenarios. The problem is UCI are too slow. Hutch is already there with the nades. Grandma's got an arm on her. My goodness. The Buccaneers non-stop movement. This is about to be one of the fastest pushes in this map. It's only now Mashiro and Rhino can actually get in there to try to trade some of this out. Blinn College are just in a better position. Haluk and Sky Sniper still alive, and we should be seeing a close cap here.
Hutch already celebrating. Hutch is, if you've never watched Hutch, one of the loudest players I have ever seen, and in a very good way, obviously. But yeah, when Hutch is playing at their best, everybody feels it. Like you said, they are the IGL, and they're also the vibe monitor, I would say, of this team. If Hutch is feeling himself, the rest of this team is going to be playing at 100%. Like you said, 5 minutes going into second phase is unreal for this map.
And now you have full control of the spaceship. You got there fast enough where everyone on Blinn has the better attacker positioning. Uh-oh, look at that. Another nade onto Otters. This time, though, they will live to see another day. We already see the help. But there, if all else fails with Hutch, you always got plan B, aka Sunset, ripping off heads and making it look easy. The Buccaneers are moving this pale, and Mashiro is doing a decent job of kind of slowing down some of this progress and buying time for a distraction. It's just not enough. We're watching 2 separate battles between these Tracers pushing the cart and everyone else focusing on these supports, on these bio nades, KHDs, and a little bit too close to the tickle cannon. And Blinn College, they're just making a speed run out of Gibraltar.
This is an unreal pace. XCal has given up on the Widow duel. They go over to Cassidy to try and help their backline a little bit more, because Haluk is going uncontested and now has the nano.
And the nano's there. The nade goes wide. Actually, there's another that hit onto Otters. Hutch has it out for UCI's Brig players. Not had a good time, and I gotta say the same for Mashiro. Sky Sniper has been on his back throughout this entire point. Finally, another nade hits into the backline. KHC and Otters have to back up. They can't help XCal. It's all onto Rhino, who got that last-ditch effort. The nano boost, the only thing that was keeping them alive in this. UCI burning everything through this last fight, and it's going to amount to dang near nothing. Rhino, last man standing. The Anteaters on this objective, outnumbered, outmatched, and outclassed so far. Blinn College are perfect when it comes to this dive.
They may be one of the best teams on this map in Collegiate right now. This XL, maybe a little bit of personal 2K on the other DPS of Blinn, but this is unreal. It's very rare that we see a team that is so polished on a map like this, and it's because it puts Sunset. Arguably, this is their best map that we've at least seen from them this semester. Hutch is playing at an unreal level, and Regime, they say they're a Brig god. They're showing it, and UCI just have no answers whatsoever. Yes, XCal will have the Deadeye, but it depends if they get their head taken off during the process.
Whew. Okay, Sunset on some rather sneaky angle. I mean, he's literally on top of him. I don't know what you're going to try to get from up here. All it takes is a single glance, and from the Winston, it forces Rhino to commit onto the high ground, and all the meanwhile, look at the space that Blinn has been able to gain. Are using Sunset almost as a distraction factor. You'll gladly trade a Widowmaker for an auto pick any day of the week. Rhino knows it's important to go into the backline, make something happen, but look what Blinn are doing. The exact same thing, and at 3 times the impact. This payload is about to hit home, and they still have well over 3 minutes on the clock. Sky Sniper blows Otters to bits, and Rhino once again finds himself all alone without his friends. Only the support of KHD, who's too afraid to leave that spawn room. Less than a meter separating this team from a full cap. Well, no, they have the time to regroup.
Yeah, there's no reason to try and int there without Hutch, especially when the Nano's online. Ultimates galore, and it don't matter.
He don't miss. He simply don't miss. You give Sunset the opportunity, he will take the shot, and he will nail it 9 times out of 10. Blinn, you gotta give him a 10 out of 10 for this attack. A record pace for Gibraltar against a UCI team who many of us before this coined them as one of the best to approach this composition.
What in the world is happening? What is going around this tournament? And I get it, this meta has been very upset heavy, right? Like this, there's only been a few teams. There's one team who has not lost a series, and that's ISU. They're on their own, tier. Well, there's just been random losses the entire season, and everyone's been like, what's in the air? I think the gap is so much closer right now than what it used to be. Like last year, you had like a solid top 8. You knew exactly who the top 8 were. You could kind of rearrange the order a little bit, but you knew who that was. This year, nobody knows. Like, nobody knows outside, I would say, like, the top 2, you would argue is still Winthrop and ISU, but everything else is changing. Blinn are masterful on this map so far. If they go on to win this series, I wouldn't be surprised if teams pick a different escort map purely for the fact that then Blinn cannot pick this as one of their map picks if they lose, because this is an unreal pace that they set, 3:10, and now UCI, they're stunned right now. They have no idea what to do.
They looked scared. They looked confused.
They do.
And that is terrifying to think with a team that has Rhino, KHD on this roster. And I mean, what do you do? What do you change? How do you shut down a Blinn College who is setting an unreal pace? And it simply comes down to that. UCI are getting attacked before they are ready for it. Hutch hits the nail in the coffin before the players are ready to react. And UCI, you have to be the ones now to change that tempo. Make Blinn go on the reactionary side of this, because that generally is going to be the best way to turn this around. But it's so hard when Hutch keeps hitting bio-nades like that. Rhino can't even push.
And they're just uncontested, right? There's no way for XCal to try and have a contest because they have to deal with Sunset. And Sunset's won, I would say, like a good 8 out of the 10 duels. Between the two, they missed that time around, but even for that fact, they can just hold this high ground. Sleep goes on to Rhino as soon as they try and push up, and there is just no pressure.
Oh, goodbye. Body
Bye-bye.
shot, perfect follow-up. You knew that the call was there. Sunset heard it, hits the one, and there you go. That's all that it takes for Blinn to keep up this monumentous pace. Halup does overstep himself without the jump. UCI will punish him for his overconfidence. Blinn will at least make UCI hurt a little.
Yeah, they'll make them bleed a tiny bit, but this is, again, look at this. They've given up on hit scan as a whole. XCal went back to Comfort. They will go over to Echo, which I think will help them trying to punish Haluk. I think this is definitely a shift in how they're trying to play this. As soon as somebody dives in, whether it be Haluk or a Sky Sniper, they're going to try and finish with the counter dive very quickly, but it does leave Sunset in a more dangerous position than they already were.
At this point, Blinn are either like, all right, Sunset, if you can hit the shots, we're going to use you as bait for this team, or you can do that. There you go. You can't follow up on the dive. HD couldn't peek to help kill Rhino, so he's currently sitting at sub-half HP, force out the Primal Rage with the Pulse, but this is actually a great opportunity for UCI to work with. It's really only this kind of pesky Tracer as Sky Sniper that you see peppering shots in here and there along the way. Nano Boost is used. I'm not 100% sure. Nope, you didn't need that. UCI absolutely did not need that. Maybe just measure to force Haluk's ultimate out, because it will mean less stall potential later on.
Yeah, I think they take that trade, especially, dude, they almost get Haluk on the exit, but I don't, like I said, I don't know if they needed it. Does Sunset get some pressure? Somebody's got to touch, though, and it will be Sky Sniper for the moment. Otters does have Rally if they need some extra health to finish the job.
Oh, but it's Rhino. Look at that bio nade. He gets so incredibly low. Like, he can never take the initiative here. It's really been Mashiro who stepped it up on this Tracer for the specific attack. Tracer has so much room to work, space to cover, and he's done an excellent job thus far. The Otters rally to kind of close it out. Not ideal for UCI, but you go ahead and take the wins you can get. Nice play to get yourselves through this first point and back in the map.
Because they need a high time bank as well, right? If you look at 310 for Blinn, they cannot mess around. They need, I would argue, at least a minute to a minute and a half minimum for me to feel at least comfortable with where they're standing going into overtime. This is at least, look at this. This is exactly what they need to do. Punish, punish, punish.
There you go. And go first. Do it before Hutch can get set up with Regime. Because if that happens, you're not going to get either of those supports. This is the exact kind of initiative that UCI, the pace that they needed to set. They've gotten their bearings together. They pulled up their bid kid pants, and look where it gets them. This is why we can respect them as a top dive team.
They cannot let Blinn be proactive. Like, they need to force them to be the reactive team. And look, Sunset, because of this. I think it's because there is no sniper on the other end to worry about. But they will now go to the Cassidy themselves. It's the same swap that we saw XCal do a little earlier, but now they got to find an answer for Rhino. They've really started to hit their stride.
Oh, but that was a great drop. Combination of a nade from KHD and Rhino to jump in. Hutch and Regime were well out of position. UCI have now kind of flipped the script here, giving a Blinn a taste of their own medicine. Really one team fight taken on this second objective, and it was all UCI in the kill feed.
All anteaters all the time, and this is what they needed. Now they really feel like they're going to be in a comfortable position. The Widow's return as we enter third phase, definitely more playable for the Widowmaker here. But this is exactly what they're doing. Like you said, they're not letting Hutch set up the team with nades, but it just doesn't matter when Sunset hits shots like that.
No, I think Sunset just knows that he's better, and because of his call, like genuinely, he knows that he's better, and he thinks he's great. And while that is ego 100%, in a game like this where you need to hit the shots, it's important. Sometimes you get played by Mashiro, okay. You got your one. Mashiro also has actually been really popping off here in this past part of the map. Haven't seen a lick of Sky Sniper on this attack whatsoever, so UCI are kind of banking on that Tracer player to move some of that space, and they remove the other Tracer counterpart. Suddenly, Mashiro a lot more free to move.
Yeah, way more freedom. That nano from Hutch onto Haluk really doesn't get a whole lot done. They get slept and they have to jump away. As you can tell, they're still in an awkward spot. They don't have the health to jump back into this, and now the nano on the opposite side.
Yeah, Rhino, just the jump to get so far in, and yeah, it just forces Blinn back into spawn. This payload rounds the final corner. XCal is in a much better position to contest Sunset, but you can tell he doesn't necessarily want to. Just keep the Widowmaker alive as long as you can, but who's saying, you know what, Sunset, I'll make your life easier. Go ahead and juggles XCal off the side of the cliff, and it's just Mashiro. This clutch factor for UCI. First time that he's been playing in this map, and he's the entire reason the UCI are just gonna bowl their way on through. I didn't even expect to see it because Blinn just got beaten to a pulp inside their own spawn doors.
Mashiro woke up. Like, Mashiro is locked in for their first map of this series. And it's the exact spark that UCI needed after the attack from Blinn. It's just a 48-second difference, which on this map, maybe a fight. Like, the fights are so long on this map. It's maybe a one-fight advantage towards Blinn on their attacking side. And I honestly think UCI want to attack first. They want to continue this offensive momentum that they were able to build up in this second and third phases of the map. They continue to put pressure on the Hutch and Regime. So, and because of that, Haluk got punished way more because the healing just was not there.
And you didn't have Hutch and Regime, and Blinn picked this map. We talk about Sunset. Oh, he's so good at hitting shots. Yeah, but how does that happen? How is that space bought for him to get those angles? It's because Hutch and Regime can keep Haluk alive, who therefore stands in those scary positions, and UCI can't push. And you take one little gear out of this clock, then suddenly the whole machine can't function anymore. That's where Blinn found themselves victim to first. UCI are in their rhythm. XCal is on a much more comfortable hero. Mashiro is just playing out of his mind right now. I need to see what Blinn can do to counter this, and it's got to be Sky Sniper first to start stepping up again.
Yeah, Sky Sniper has to step up because Mashiro, as soon as they subbed in, has been ruling the lobby in the Tracer duel. And it's, like you said, it's helped set up everything else for the UCI gameplay at XCal. Just gonna wait for this to die. There it is.
Oh, almost got Haluk, sliver of HP. There we go. Rhino dove on top of it. Make sure Haluk will not live to see another day. And it's all just how it starts. The first domino has fallen, and Blinn College are trying to stop the bleeding before it gets too bad. This team is split. UCI do have the opportunity to collapse on one side before Haluk gets back.
Yeah, they definitely could. It was a nasty pop shot, I won't lie, onto XCal. And I think that was part of it. They realized they don't have their finisher with that focusing beam. But now as Haluk is back, they already dived the backline of KHD.
Oh, and they separated Hutch out too. It's a nice sleep on the Mashiro, so Hutch will make sure that he'll have to sleep that one off for the next morning. UCI just have more damage. Echo coming out from XCal here. It makes a lot of these assassinate type plays on top of Rhino. The burst damage is bigger and better, and it's going to get them right through this first point. Blinn don't have a good reason to continue contesting it. I mean, I would guess they're going to try. You're just down so many. The sticky bombs leave Sunset at 7 HP. You kind of have to back off 0.16 meters, and no, they don't get to the point. They were even when it came to this. They were committing ult to the fight, yet the Buccaneers forget the most important part, touching the payload.
I'm guessing Sunset is swapping here. I doubt they're trying to stick this any longer, and I think that's why it's like, hey, if we lose this fight with the Infocyte, it's fine. But UCI, they're pushing Blinn now, and I think Blinn are panicking a tad bit. They've not been pushed like this on this map so far this weekend. It has been all Blinn all the time up until this point. And it has been a slight change. And again, Hutch taken out early, and so is Regime.
There's Nano and Rally Burns too. This is worst case scenario for Blinn. I mean, they're doing their best to kind of trade this out. That's all Sunset has been able to do. Sky Sniper now, they get the trades, yeah, but what's the actual impact? If you don't have any longevity in these fights, you are going to lose every single time. The Buccaneers need to try to get some sort of regroup together, and Rhino is going to make sure it is staggered, leaving them turned black and blue, just like their colors suggest. A second point capture seems to be on the horizons for a UCI team here, and considering this was a 2-minute starting point, that is an incredible mark to have hit. Blinn College in their own map pick for the first time are falling further behind.
It is just, let's find out a way to stop the bleeding here for Blinn, and they just haven't. There is no way to cauterize the wound at this point. UCI are just going to cut it off because it has been all UCI. KHD now will swap back over to Diana, now having to rush as Haluk will actually swap. They will go off of the Wits. They'll go over to the Junker Queen, pulling a playbook out of like Cumberland and Romani almost. And Sunset's back on the Widowmaker. Look out here though for the duplicate. It's the only ultimate UCI have going forward. And actually, Haluk now they're back over to the Winston, so they can just copy the Winston.
And here's the hard part too. Echo's not going to be good on this point because Sunset has these angles. There's not much cover for Echo to hide behind. Notice how much Intel's struggling. He only stuck it because of this duplicate, and because it's forced early, he uses all of his cooldowns just to get towards this fight. Little bullets chucks the direction of Regime, forces him back. Not that it would have mattered since Haluk was hit with another anti-nade out of KHD. They're down, and Sunset is only taking out the duplicate. Mashiro is in there, and he's not going to stop. UCI are about to get a second full capture on Watchpoint Gibraltar. Unprecedented performance from this team. They were down, they looked miserable and beaten at the first part of this map. This is what a turnaround can do with the mentality of it ain't over until it's over.
My jaw is on the floor. That is an unreal attack from UCI. And you can tell, like, this UCI team, McGravy, who, if you followed Overwatch League for a very long time, or even for a short bit, you know who McGravy is. He's been around for an extremely long time. This is that kind of coaching prowess really showing. To have that bounce back ability for UCI, as disastrous as that defense was. Blinn 310 on that initial time bank left. And they're able to turn around on their attack. And they do it once again at overtime. Hey, what, halfway through second phase? And they just couldn't stop winning. Blinn had no answers for the form that XCal and Mashiro are in. They had no answer for the Echo. And the nades from KHD were on point that entire attack. And now it is Blinn who have their backs against the wall on their own map pick.
And Blinn went from driving this bus on a happy little road trip to being tied to a rope dragged behind it, is what that last defense looks like for them. KHD in specifically, shout out to him. My goodness. The amount of names, sleeps, he just shut down Haluk entirely. KHD, we did learn, stands for Korean Healing Demon, as he likes to go by in short, and certainly he is leaving Blinn's college in a heap of hurt after this attack.
He's playing like a demon right now. This is unreal from KHD. They're putting their name out there as one of the best in Collegiate with this kind of performance, but they need to continue it. As Sunset, again, this has been their map a lot of time, but they are about to get pressed.
XCal's on the Reaper of all heroes. This is just the composition of surely make Haluk's explode, but if I can get Sunset, why not? Reaper slows down the pace of this game, and Blinn College, you have to once again figure out what is going to be the difference, because so far Sunset's Widow isn't cutting it.
It's just not working, and I think they don't have an answer here for XCal either. The fact that they're on this Reaper, it denies Haluk anything more than what they were already struggling to gain. Sky Sniper will actually be the one that will swap. They'll go over to the Echo to try and have that similar finishing ability, but again, I think their issue is going to be keeping Haluk up.
Or you could just get two-tapped by a Reaper. I'm sorry, that's not supposed to happen. There's no way. That was expected. It's only this bio nade that we saw thrown in from Hutch. It gives this team a chance. XCal and Mashiro are running amok. They're straight up walking up to Blinn's backline and just saying, hey, what's up? Socking him in the face, and there's no support in this front line. You can TP back, but Blinn, they look beaten up. They look lost right now.
They look disoriented right now. There's so many different plays trying to happen at once. Sky Sniper doesn't check their corner, so they just get two-tapped by XCal up on the Sterling. And now a minute left. You have to finish this map. It is going to be an incredibly tough order. Sunset will go over to the Ash, but they're going to have the same issue.
I mean, they TP'd on behind them, and the nade, it's not enough to stop a Primal Rage. UCI are so far ahead. You looked how miserable they were at the start of this map. Rhino just looked done. He looked tilted, and the change of pace, his confidence has escalated back to that player that we know he can be. Several years of high-level experience, and it's leading UCI to what seems to be another map victory. Blinn College, they have one more attempt, Jesse, to get this done.
Or at least to have that spark again, right? Like, they need to find something. Nano goes on to Haluk. They'll dive into the backline and forces the rally. And that was a blossom of all time.
Well, you know, you got the picks. There were simultaneous eliminations, but the problem is it's 13 seconds. It's an even trade. In fact, not even. Otters is up front, and he's feeling brawly today. Blinn College out of answers, out of options to pull from, and UCI will pull it back from the brink in one of the biggest turns of a map start that I think we've seen in a hot minute. They're up to match point.
That kind of turnaround is what champions do. Right? Like, having that kind of a ridiculous turnaround in this map. They looked out of it at the end of the push from Blinn. It looked like Blinn was going to go up 2-1. They were going to continue the trend that we've seen from teams of gaining that map pick advantage. And then the script completely flips. UCS seemed like a completely different team. And I think it was just that little halftime break of like, guys, relax, take a breath. We know we can play better than this, and that's exactly what they did during the entirety of the rest of that map. And Sunset also cooled down a little bit. It definitely helped, But you got to give all the credit in the world there to the Anteaters, who are now on match point.
Look, it was step-ups from literally every single player, which is so rare to stay from this point. Like, usually it's like, oh, they're not performing nearly as well as we're used to seeing them, but they identified that Sunset's Widow, we're not going to be able to match that. We need to pull outside of the box here, think about something that won't be expected. I mean, xCal pulled a Reaper. He went to his signature Echo, and both of those paid off in dividends. Not to mention, KHD was playing out of his mind. Mashiro certainly took his time to warm up and is now pretty hot moving forward to the rest of this series. UCI have found the answer to that original problem that Blinn started out with this in. It was almost just a feeler map in the first game of Oasis, and we now see ourselves at a point where a Blinn College who came into this confident, who are so happy to be here as a newer school, their dreams might be cut short.
The walls are crumbling down around them right now. That is the kind of performance, and that's the kind of map that shatters mentals a good 9 out of 10 times, because of the fact that, hey, everybody's in high spirits. You win map 1, yeah, map 2, you know, it was Flashpoint, it's whatever, and you have an excellent start to map 3, and then just nothing positive happens for like 15 minutes. It was all UCI all the time, and it was just worst case scenario for the Buccaneers. They have to find that last gear, because like I said, the gear fell out of the clock and everything fell apart.
It started to look rough there at the tail end, looked boomed, needed time to just take a break, to breathe, to step outside, get away from your computer, and that's exactly what is going to happen for us now. We got at least one more map to come this way in the series. UCI, they're hot, they're cooking. We'll have to see if Blinn has anything left in the kitchen to throw at him for one more try. Head into a quick break. See you on the other side. Pure cinema is what we've been watching so far between UCI and Blinn College. Two teams, they want this win bad. They want the opportunity to go further. For Blinn, this is their chance to make a name for their school in their first and highest placement and appearance so far, whereas UCI yet to get a major achievement with this specific roster, most of them being seniors. This is also the biggest opportunity for them to continue to push higher. UCI, an upset coming out of Watchpoint Gibraltar. 2 full completions, Jesse, on that map. The momentum, the wind is fully in their sails. What is left to go in the series? One more Blinn map pick, and it's going to be Kings Row.
Yeah, it wasn't just the wind was in their sails. They sunk the other ship. The Buccaneers got sunk in Gibraltar. It was not close the second half of that map. It just seemed like UCI found an extra gear and we're just absolutely dead set on continuing that trend. And now Kings Row, it's a little risky because even if you win this map, map 5 is going to be probably Runasapi. Like, they're going to pick Runasapi more than likely. It's JQ heaven. But this obviously does go into effect of like, hey, you're not going to run the JQ more than likely during this map. And the dive isn't great. So you're almost like forcing them to go into this Orisa mirror. And Blinn's setup for this yesterday was phenomenally done. And it really does make it difficult, especially if Blinn start on the defense, for UCI to really break through that.
Dude, my mouth is watering thinking about that setup. Like, it was just so pretty. It was
so
perfect.
Good.
Like, and Blinn knew how to exploit Illini's weaknesses. They didn't have a JQ and a Winston who were the same person. They didn't have that same sort of flexibility. And what actually won Blinn that map earlier too was their ability to set up at range, put Regime on a Zenyatta to add more poke, Sunset Sticks on his Widow. Everything goes great, right? The only thing that I think can affect Blinn here is Blinn is going to be their own worst enemy. They are getting in their own heads. I don't think that is even a question at this point. You pick a map, you start out so well, so confident, 3+ minute time to take at a full completion, just to lose it, double full completion from the other end. This map is a reset. That break could not have come at a better time for this team, and it needs to be coming from a mental standpoint for the team to understand that they are very much still in this game, even if the scoreboard has them at a deficit.
Yeah, they need to stay locked in, and especially, again, Hutch is that IGL. I can't imagine what he's doing right now, but just screaming like, yo, we got it. This is how we need to do it, and especially if they start on defense, because it was their defense on Gibraltar that just got absolutely dismantled by the Anteaters on a map that just earlier today, Blinn looked so good on. So it definitely took them aback. They're going to have to try and fix some things. And it's not just one head of the Hydra they have to worry about here. There is multiple that they got to figure out. We have not been confirmed yet if there are subs in or not, but if Mashiro stays in, they're the hottest hand of this lobby right now. They were playing absolutely insane over on Watchpoint Gibraltar. It's a little more tricky on this map. Tracer doesn't work as well typically. Genji is definitely more of the flex DPS to go with, but it's going to be a lot of pressure on this Blinn defense. Can they find that change that just decimated them the previous map?
It is a Blinn decision. We already know what UCI can do. We already know that they can mount these insane comebacks. It's just a matter of how. We will have those subs confirmed. Romani will be coming in back in for Rhino here, signaling more of this poke/dive, or not dive, rush that we've been seeing with the JQ. Sai returning for his Genji. Now this Blinn defense, that's the thing that we're more worried about. This is the exact same setup that we saw before. Each player will be positioned in a different spot on the high ground to set up for a poke, where Sky Sniper will be playing towards this point. It's almost like this game of cat and mouse, forcing UCI to come to them and taking them out through these rotations.
Yeah, they need to decide very quickly how they want to attack it. Obviously, Sunset will have a little cheeky angle to begin. But like you see, Regime and Hutch, they're going to sit all the way up top. Paluk, if they try to make the rotation all the way through the building and up the stairs, they're going to jab spin them off. My worry here is, that's besides part of it. But if you see I run over Sky Sniper, what is the answer?
Sunset is just Widowmaker God. Like, at this point, what can you do? You predict that shot. I mean, Romani and Otters were already too deep in there. They tried to play the fast game, but you're already down one. Sunset, red X-Cal like a book.
Yeah, that was quick. That was very great. XCal's like, nah, I don't want it. I don't want the smoke. They're already going to make some changes. The Pharah as well off the board. Sai will go on to the Genji to maybe try and jump up onto this high ground, even just displace Regime and Hutch a little bit more. But now Sunset has way more free reign. Here's that rotate across and the jab spin off the high ground.
Yep, they can't move. They can't get to the top. Luke is essentially a battering ram against UCI. You are not allowed access to his squishy teammates. That is illegal in the eyes of Blinn. Sky Sniper can continue to contest his payload. Luke will drop down when he sees the opportunity is for it, or he just needs better sight lines for Hutch. Problem is you stand there too long. You don't have enough healing, and you just don't shoot the deflecting Genji people. Rule number 1. Goodbye, Luke. And UCI will actually take advantage of a slight Blinn overstep.
Yeah, and I don't think Luke walked down on their own power. I'm pretty sure they got Jagged Blade dragged off with Romani. So like, hey, if you're going to push me off, I'll push you back down with me. And it really made Blinn panic, and they weren't able to find the answer. Sky Sniper now going over to the Pharah. They'll give up on the Mei play. And that defense, they probably wanted to hold on at least one more fight so they could start rotating his ultimates. Because now this Zenyatta in street space can get a little tricky. It's way easier now to close the gap.
You have to be very careful if you're Regime. You don't have a whip shot anymore to kind of beat people backwards. They will walk at you, and unless you can snap kick them in the nose, it's not going to end well. Sai and Otter's already on a mission. They spotted Regime. Target number 1 grabs the Mega Health Pack. That's not going to be enough against 2 bloodthirsty players for UCI on the hunt. Spot a second bit of prey, and this is the Apex Predator in the backline. Blinn College are getting separated. This is a team that is so known for playing together, and UCI are tearing them apart bit by bit.
It ends up being a 3v3, but because of both supports and the spawn advantage being there for UCI, it goes their way. This is going to be tricky for Blinn because they have to wait to use the Transcendence here. I don't think there's a reason not to, especially when Sai has the blade ready to go. But the issue is, you can see, Otters is like the best Uber driver you could ever imagine if you were Sai, right? Like 5-star all the time. They got snacks and water in the back of the car. They got the little tablet that you can play games on for the Uber, and they play the best music. That is what Otters is right now for Sai. If they just hunt on Regime, they had no chance.
I want Otters to be my Uber, honestly, if this is how he
Real.
Go for it, go for it. You will wait a little bit because you have the sights out. Romani actually telling a couple of sunset shots. It was like, all right, you want to play this game? Go ahead and chunks the rest of that HP down. And yeah, UCI, you kind of just have to back off. And this is actually really good for Blinn because now they can hold this choke again, where we saw that Sky Sniper is essentially untouchable.
Yeah, you can hold this choke unless you have one of those crazy rotates again. And you only had to use one ultimate. You still have 3 Regime. You are playing a very dangerous game, my friend. Especially considering how quickly they can close the gap. But Sky Sniper's barrage, they're probably just going to wait for the deflect or the sound barrier to be dragged out and then pop it.
I mean, deflect. I mean, you're probably more worried about this rampage. So, Blinn, you gotta go first before Romani pops that, or hope Romani does it early and you don't burn all of your ults trying to live, because it's essentially a death sentence. You don't win a fight where Romani uses the ultimate. It's gonna be an early push forwards, and it's gonna go for the backline, but as we said, that healing is prevented. Transcendence gets a whole lot of nothing done, and while the effort from Blinn was valiant, it's UCI. They just knew that they had the better win cons.
I'm shaking my head a little bit at that Transcendence because...
Now you're swapping.
Yeah, they're going to swap. I think it's just like, hey, we need to swap, just pop it. I don't care if we lose the fight.
Oh.
What a nice little cheeky shot. It won't matter. Second phase done. UCI 3.5 minutes. But this will be how UCI, again, continue. They are not letting Blinn be the aggressors. Granted, with this support comp now, it gets a little easier. But Romani is closing the gap, and they're not getting punished as easily as they were during that first map where Blinn just ran the table against this JQ comp.
No, you can notice that they're being much more safe about the cover, using their speed, cooldown, or just straight up going first like this. Sai pulled out the blade, a couple of swings, hitting the good old cool air of King's Row, and it results in an even trade. The orbital raise also exchanged in this. UCI want to close it out. In fact, it's Otters still alive, but Sai, sliver of HP. Sunset returns from the spawns, doesn't need you to be up close for him to hit the shots. Blinn should be able to get themselves stabilized. UCI just want to keep Otters up.
Yeah, Otters barely stays alive. And now the counterplay will be on Haluk, but they hit the jab, and that will allow them just to back on up. Regime continues to be a personal shield that almost failed, actually, there for a moment. Romani, again, they're having a great job of just closing the gap so quickly with the speed rigs, with the amps from Otters. Well, again, there's only so many avenues now where Blinn can really hide from all of this damage coming in.
No, not really. You're kind of just stuck in the open. It's UCI have the greater mobility and also room to work. Luke is up to another Terra Surge, and anytime we've seen this ultimate, more often than not, it results in a fight win, unless there's a sound barrier, which good news for you, Buccaneers fans. Otters doesn't have that quite yet. Blinn College now have been gifted the golden opportunity. If they can get Haluk to set up, get some barrage rockets in play, we are about to see the fireworks go off, but in fact it's Sky Sniper who goes down, the key component, and making sure the track combo is successful. Instead, Sun that set, cracks his knuckles, steps on up to the plate, and will take out everyone else, making up for Sky Sniper.
Yeah, Sky Sniper's just...
He's not having fun.
Easy, they're not having a great time on this far. You can tell, like, oh, I'm gonna barrage, guys. That's a torpedo going to my face. Okay, never mind. Good luck, team. And they have to swap soon, I think. Like, they have to swap soon, whether it be to probably the Genji themselves. Ampersite will be popped, not yet by Sunset, funny enough. There it is. Soundbarrier goes in, and everything.
UCI full committing to this fight. They want to end this King's Row map here, and now they already got one. Almost has a knife on Hutch too. That's actually key for Blinn. They'll be able to re-engage with an orbital ray since Hutch was able to stay alive, but no, the barrage! It does more harm than it does good for Sky Sniper. UCI, they got all the tools, have been expended. It's only a blade remaining from Psy, and it doesn't even look like he's gonna need it at the pace that this is going. Blinn College use every single resource you could possibly think of. A contest. All of this does is stagger out, burn a couple more seconds off the clock. Hope you can get there. 0.01 meters left. If you can get this down to the next 30 seconds, that would be ideal territory for Blinn. But no, they just shut down UCI's blade before it even starts. There might even be a chance to win this. The spawn advantage is so significant for the defenders in this position. Regime will manage to sneak way out of danger. Again, 0.01 meters. You step a single toe off this field, it is as good as done. Romani looking to be the nail in the coffin, and that is what he's gonna do. 6.4 seconds for UCI's completion.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time. Romani was building up that rampage. As soon as it was popped, it was going to be the end of that attack, especially because the cleanse was used early, and I think it actually missed because of how quickly Haluk was just spinning around the payload. It was not a hit from Regime, but yeah, that is, I would say, a decent padding for Blinn, right? Like, it's not the exact ending they want there, but it's not as bad as what UCI definitely could have made it on that attack. It now opens the door. Blinn on their attack for Watchpoint got completely shut down. The momentum never was able to be rebuilt. And Blinn, even here on the attack, first in over on point A, their defense got found out. The defense that looked impenetrable yesterday got found out relatively quickly. So now it'll be, can they find that momentum again, or is UCI just going to continue running with it and clinch their spot in the top 6, and they will await the winner of this next game?
We're more concerned about the mental of Blinn College heading into this map, and honestly, it didn't seem terrible. I think that this team, yes, you had a rough start with first point, but they were getting a bit of their footing coming into second and third. This map is 1000% still contestable for this team. UCI isn't going to let you have it. You are no longer in a position where you have this positioning advantage. You will have to rip it away from UCI instead. With XCal being on the Widow, that does give Sunset kind of the really just the big shot here, right? He's the one that has been getting every single kill onto the opposing sniper and getting Blinn to these fights.
Yeah, they need Sunset to continue like their Jordan flu game right now. That needs to be the level of play from Sunset. They will continue running the Pharah. I think it's definitely better on the attack. You can play more aggressive with the natural buildings here, but it's still a risk because it has not worked. The Regime just gets caught out.
Yeah, the rotation got a little funky. Haluk tried to go around the side of the statue and left Regime out high and dry, which, don't get me wrong, very good at Brig, but not enough to withstand both Psy and Romani both in their sights. So Blinn College wants to get a quick reset going here. No really big motives yet.
Yeah, nothing yet so far. And yes, they get the kill on autos, but they can just speed across the entire map. They're already here. So not really much of a pick aside. They're just going to, again, wait. They're just waiting for Regime to push up a little bit. But that time, Regime gets out.
Oh, yes, Sunset is the target of choice. Hunts for the sniper. Snai goes out and get in. So far, this has been a near flawless offense, but the problem is with that healing. You see that if you cannot get out, it is an all-in sort of commit. Romani and KHD going down. The two key components that make this team function are out of the equation. Blinn are going to get at least a tick off of this.
Yeah, at least one tick. It will be Otters now speeding the rest of their team back into this fight. And poor Regime twice in a row now just gets beaten to a pulp immediately as soon as the fight begins because they're realizing Regime is playing off angles more often than not.
Sai, though, might have overstepped himself a bit. Yeah, that's Afara in a small room. Not exactly where you want to be with a bunch of explosives. Sky Sniper so much more comfortable when it comes to the hero of his namesake. And Blinn College will get themselves through this first map, only using about 2 minutes to do it.
Yeah, this is exactly what they need as Sunset Kid. This time it almost eliminates themselves and not their tank trying to shoot the deflecting Genji. But this is a decent position for Blinn to be in. They have the orbital ray. HD does not have it yet, actually. So if they try and pop it early here, they will be able to catch UCI off guard, but they have to make sure they keep this rampage from a Romani in line because I think they're almost flawless. Every single time they've used that ult, they've won the fight.
Yeah, there's just no answer for Blinn, and it can negate something like this orbital ray here. Romani takes the initiative, and Blinn just kind of fed them the opportunity. At this point, you mark it as a wash, but that's a terrible ultimate. As you said, we've wanted to trade throughout the day because KHD will have one of his own.
Yeah, no, KHD will have theirs, and it's the perfect answer, that rampage, to the orbital ray of Hutch, because, oh, you get the extra healing, and obviously the extra damage is great, but having that, what, it's like 875, 80 health per second now after the nerf that came in, and Romani can just shut it all down with one simple ultimate. It's insane.
If you're Blinn, you have to be able to kite out of this fight or try to make another combo happen, which I believe is a Terra Surge attempt and results in a trade. The good thing for Blinn is that their spawns are right around the corner, whereas Blinn, or UCI rather, they're going to have to walk a couple miles to get back towards this objective, and the staggers certainly aren't going to help it.
No, the staggers will not help at all. It's a nice little evening hike for UCI to try and get back. Granted, they're on West Coast, so they're more like an afternoon hike still at this point. But yeah, this is... Sunset, you're playing a dangerous game, my friend. I will not lie. I get it. You're feeling yourself. You've had one hell of a weekend. But I would not be staring at JQ and Kenshi in the face that closely.
He was seriously considering shooting that deflected Genji too.
He was fighting demons,
wait a minute,
man.
I probably shouldn't do this. It is on yet another flank here, and it's just hard. You have the beat here and the blade out of UCI. Blinn doesn't stand much of a chance. The fact that you only lose Sky Sniper. Okay, Sunset going down. Never mind. You got it back up. No DPS in tow. Do not let UCI stagger you out on any sounds. Romani is out for blood.
You cannot
use every
let them get a
cooldown.
stag
Wait a minute.
here. Romani, yeah, they get over attentive here to try like, hey, we need to get this. No, you don't. Like you said, they don't need to get that pick off, and instead Romani pays the price. They will not gain this rampage before the fight begins. Sai is hiding in Subway.
Oh, now he's hiding.
Well, that
mind.
is X-Cal, so that actually helps them even more to try and get an early pick off here as they can see Sunset's alone.
Someone's gonna get touched on the payload, so that will happen. Yeah, no chance. You're gonna catch the sneaky little ninja hanging out in the back line. Will there be another rampage out of Romani the Carnage? It's a juicy one, all right. And UCI, they're gonna go ahead and hold on the tank, the hero of the day.
Yeah, that ultimate's just nuts. Or like, especially when you're not running a Kiriko on the other side. It is the perfect answer to this orbital ray. And granted, yes, a lot of people are saying that it needs to get nerfed. There could definitely be a conversation of where that ultimate needs to land because Juno is still a very good support. But I do think that it's the perfect answer to it right now. And I wonder if over time, teams are just going to have to give in and run Kiriko with this, or they just have to basically use the orbital ray instead as a bait ultimate rather than super aggressive because it's been shutting it down every single time. But Luke does have a Terra Search though to try and get Blinn back in this.
Yeah, But again, you use your own orbital ray to bait out Romani's ult, and you just have to hope this kite is successful, and it is more than that. Something even grabbed Psy's head on his way forward. So best case scenario for the Buccaneers to get a re-engage going. UCI's only chance of maintaining this hold is now done. I see 3 shiny light bulbs going off for Blinn College. Let's see how many of those they have to turn off, though. It's going to be as few as possible. Romani has enough sustain to keep touching in and out of this payload, but for how long realistically? You don't have the healing. You know that Barrage wants to come down, and there it is. Romani blown to bits, side to follow suit. And this map just got a whole lot closer. Blinn, just under 2 minutes to push.
And again, they just need to finish with... They just need to finish. Don't need to finish with time because of the stall that they had on UCI's attack. And I think Blinn are starting to understand they have to play counterplay. As much as they hate it, right? Like, they are a team that loves pressing W, loves getting into the face of the opposition. They need to play counter-aggressive through these dives from Romani inside.
No, or, yeah, that's really the only option you have, especially knowing that Sunset is on this Widow on a flank. You don't have the sustained here. And really, you should not have lived through that sound barrier push. They've backed up so quick, waited for Hutch. That is the call of the shot caller, and there's Sunset grabbing both DPS, the second with a Venom Mine of all things. And Blinn College, look at this, we're getting schmovin' when it comes to this build. Final corner is around it, and UCI gotta fight by their own doors.
They understood that Romani will not have the ultimate yet, so they're not afraid to actually use Orbital Ray. They can actually use it aggressively for once, and it puts them in a beautiful spot. They have no other ultimates really to use, but they're just going to try and isolate them at the doors.
I mean, Romani's got another rampage here, so if you're Blinn and you know that, it's either you lose this fight right now, very quickly, and try to take another one, or you gotta commit. The only thing the rampage hits, though, it's just Regime. He's gonna end up falling, but that's actually okay in the long scheme of things for the Buccaneers. At least it should have been the anchor that was the support. Hutch was occupied with Side the whole time. There was no healing for this tank that needed to push the payload just short of getting the capture. And 14 seconds, it's gonna be last-second swaps to scramble.
Yeah, Regime will try and speed in a majority of the team, but Hutch and Sky Sniper, very late spawns. They spawn with 7 seconds left. They will not be here for the beginning of this fight. UCI, nothing to work with. Fluke, ton of pressure on their hands to try and get the combo going with Sky Sniper.
The series is on the line right now. Something were to go right for the Buccaneers. It is here and now. The Suzu coming engaged. They recently swapped. There's Excal hitting the shot. The Terror Surge gets a whole lot of nothing. Sky Sniper is cut down. UCI, this team, they wanted to get an achievement under their belts, and they find themselves one step closer, knocking Blinn out of their heroic run and moving on in this homecoming bracket.
UCI top 6 finish guaranteed. They will await the winner of our next matchup, but what an answer. We were talking after map 1, like, hey, what is going on? Are they just tired? Do they put everything into that Maryville game and not able to really finish it up? And then they have this, right? The next 3 maps are all UCI all the time, and that is just an unreal performance. They make sure that they can play next weekend, championship weekend. A spot is theirs. You got to put in perspective. This team, they've lost 4 games in all competitions this year. 2 of them to Winthrop, 2 of them to ISU. Yeah. Right? Like, they've only lost to the best 2 teams in the league. But going into this, right? Like, they played Maryville earlier today. Can they get the job done? And so far today, the answer has been a resounding yes.
This team is painting themselves to be an easy top 3 contender, and if this is the run, if this is the UCI that we're going to continue to watch throughout the course of the weekend, this upset potential just got a whole lot more serious. And yes, they did get off to a slow start. I think UCI are a team that takes their time to analyze their opponents, and not to mention Blinn specifically prepared for Junker Queen compositions over this past week. And so you were at a bit of disadvantage. But what matters is, I think, especially having McGravy behind the scenes to help this team crack the code that is Blinn, that has been Sunset, a menace who's just shut down team after team. UCI found the answer, and it's not necessarily giving Blinn the game that they want to. They roll in with so much confidence, they force you to play into them. No, it's UCI who turned to the table, said, this is what you're going to play, and Blinn, if you don't adapt to it, you will lose. And at the end of the day, it'll be the Anteaters to close it out in one of the most shocking fashions ever.
One of the best series we've had, and we've had a weekend, or even 2 weekends now, of unreal series, right? This tournament has not disappointed so far. Like, it has been just nuts game after nuts game. and this is a UCI team, we said at the very beginning of the show, they have 4 seniors on this team. They want to actually get that star next to their name. Like, obviously, 3rd place, 4th place. They've been so close time and time again, and they just can't beat those top teams. This is maybe like the ISU lower run that they can really utilize now to really run this lower bracket and get themselves in that kind of position.
It's a team with some serious upset potential. They've worked hard this weekend, Jesse, to make sure that they can get in the spot. Heck, they weren't even that confident heading into Maryville earlier on in the day. They win that game, take Blinn down 3-1. What else lays ahead for this team? And the answer is some good old-fashioned rest and relaxation. Their journey is over for the weekend, but that's not the case for everybody. They'll move on towards our following 2 days of competition, but it's Bellevue that will take on Fisher Esports for that final opportunity of continuation in the lower bracket. We're going to get that game set right up for you. We'll be back with a continuation of the Collegiate homecoming team. We've had ourselves a weekend of exciting games so far, and we only got one more left to go before we go ahead and close ourselves out. One team will be sent home, and the other will have an opportunity to make a top 6 appearance. And Jesse, this is where things start to get interesting, because the stories of these teams are quite unique in a way. You have one team that is expected to be here in the first place, and you have one that's been incredibly inconsistent throughout the season, yet has managed to pull themselves up and meet a Fisher Esports team. Bellevue has been the shocker so far in this lower bracket, had to play against Converse for the 3rd time in the past 3 weeks, mind you. Pulled out the win there and find themselves face to face with a Fisher team who's yet to miss out top 4.
Yeah, Fisher is a team that's always consistent, right? They're going to be near the top every single time. And I think with them being low already, great that they beat Maryville, who again is already out. That's crazy. And then they go late with Northwood. I'm pretty sure that was a 4-mapper. This is a slightly different Fisher team, right? You got some new faces in here. Renko is a new face in here, but this is definitely a team that is still one of the best out there, right? It's stacked across the board, and their loss against Northwood, we talked about it last week. A few head-scratching moments. It definitely felt like they could have won that series against Northwood. For them, the rest of this lower bracket run, they got to try and fix those little mistakes if they want to continue that top 4 form.
Yeah, and this is a squad of some newer faces for the most part. Grapes and Iron are the only ones that are actually back for a 2nd year in a row. Sloth, Cosmic, Renko. I mean, you've seen these names before in the OWCS, in the ranked ladder, Face It, wherever. These guys are around, and they are very familiar with high-level competition. It's just, how does that string together? I think the biggest mystery for us is Cosmic, a very new face to the scene. Was actually not able to pull up too much information on this player prior to this, but watching their performance throughout this tournament on the Genji has become a real backbone, a kind of pillar of reliance for the team to fall back on should they need it, or he just pops off because it's Cosmic and they do pretty dang cool things throughout it. But the pinnacle of consistency has to meet its match at some point. Bellevue on the other side of this battlefield that we're going to see, again, similar levels of experience when it comes to competition, maintained their entire roster for over a year, but have had some really weird games over this semester where they just don't seem like they should be losing throughout that, but have also managed to keep themselves toe-to-toe with the top teams. Like, where do we place this team? That is where this game's going to tell us.
Yeah, it's good. Like, where do we put this team? Because even historically, right, even last year, they were a team that, you know, at their best, they could be challenging for a top 10 spot. And then at other times, we're like, what in the world is this team doing? Like, there were just a lot of variation in the form of this team. They have went out and said, like, they are way more consistent this semester in trying to get scrims, trying to get playtime together. There's a few players on this team who are also playing Calling Out Heroes, so they're trying to balance that out. But they did say Collegiate is the priority. And even though they maybe get a little loud with each other, right? They're not a team that's afraid to kind of talk to each other and get things out of the way. When they are at their best, they have a true upset potential that Fisher needs to watch out for.
Yeah, and Bellevue, I think what's going to help this team out is the glue that holds them together. Like, Avery and Bernice, for some time, I remember during a Calling All Heroes broadcast, they were on opposite teams, but playing in the same room. Like, there's this, like, kind of friendly rivalry almost between these teammates. A lot of them are close with each other, and that really does help them in terms of team synergy. Is you're going to look at a team like Fisher, and you kind of know what to expect. They're, I don't want to say fully one-sided. I think Sloth has pulled out, like, 7 or 8 different heroes over the course of the weekend, but they like to stick with their Orisa. They like to stick with their Ramattra occasionally, even pulled out some Sigma here and there. So it does kind of depend on where Bellevue likes to go. What is going to be your form of consistency against a team who hasn't shown much of a falter since they've taken that one loss earlier on?
Yeah, that is going to be the real question here. Oasis is our first map. It seems like Richard and Kenobi, they always get to go on their vacation home at Ilios. We always have to go over to Oasis. It's kind of funny. Like, it's been almost...
We've only had Oasis.
We've only had Oasis.
Wow.
It is kind of nuts. This entire weekend, that has been the map to be, but I think it's because you have that variation. Ilios definitely brings more of the rush, but obviously you have Lighthouse, which is dive. And if you're not super confident in your Widow play, then you just don't go to Ilios. Or it's like you kind of just shove that to the side, and then nobody likes Busan. At least it appears. I wish we got more love for Busan. I like the map. I do. I think Busan mecha base is great, but this entire weekend just done. Nobody. It's the plague over there in Busan. The question here for Bellevue, they played pretty well on this map earlier today. Fisher, obviously, they 3-0'd at UTD. They had an insane comeback on a Runasapi during their match. I think it was over 100 meters. And the real question is, Fisher, they'll either be consistent and they'll win this map like they should, or Bellevue, again, will punch early and it'll be the Blinn issue from that point on, is can they continue that momentum forward?
I think if Bellevue do end up winning this series, I'm putting them in an underdog sort of position, that it needs to start on Oasis. If you have a rough start to how this game is going to go, I'm not super confident that they'll be able to win. In fact, all of their wins so far, with the exception of the one draw that we had earlier on in the day, have been 3-0s in this tournament. If they lose a map, it's done. So this team is very much one that can get in their own heads and mentality. If you lose a map, it's not going to be easy. So it's going to start with Oasis for round number 1. And what do you try to do? We know Avery has been sticking with more of this Orisa and Winston sort of comp than their comfort zone, but it's also, like, at the same time, the highest placement for Bellevue. Are they happy with the position that they're in? What are they expecting to get out of Fisher? That's the one piece of information that Avery, when I reached out to them, wasn't too keen on talking about. Said, we're just going to go into this match and give it our all, give it our best for this specific game right here, and it's been hard to scrim with all of the players competing in Ka, so that will be either their biggest strength or their greatest weakness heading forwards.
Yeah, this is going to be a true test of can they really take that next step into the limelight, into, you know, top 8, top 6 conversations, which continue to be ever so crowded due to other results. Or will it be Fisher kind of solidifying themselves like, hey, we're still a top 4 team. We're still a top 4, top 5 team. We deserve to be in that conversation, especially I think Maryville is going to take a tumble down a lot of people's rankings soon because of the fact of today's and this weekend's performance overall. This is a lot of pressure, though, onto Fisher to get it done. Bellevue, I'll say it this way, this result is the result. Like, I think no matter what, top 8 is a phenomenal finish for them. And like you said, they had to play Converse a ton. They had to play them 3 times in 3 weeks. And the fact that they were able to continue making that improvement against the same team who was their rival time and time again, that shows that they have that availability to make that improvement. I was assuming that Roadhog was not coming out. I was about to give my mind a little bit on what Avery was doing, but no, they will go over to the Orisa. It's not a shock. It's one of their best heroes so far. We got full mirror, except for the DPS, actually. Very different DPS lines.
We know how much Stone likes to play this May, and I'm honestly shocked we haven't seen it more this weekend. I also think it does come down to Stone not a big Genji fan in comparison to this, and rather have Ivory play that sort of role, and that's completely fine. It does make sure that Iron essentially has to watch where he's stepping, and moving through those small corridors is slower. Notice how they waited for that wall to go down, and now we'll actually try to meet Bellevue on this main part of the objective, but you also got greater poke damage. I think that's Cosmic tanking an icicle there, and Fisher Esports gonna go ahead and back on out.
Yeah, you can't fight this without Cosmic, especially because as well, Iron is half, Sloth is half health. They're actually going to be keeping the range game here for Ivory. They're just going to be able to chill up on the high ground. It's going to be pretty choreographed. If someone's going to go up there or just long range icicles with Stone.
Yeah, that's not fun. That's kind of the hard part about this May. It's almost like you're playing an extensive poke. There's more range character. May gets more value out of these secondary icicles than she does that kind of primary slow now, especially against an Orisa who could care less about that with Fortify.
It's like the Orisa doesn't care. The DPS definitely will, as they're bringing a Midwestern's worst nightmare, honestly, with those icicles, and already Cosmic half health, deflect force. They're just getting punished so quick.
And look at this, Bellevue already has a ton of ults to work with. You don't get the chance to use Blizzard, but you can use everything else. In the bank throw on Ivory, popping her ult at the same time. Renko attempting some Fisher stabilization in this corner. That's actually what will end up happening. Cosmic finally gets that dash in that he's been looking for all game long. Fisher have been winning games because of Cosmic's initiation.
I think Stone got a little greedy with the positioning there, and the flashbang stun was just enough time for Fisher to finish off that kill before they could go into the ice block. But for Bellevue, you use, what, 2 ultimates there? You still got 3 going into this next one. It's not the worst case scenario, as it really will be the fact of Ivory does stick it here, so they're trying to continue playing that range game in isolation with Stone, but so far it just hasn't really worked out after that first fight.
No, not exactly. The Dynamites bring a bit more to the table. This isn't flank blizzard we're about to see set up. I mean, it was close, but that wall is certainly not where Stone wanted it to be. It doesn't do a whole lot of anything, as a matter of fact. It just allows Cosmic free entry towards the backline, knowing there's no May to stop this Dragon Blade after all. Fisher Esports taking advantage of Bellevue being a bit off tempo there.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
stagger.
a little off tempo on this stagger. Unlucky Bernice. Did they get the same wave as Stone? They did, actually. So that's not the worst case, actually. The wave respawns that I think are good for the game, personally. I know I'm maybe not the most popular man by saying that that opinion, but it does save Bellevue some time, and now they can push in without having to wait egregiously long. But Cosmic really has started to become alive in this series, and again, it's a lot of pressure on the Stone to slow him down, but Iron gets isolated.
And that's a good May wall. There we go. It took a minute, but Stone eventually landed the blow that he's been looking to set up there. Terra Surge shut down, Cosmic right along with it. Oh, I think Avery just uses that to stay alive. It's never an ideal situation. They stagger.
That was very much trying to stay alive. This is a disaster for Bellevue. They're getting split up. Sloth finds one on point. They have to retreat here, knowing they cannot lose the fight as Stone gets caught out and they're not contesting.
Yeah, I don't think Stone really can live through this unless he can somehow get back to the orbital ray, but no, will be kabobbed before the opportunity is given to him. Fisher Esports are back on in this thanks to Renko, and that is a short-lived capture.
Very short-lived, and now it will be how quickly can you get over to this point? Bernice goes over to the Lucio, Stone over to the Tracer. They got to make sure they get quality touches, but because of that, the only ultimate they will have is going to be Bob late on. This Sloth is so aggressive.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Ivory. That was just a quick old 1-2 with the Javelin, finish it off with the Deadeye, and Fisher Esports look calm, cool, and collected through map number 1. This is kind of what we're talking about, a team that if you're going to give them the opportunity to play textbook Overwatch, they'll run away with it.
Yeah, they are so good when it comes just to the simple things. And this meta is so much about the team play. It is, unless you're in kind of a Widow duel, it is so much less about the individual skill and so much more about the coordination, the communication, and the team play that comes with this composition. And that is what Fisher, they've thrived on for ages. They've never been about the super poppy plays. And yes, obviously, they've had their fair share of players that have had those pop-offs, like Neb, who was their, standout flex support for years. This meta really lets them shine in that aspect to where they just love the team play aspect of this. And now, again, they can just continue that on forward. Obviously, the TPs will come out. And this really starts the disadvantage of Bellevue having to kind of stick to this May Ashe comp that, yes, they're more comfortable with, but compositionally wise, it does give the advantage to Fisher more often than not.
And that first May wall gets a whole lot of nothing done. I mean, Stone hasn't been able to land it as one good wall throughout this map. And considering that's one of your main win cons, not a great rate to start. And I think it's also Fisher's kind of how quickly they're moving through these choke points. Stone has the smallest window to actually put up a quality barrier behind them. Iron's not going to blink too much at it. Fisher already have the first capture. Grove is a tad bit overextended. Home managed to skate over to safety, but Stone is on the high ground completely by himself. Bernice is there, knight in shining armor, at least for her teammate, but I mean, Bellevue, they're scattered. They have to get themselves back together.
Yeah, miniature reset to get cooldowns back online. Trying to almost wait at this point for the orbital ray to go down, but they're trying to challenge this high ground. Fisher eventually give it up.
Yeah, there you go. Look how low these health bars are getting. You do lose Bernice off the side of the map. Not sure that was intentional or not. Bellevue seemed to be A-okay otherwise, though. Avery grabbed 2 of their own. Kurova pops the orbital ray that Renko can't quite match just yet. Might not have the opportunity to, as he's burned down before that happens. There we go. Bellevue pull themselves at least a little bit together, but losing Bernice so early on in that fight. Like, these scrappy battles are coming back to bite them hard.
I gotta know what happened there. I gotta know what happened, because if they have Bernice, they probably build up rally during the rest of that fight, even with the orbital ray out. And they win that fight. That was a fight they could not afford to lose, because all Fish is thrown in was the rally. So now they'll have 4 ultimates just to rotate. Sloth can delay time with this Deadeye. They could just make it one-fight territory if they stall for long enough.
Well, the bomb at least applies pressure towards the objective. Not that the players on the high ground are concerned about it. Bellevue, percentage ticking on up, and Fisher, they're fine with this. They have the advantage, at least in terms of map control and presence. Avery eventually thinks about pushing in here, but I mean, look at all these ults that you could pull out. Just the Terror Surge downtown. Sloth didn't catch any stragglers from that. Good chunk down into Avery. The tank from Bellevue is dealt with. The Blizzard is down to nothing. And yeah, you might want to pick up that ice cream cone off the floor again, because Bellevue, you're pretty sad after that outcome.
Yeah, the Blizzard almost helped Fisher more than it hurt, because of the fact it just let them isolate the targets more, right? On the outside of the point. Sloth, this is rude if they get something here. They'll actually, they barely do not see Stone trying to get the rotate in for the touch. But the issue is they won't have anything to deal with this orbital ray from Renko shortly.
Nah, it's gotta be Bernice helping rally this team together. Robo's already a single HP though. Cosmic has everything to deal with, and no one looks at Sloth. Sloth was still on the flank that whole time, in a position to catch Bellevue off guard. A team that's already struggling to maintain their cohesiveness, walking into these fights, let alone getting torn apart from the backside. Fisher Esports have looked controlled throughout this whole map, and this is the advantage of playing together, having that high level of experience. We'll get him a clean win on Oasis.
An extremely clean win for Fisher, and this is the standard that we know them for. And this is why we said at the beginning is, as great of a win as it was for Bellevue to get over the line, to beat Converse earlier today. Fisher's a different breed of team that you gotta try and take down. There's a reason why they're consistently one of the best in the country, and that is a wake-up call for Bellevue to try and get something together. And my hope for them is, we talked about earlier, sometimes the mentals can get a little boomed. They said it, right? Like, sometimes they have a history of arguing with each other. If things are starting to not go well, they can't afford to have that happen right now. They need to have a calm conversation. What is the pivot and what is the map pick to try and get us in a position to tie this thing up?
It's going to be even more of an uphill battle, too, because then again, out of every single game that Bellevue has played this season, which I think is close to 20, they've won 2 of them where they've dropped a map. Everything else was either a complete sweep or they ended up losing. You're going to have to change those odds a bit more if this team is to persist for it. And based on just from our experience seeing these guys perform in Calling All Heroes or in Faceit tournaments in general, they have the talent. They know what they'll need to actually swap up. I don't think the May was working, and you stuck on that way too long. I like the Tracer Sojourn. We didn't get to see it, unfortunately, but it does show that Bellevue, it's finally starting to click, like, okay, our game plan, what we prepared to come in today, it's completely off the rails. Throw it in the garbage can. The spaghetti's already on the floor. Let's pick ourselves back up and head in to this next map, which you do question, what is it going to be necessarily? Do they want to force a more chaotic style? Absolutely. Bellevue, one of the few teams to pick Clash this weekend, and they'll pick Throne of Anubis for, I believe, the 3rd time.
Yeah, they love Anubis, huh?
I guess so.
QCP is not coming back, Bellevue. Just saying, this is the Anubis we're stuck with. Now, but like you said, the May did not work. Like, flat out, the May did not work. Fisher knew exactly what to anticipate. And they, like you said, they almost baited out the walls time and time again. And Stone got stuck in really awkward positions because they would try and play aggressive with the wall. It'd get baited out. Fisher would try and counterattack, and they ice block. And then they're just kind of stranded on an island. There is really no way for Bellevue to try and save their flex DPS. And from that point on, they just take advantage of the 5v4 and they run the table. And you brought it up. They're 3-7 in the 10 games they've lost a map. They've only won 3 times. They've lost 7 of those, including one to Cumberland at the beginning of the round of 16. So this is going to be a really good test for Bellevue. Is, do they have that comeback ability? Can they bring it back? Or it will be, that 8th time to where once they drop a map, everything kind of starts to spiral and they're never really able to gain control again.
I think that's where Bellevue need to be. Because in Control, it almost seemed that they fell victim to their own chaos. Like, setting Stone up on some crazy flanks, and Ivory was on a strong off angle. Bernice had to go out of her way to help the DPS, and it seemed weird. Clash at least is a game mode that can allow you to do more of these things. The goal for Bellevue is to overwhelm what Fisher's kind of cold, hard execution has been so far. Not going to be as easy with the Junker Queen, but we'll see what they're able to roll out with.
Yeah, they're just pulling out the UCI strat here, going with the Lucio Juno as well.
Yeah.
For Fisher, they've not been afraid, but Redco gets sniped early.
Now, Ivory is Sojourn. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
Ivory is Sojourn, loves this hero to bits because they are so gosh darn good at it, and I'm glad that this is pulled out now. The Ashe wasn't getting nearly the amount of value it needed to get, and getting just that one pick on the support. Fisher Esports, they want to try to contest. You get yourselves a second fight born into it. Let's see how long it actually lasts. Stone again kind of oversteps their bounds. Never actually popped out that ice block. Bellevue struggling to make this May fit on towards the competition. It's instead Ivory, who newly swapped over to the Sojourn, has had much better luck. You just don't have the healing. You don't have the overall sustain to help this front line that is slower, that is kind of victim to standing in front of Iron and taking shots.
Yeah, I love that retake, and that is what Throne of Anubis really can provide. If you lose the initial fight, you don't, as long as you don't lose everybody, you can put a recontest in. And that is especially the advantage of this comp, right? To where they want to play extremely fast. They're not going to let Stone set up the wall and try and play around the wall. They're just going to run past. And Sloth is using the flashbangs in a brilliant way. Every single time Stone tries to get forward, it's always designated for Stone to disrupt, and it causes a lot of panic for the rest of the Bellevue attack. They do have the orbital ray to try and use on this high ground. They're trying to hold it for their lives right now, but they'd rather not use it if possible.
I mean, Manuel's already out too, and that was actually a very well placed one, and forces Sloth to kind of be put up against a backboard for Ivory to chop down Bellevue. They got the first pick again on this flashpoint, but as we saw from round C, it doesn't do a whole lot if you can't close it out. There we go. Stone following it up with the second in the kill feed. Grova popping the orbital ray just for good measure, especially the fact that Renko ended up using his as well. Bellevue are looking to be in a much more comfortable spot.
Yeah, Bellevue in a much better spot because of the fact they did get that ult out from Renko, and it will actually force a swap. Sloth off of, they'll be on the Tracer, now on to the Venture. They're trying to figure out what the heck they actually want to do. I don't think the Venture is actually a bad idea. Cause a little more displacement into the realm here, especially, again, onto Avery, on the Stone. And Ivory, like I said, they love the Sojourn. They got to find an answer for it here for Fisher. They've done an okay job so far. They were able to survive because Cosmic got that early pick, but you can't bank on that every time.
Nope, especially when Cosmic has a blade. Blizzard does an excellent job of zoning him out. Look at that, he peeked his head up, got chipped with the chip damage. I'm like, nope, I am out of here. And instead forces Iron to be open. No, a javelin. Avery staples him to the wall. Bellevue are back in this game, counter on every resource that Fisher had in mind. It's so hard to do, but if there's someone that can have these performances, it's Bellevue.
Yeah, that was such a good job. Denies the attack there from Iron. Renko gets staggered out again here. That is not what you need here for Fisher. If you want to try and find a recontest, the wall goes up like, no, go away. This is ours, and we will be making our way over to point B for the first time today. But yeah, that was a great attack for Bellevue, and they still have the overclock from Ivory. They can lock it down. They'll just be waiting for that deflect from Cosmic to go down so they can try and take advantage, because the Rampage is the best ultimate, and it just got canceled out completely.
No, you don't have it in Fisher Esports. They're back, spin up against the wall, and yeah, one part of it is due to Ivory absolutely on one. When it's come to this map specifically, Sloth has not had a good time playing the Rock Buncher thus far. Fisher Esports down a DPS, and I think they've lost every first pick, but no, it got a whole lot worse. The Ajax out of Graves. Bellevue, they're making sure Fisher are not allowed to use a single ultimate.
Oh, that is painful if you're Graves. The most painful Ajax you could ever see. And if my memory is correct, they had one against Northwood as well. So that is rough. As yeah. Now it'll be, the complete swap. They'll match the Orisa. Graves will make their way over to the Brig because of that fact. Cosmic's in an okay position right now to try and get pressure onto Ivory and Kurova, but they're almost too deep.
Oh, Cosmic, you can't be doing that. Sloth is there, sure, but honestly, if you're Bellevue, this point is all about getting resources out of the team. You're not going to take a tick. Bellevue wants to set up for a better fight on Objective B.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly what they want to do. They don't need to int into A.
No.
That's been something that I think teams have started to learn about this game mode, you know, as the weeks have gone on. To where A, it's super snowballing. If you try and fight that hard and you lose it and you drain all your resources, it's really easy for the other team to mount a comeback, bring it back to the middle, and get those crucial points. So I don't blame them at all. Ivory's in a rough spot. They will not be here for the beginning of this fight on high ground, but advantage still firmly in the hands of Bellevue.
Bellevue, and this is where those Mei walls can actually be a thorn in the side for this team. And look at Cosmic too. He's trying so hard to get up towards this high ground, but between both Avery and Ivory, has not had too much luck with it so far. Couple armor packs from Bernice. Make sure that Bellevue and start getting some of this points turned to pink. They almost baited out. Fisher with the choice to push up with an unmatched orbital Raven. They're kind of taking their time with this one. Usually we've seen Fisher start to go in relatively quick. Guns ablazing. Well, there is one gun ablazing. It's Sloth on the high ground. Not going too deep though. They're not taking risks. That's where Fisher has decided to play safe, and it's paying off. There's two for Cosmic's Blade, and they can just throw them all down. Why don't you? Cosmic, one of the best Genjis we've been watching all weekend.
Yeah, and again, Stone's Blizzard doesn't really do a whole lot, right? It tries to back off that pressure that Cosmic had coming in from the Blade, and even though they do a great job, honestly, you know, Sloth's ultimate didn't get a whole lot done on high ground. You don't have to use Ivories, but you don't deal with Cosmic on the low ground. All of a sudden, we're going to a best of 5. Yeah, best of 5 here. Or best of 3, I should say. First to 2, the rest of the way. Math is hard this late into a day when upsets are, you know, about.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, if you're in weekend mode, you don't exactly want to do your math homework. Like,
more of a
I didn't want to
geometry
do
guy.
it. Yeah. No, I'm a stats person. But hey, doesn't matter. I do know one stat, and it's that Stone typically doesn't get those first final blows. And if Fisher pop ults, they have not been allowed to win the fights that involve them. Iron and Reiko want to change that narrative and picked up one player apiece, and it's not going to matter though. The Mei wall is already there, and it is not a happy day for either Grapes and Renko. But the focus fire, it's not present. Iron takes down Stone, who was attempting to hold the tank at the gate, preventing reinforcements for the support kit. It took too long. Avery, we just watched him try to take Grapes and Renko, who were doing too much healing each other.
Yeah, there was just not enough love to be given around, and Avery's just like, help, please, like, somebody help me, and there's just nothing that the supports can do because they're trying to keep each other up, thinking, hey, maybe if I keep, you know, the other support up, they can heal the tank, and both tanks thought alike, and just this time it's actually not a good thing for that to happen. Fisher have complete high ground control. Bellevue have to kind of play on the off angle, and Avery is not with the team quite yet. It is not a great spot for them to start in this must-win fight. Here's the push.
I mean, the Mei wall's already gone. This is the only point that Fisher needs to win. Yet they won the past 3 in a row, and it's been silence, radio silence out of Bellevue. Avery is doing his best to change the narrative. The Blizzard throwing in as well, but I mean, Stone's down again. Avery, they don't have the healing to stabilize behind. Bernice and Kurova completely cut off from the rest of their team. If Bellevue gets a contest, it's not going to be a pretty one.
No, the contest will not be pretty by any sense of the imagination. Everybody going out to the stall characters. Kurova's ultimate would be the only one they could use, but here's Renko.
Yep, going on in. Grape stunning Avery up, and it's Iron. All the javelins, the sharp objects are being swung left, right, and center. Fisher Esports went to the most chaotic map type of them all, yet still comes out on top, playing their game the way they want it to happen. Now up to match point.
And this is what we thought this series had the potential to turn into, right? Fisher just showing how coordinated they are. They're playing around the Mei walls from Stone beautifully, and everything that Bellevue try and throw it at them, it just is not working. And that was a swing, obviously, from Bellevue. You try and bring them to a chaotic map. You get them to change compositions, and even eventually, you know, they match the Russo. They start off on the JQ. Doesn't work out entirely in their favor. You get them to go to the mirror, and then Bellevue just lose the mirror the rest of the way. Fisher have to be feeling really good about themselves, and now Bellevue They gotta bring the reverse sweep, which in this format is just so incredibly difficult.
Yeah, and especially when Fisher just like stand up this tall and almost like not even breaking a sweat. That's 2 of Bellevue's map picks now that have not gone their way. And Bellevue, they're trying to regroup. You can tell that the changes have been happening. Ivory looked a ton better on this map, but Bellevue, you gotta do more than just kind of put on a new set of armor and go forwards. We're talking like exchanging limbs here. Something has to go, has to be a difference, and it is much bigger than just a player swapping a hero. It needs to be more on the fundamental side. You're playing Fisher's hand, essentially, is what's happening. Even if you think you're taking initiative, there's always an ulterior motive, something that's kind of laying under the table so it goes, boom, it comes out, it surprises you. That's how Fisher have beaten team after team, how they almost upset Northwood early on, took out Maryville to that lower bracket. Like, this is a squad that knows how to play good old-fashioned Overwatch. And Bellevue, their chaos has not caused them to blink.
No, the chaos has not disrupted the Falcons whatsoever. And granted, like, this is a Fisher team. They've had their ups and downs, right? They had 2 forfeit losses during Swiss stage due to scheduling conflicts. So their seeding going into this wasn't great. Hence why they had to play Maryville in the round of 16. It's not typically where you would see that kind of matchup. But because of that, they put themselves in an awkward spot. But they've taken that and they've ran with it. They've not let it slow them down. And throughout the rest of the back half of this season, their only 2 genuine losses were to ISU and then Northwood. Again, a game they probably felt they could have had. There was a lot of simple mistakes. And at the beginning of this series, we said, hey, where are those mistakes? Are they going to continue? And will they open up that door for Bellevue to pull this upset? And so far, no. Those mistakes have not been there. Fisher have been way cleaner than they were last weekend.
I don't know what can force Fisher to stop right now. Like, you've won 2 maps confidently, and they know that they can achieve great things. Like, heck, this is a team that has made multiple finals appearances, not to mention they got second in the previous iteration of this tournament, the Homecoming in 2023, third in Homecoming 2022. Even if the rosters have changed a little bit, this is a squad that has high expectations placed on them, because even if they seem a little bit shaky within the regular part of the year, they always find a way to perform in these types of tournaments.
Yeah, they have that clutch genetic where they're always going to be there at the very end. Their thing has been, once you get to, top 4, lower finals, upper finals, that's when they start to falter. And I wonder if this year, this could be the year, right? Like, with the meta that we have, granted, apparently there's a mid-season patch that drops Tuesday. That can throw a wrench in everything, but that is a next weekend issue for these teams. Circuit Royale will be the call. So you can tell Bellevue are like, hey, the rush ain't working. It ain't doing what we need it to do. We're going to go full on poke. It's not a horrible composition, I would say, for either team, but definitely a change of pace.
I think it's just a great choice, honestly. You know how Avery first made their name as a tank player here?
True.
He was playing Sigma. They are so dang good at chucking boulders at people and just everything that has to do with that hero in general. Like, Avery wants to be the anchor for this team, and historically other rosters that they've been on, it's been the case that Avery is there, the rest of the team finds a way to play around them. They're always that consistent pillar where you need to show up. Ivory can play more of those sniper hit scans, or even pull out a Hanzo at a pop-off moment in Calling All Heroes just last weekend on this map with that specific hero. Bernice much more comfortable on the Brig. We could see some Bap or Zen from the other side. Like, this is Bellevue's most comfortable map pick that is left in the pool. They're going back to their default factory settings for one more chance. If you are going to turn this series around, you have to do it on a positive note and understand that it will be an uphill battle, a mountain even, that you're going to have to climb to take a Fisher Esports team down. Because it's not like they're uncomfortable pulling out this map either.
No, they're not super uncomfortable with it. So I think it is Bellevue, like you said. They're really trying to pull into the strengths of their hero pools now. Putting Avery on this Sigma. Iron Sigma is nothing to scoff at either. And honestly, I'm really curious how this Sigma duel is going to go. But it does really put Ivory in a spotlight position. They were great against Converse, right? One of the big reasons why they won that series. They've been pretty quiet so far. They've been silenced by Sloth, by Cosmic. Can they find the momentum again? Oh, we're gonna hear something again, Sloth? I know we did it last time. No? Okay. Well, we must have missed it. Rich Rat is slamming his desk right now, wanting to hear what that was. But I think that this is going to be a great opportunity for Bellevue to snatch the momentum back, just to keep their hopes alive.
You're not going to have anyone that necessarily wants to take Ivory on in a Widowmaker duel.
No.
Sloth, again, played every hero under the sun, not Widow, somehow, throughout all of those. So it also kind of makes that difference come up. You just need to hit the shots. It's already a good chunker onto Iron there. You also don't really have a Genji. Stone will stick on this Mei, which has been left some to desire so far in this game. It just makes Fisher, or really Iron, attempting to take space. His job got a lot harder.
Yeah, there's definitely been some question marks next to this Mei play, but it could work here. If you can isolate, but you gotta save Avery now.
And now you wanted to take the proactive wall, usually you do on the defense, but in that moment it was, oh no, my tank's about to die. I need to save them. But great job. Zone did exactly that. No bodies yet to hit the floor in the first minute of Circuit Royale, which is a pretty common thing for a big pokey map with this one, but there it is. Sloth is somehow so deep into enemy backlines right now. Bellevue didn't know what to do. Complete team kill for Fisher. Monumental pace, 5 minutes set.
Yeah, we're getting flashbacks right now, huh? We're getting
boy.
flashbacks at the last series of, oh no, what could happen here? Very quick pushes. Yeah, Iron gets walled, but nothing really to come of it. Like I said, Sloth was everywhere. Just sliding all over the place. They pushed the backline already. Ivory gives up the Widow because of the pace that Fisher were playing at. At least Ash has some sort of way to get out.
This time you're not as much of a glass cannon, you know, you burn the entire enemy team or you are the first one to die. Often the case with sniper players like that. Hopefully this greater consistency can show with this ultimate fight. The Blizzard, this time with no abilities to run away, at least locks up Iron into a very tall form of popsicle. Doesn't matter. Fisher Esports are on it this game. They have every ult. Snowball is simply too big for Bellevue to push back up that hill.
Yeah, this is the exact opposite of what you needed to happen if you're Bellevue, right? It's your map pick. You need to start the defense in a good spot, and all of a sudden you're looking at a monumental time bank for Fisher. As yeah, there will be no touch. Add time to the board. 5.5 minutes going into the final phase, and Iron's getting ready to ult.
But to be fair, if you are going to get a hold on this map, it is here. Yeah, this hotel section is very difficult to push because high ground isn't easily acceptable, and if you have a Mei here, you put up a wall, you're completely cut off from any resources. Iron will opt to use the Gravitic Flux, dodging any accretions that might come the way. There isn't really anyone to follow up on that, though. Bellevue wants to show what teamwork looks like in a Gravitic Flux, and there you go. Iron turned into a pancake, and Bellevue and now have the first player advantage that they've had the entire map so far. The bleeding has been stopped temporarily, but a 5-minute time bank, you're gonna have to do that many times again.
Yeah, this is going to be increasingly difficult if you are Bellevue. Granted, like, Fisher did have to use a whole lot of ultimates, and they didn't win that fight, so they have nothing going into this. For Bellevue, you have to rotate those because you cannot afford. Fisher's just going to try and hold on to a lot of those ultimates once they build them up. You need to find a way to stop that oncoming push, but also win these neutral fights where you have that ultimate advantage without using everything. It's 4D chess, but you gotta have it at this point with this kind of time bank.
With what Bellevue have working in the toolbox, you should be winning at least these next 2 fights, assuming you don't just burn every resource that you have available to you. Ivory's Bob is completely kited, so Fisher Esports are kind of forced to play on this weird little staircase that's on the outside of the map. Stone setting up for a wall, and there you go. Cosmic out of the position as a dash back towards the team. Marengo is waiting to regroup with an orbital ray. Bellevue matching that blow for blow, yet not the damage, the stun, not even close to stopping the momentum of Sloth, of Greats, of everything. Bellevue's one job was to not use all of their resources to win the fight, yet they don't win the fight, and they use everything.
Yeah, that's rough. That's a rough one. The one they don't use is the Blizzard, which I think could have helped them there. At least just pause for a second, like, yo, relax. And Stone is just never able to use it. They get forced to ice block incredibly fast. part of Fisher still have that extra shield health from the rally to work with, and Cosmic getting ready to blade. But again, this part of the map is increasing. This is so hard, right? This is extremely hard to push. Cosmic already in the backline trying to get ready for it. But there has to be a perfect push, and that is not the beginning.
Oh, there you go. We get to see the value that this Mei can bring to the table. This is one of Stone's favorite heroes to pull out, and while he hasn't looked great on it so far, there's always a spot for him to turn it around. This spot is great for this specific hero, and if you can keep making plays like that, Fisher Esports, we'll see this time bank get strong.
Yeah, and again, time is time here for Fisher. They have plenty to work with. They have plenty to work with, but they obviously want to try and finish. If they can finish with a minute left for this map, that's still fine, right? Like, finishing with a minute here is like finishing with 2.5 minutes on King's Row. So, Flux will go out, and oh, Iron's almost dead.
Actually still lives. Grapes and Redco pumping the heals in overtime there into the tank, and from Fisher. A-OK with the exception of their Genji player. Gravitic Flux now responding the other side. Avery is not in the great spot. It's only Kurogo has been hovering in this corner for so long, pumping the heals into this tank, and this choke point. This is exactly where Bellevue wanted to formulate this hold on third point.
This is where the Mei can truly shine, right? At the very beginning of the map, and then here. They're the best two places here for the Mei and Stone. Again, they've had a rough series. Like, there's no sugarcoating it. It has not been their best work, but this is where they can truly try and get their team back into the mix. If they can full hold this with, granted, what, 15, 20 meters before the finish line, at least it gives them that opportunity to not have to go to OT. They could win it in regulation, and then at least have some momentum going into the break, knowing that, hey, we're 1-2 down, it's a reverse sweep, but we got that first one out of the way.
The only thing with this here is Bellevue, you can't get too antsy. I mean, Fisher have time on their side. They can afford to play nice and slow like this. You gotta be calm, you gotta be cool. And Ivory with the first pick certainly helps that. Cosmic now played. Look how scared they are to dash into this team. Did not want to go near Bernice's rally out of fear, because that will be one way to send you to an early grave. Fisher Esports, they have to really crack the code of this third point defense. Bellevue have sat themselves up in their gamer chairs and are giving themselves a chance. Ooh!
Yeah, and those are great staggers. Renko and Iron won't be in for a while. This is what you needed for Bellevue. Now, with how these fights have been going, maybe one fight remaining. They're going to have the Ray coming in here from Kurova in a minute. Renko will have theirs to match. The big support advantage will be, hey, Grapes has the rally for that extra health. I'm looking at Stone again. Last time when both Rays were used, they did not pop the Blizzard. They get ran over. I would love to see them, if they're in a position for it, pop it. That is aggressive.
Well, speaking of positioning, Sloth is in there. Both of them by themselves for the longest time. It's like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going in. Iron eventually rotated to meet them, but the ultimates, they don't have them. Stone got the Blizzard off at least before he fell. It gives them a fighting chance, sure. Yet Fisher, they're so far ahead. It's all Sloth hitting the shot, the star player that we know that he can be. Fisher Esports will walk it home in overtime.
Not bad for Bellevue, but the hardest part of the mountain is coming up, right? The attack on this map can be just so hard. It's like ice skating uphill. Not fun. Like, not fun in the slightest if you are Bellevue, but it's winnable. Like, that is the mentality they have to think. It is so winnable to get this to OT, to keep the dream alive. Fisher, they were stumped. They were trying to figure out. It took them a long time to figure out how to get pressure on this high ground. Eventually, it was Sloth who was able to burst on through and create that opening, but you're not going to have that many mistakes to work with on this attack if you're Bellevue. You cannot have the simple ones that they had on the first phase that created such an incredible time bank for Fisher.
Credit to Bellevue holding third point for 5.5 minutes.
It's not easy.
That's pretty good. Like, you can ignore what happened those first 2 points because Bellevue made up for it with their defense. Unfortunately, that bar is still very high for a team that wants to attempt to get a comeback. I think Fisher are absolutely still in the driver's seat, fully in control of the direction of this game, and it's been more of these flashy plays and Fisher struggling to get in position that kind of helped Bellevue get that hold previously, where as Fisher it's hard to coin like one player that stands out from the other because they all do so good and they support their teammates, that it makes them work like one well-oiled machine. And in this era of very team-based Overwatch, that is what is going to set you apart from everyone else.
Like, I'll say this now, the team who wins this entire tournament, whether it be one of these teams here or somebody else, it's going to have the best coordination, maybe not the best roster on paper. And I think that is just what this meta has really turned into. Ivory is going to try and open this up. They don't find that initial pick. Sloth, again, not wanting the smoke on the Widow duel. But Renko on the Zen does provide a little more of that punch power that Fisher are really going to need.
Yep, this is great. You can look how Renko can just chill. Chuck a couple orbs here and there, break that shield. Avery, it's harder for them to push forward, which makes the placement of Stone's main walls all the more necessary. That one's already out, and you gotta wait those next 10 seconds to get that up and have more space. But again, not great. You don't have the room to move forward. It's more punishing this over-aggression out of Cosmic. It's Benri's whip shot to the body, and Bellevue University, they can get this payload around that corner. Fisher setting themselves up in a spot to potentially try to recontest this.
Yeah, they're in a decent spot here to try and get a good fight as Ivory in a nice position, but Iron finds the first.
And they're still gonna get the Orbital Ray. You're down 3 stacks, yikes. If you're Bellevue, I mean, using that not only uncontested, but after 3 players had already gone down, Ivory does get 2 on the way out, so perhaps a quick re-engage. You still are on the losing end of this stick.
Yeah, and they'll be able to come back pretty quickly, Fisher, and with how long it takes to get to this cart from here, part of the reason why this map is just atrociously hard to try and attack on. It takes so long to get back, so there is no hop back ability, even though you get those 2 picks. They get the Infoset, though, to get some early thoughts on this positioning, but support ultimates galore on the board.
Holy cow, yeah, I don't think Fisher Esports are going to lose the healing game anytime soon. The shield! The Genius Play shield! Oh my gosh, Avery! Oh, the 5-head play blocked the healing from Renko to chunk down these players with the help of Ivory's headshots. Oh, Bellevue, that was beautiful.
That was 5-head, right? Like, that is just absolute giga brain from Avery to be like, all right, no. With this Transcendence, it ain't gonna matter. Going to wall it off, and even though, yes, Renko's able to live for a little bit longer, the rest of their team will not. Now the swaps go in. Grapes on the break. Renko now over on the Juno, but this is beautiful positioning here for Bellevue. Maybe not as much time as they wanted during the beginning of this, considering how hard it is to finish. Still a very workable margin.
The Rubidic walks out of Iron first. It's Sloth on the flank here. Bellevue don't know which direction to look, and the threat in the back has been much scarier to deal with. It was a little bit of an adventure out of Bernice to try to punish, but she oversteps herself. Sloth will be the one, and then with the elimination, followed by a second onto Ivory, Fisher Esports regain their footing for what is often the point that shuts most teams down.
Yeah, and for Bellevue, I would say they want to have enough time to complete this, maybe a minute and a half. I would say minute to a minute and a half that they want remaining going into the final bit. But at the end of the day, you just got to finish regardless. You have the Orbital Ray here to try and push in. There is nothing on the board for Fisher, but a lot of ultimates that are soon to come. If you're going to try and get a win, this is the one you need to win right here.
Yep, unmatched Orbital Ray. Zone, I think got hit with a rock there, and Grovel helped prop them back up on their feet. Avery taking a bit of space, but Fisher Esports, this is what they're good at. It's hiding out quickly and not losing any key players along the way. That ultimate's burned down. Graves is still alive, has a rally, gets overly aggressive to help punish it, but so does Bernice. The trade of these 2 Brig players, not exactly what you'd expect to see on a map of Circuit Royale, and that's just the reality of the situation. Fisher know how to work with Graves being a key component towards this roster and their communication. Look how far in he is. He's at the May and these supports.
They're in. Look at this. They will get the stagger on the Corolla. That is massive. And yes, they do lose Sloth, but it's not like that's going to matter. They're continuing to push on forward because they know any time taken off right now is to their advantage. It's Bellevue who have to rush, who have to play fast. And I love that aggression from Fisher. But also, like you said, the acknowledgement of, hey, just get out. We don't need to play into this orbital ray. Like there's just no reason behind playing into it. And now they get early flux.
Wow, that's so early. What in the world? But it grabs a couple people. The torpedo could have been deadly if it wasn't for Bernice's fast reaction time. The rally tried to get enough over Elf, but can't do the same for Renko, who took a rail shot to the face mid-air. Wonderful comeback out of Bellevue, waiting out the storm and returning with a hurricane of their own. But it's still Sloth. How is Sloth still alive? These having the map of a lifetime. Even when it looks like Bellevue should be winning, the reason they're not is often because Sloth still exists. He's still getting the kills.
There is no way that Fisher win that. I will say that's the series done. That is the fight that Bellevue needed to win. But Sloth goes absolutely nuclear on the Bears of Bellevue. And that is a fight they are going to want back. Their best ultimates are gone. Yes, they'll have the orbital ray to go with their own overclock, but time is a ticking, and it is not on the side of Bellevue. What a comeback there from Iron and Sloth.
This ends now.
I mean, you're just out. You're out of motivation. You're out of options. Only on these DPS ults that even give them an inkling of an opportunity in this fight. Look at who it is. It's Ivory coming back in with those couple of shots on the Soldier. We know them for this hero. Bellevue had their backs quite literally pinned against a wall, and they find one more glimmer of hope to hold on to and get a swing at third point.
They have a chance here. I stand by my statement. I hope I didn't just jinx Fisher here. If I cast a cursed Fisher, my apologies. I will send a gift in acknowledgement. But this is a decent spot for Bellevue to be in because they almost have the Gravitic Flux. Granted, Iron has theirs in a moment as well. Rally on the way from Graves. But if Stone can get some value out of this Blizzard, because Fisher likes to play pretty compact during this phase of the map, that could be a way for them to get back in. Ooh.
Oh, wait, Sloth got caught on that? It was like he was in the wall for a second, but there you go. That's the Blizzard. You wanted to hit, but
they can't push in, though.
The follow-up, it's only Stone up top. Stone has great plays like this, but the problem is he's so by himself. Bellevue, that slight bit of miscommunication, or rather discombobulation, comes back to bite them. It's now Fisher's time to get the strike in. This payload has moved far. The Gravitic Flux almost completely nullified. Yet Bellevue are still committing. Avery pulls out the ult of their own when everything was already cut and dry. Bellevue will have one more opportunity to keep their tournament hopes alive.
They need it to be perfect. I don't even blame Avery there for popping the ult. When they hit Q, both of their supports were alive. By the time Fisher was lifted up, their entire team was gone. So at that point, there's only so much you can really do. But I love the play there from Graves. Fends off the entire play that Stone had set up. It was a great wall, great Blizzard, but the rally shuts everything down.
And all it takes is one icicle between the eyes, and just like that, Bellevue, they're in this. This payload, it's moving around. Your positioning, not gonna lie, it kind of sucks right now. Fisher Esports know that Bellevue have to play on this payload and therefore can surround them with so many different kinds of poke. Cock laid in the sheath, ready to be pulled out at a moment's notice. That was overtime. Starting off, we're gonna see the play start now. Cosmic stuck in an ultimate, but it's already Sloth, who's ripped off Stone's head. It's been Sloth from the start, and it will be Sloth to close it out for Fisher Esports. They've been consistent. They've been looking pretty dang cool while they've been at it, and it is this team that always pulls out all the stops in the homecoming, guaranteeing themselves a position in the top 6.
Top 6 in a matchup against UCI, and I can already say I cannot wait for that game. That is going to be pure cinema in that game. But for now, they got to reap the benefits of what they just did. This was the insane comeback here for Sloth. They get 2 picks, both onto the DPS, and at that point, why not pop the overclock and find the most valuable number in a Juno? And from that point on, Iron's able to finish off the job. That was when, I said it in the moment, that's when this series was done. Even though Bellevue had a great turnaround, they had some great moments, and I think overall, this top 8 finish is still a success, I would say, for Bellevue this semester, but Fisher is just too polished.
Yeah, this was a rough matchup heading into it. Bellevue, I think, are happy with where this series went, considering that they've, again, had to play in other tournaments. They try to prioritize this as much as possible, but at the same time, you are students while you are playing for your collegiate team. You're trying to make developments in other aspects of your life, and I think that's kind of where Bellevue, they didn't have that same level of cold, hard, just consistency in practicing that Fisher Esports is really known for as an institution. So seeing this team come up in the way they did, I don't think shocked anybody. Both of you of us predicted this outcome heading into today, not because we necessarily doubted Bellevue, but because we understand how much of a beast Fisher is when it comes to this tournament.
When it comes, obviously, the Swiss stage, Fisher historically have their issues. They have their hiccups here and there. Once it gets to the bracket stage, they're clean. Like, they know exactly what they're doing. It's time for business, and they have a great showing already. Well, again, Bellevue, just my last comment on them, great semester overall. I think they've done a lot of things right. They're still competing in a few other competitions here in the following weeks, but this is a great starting point for the rest of the school year for Bellevue. And I want to see them just get more comfortable. Obviously, calling out heroes has been something they also push for in a lot of ways. I think if they can really focus over the offseason, take a little break, finish your commitments for calling out heroes, you're in a great spot to have a phenomenal run the rest of the way in spring, because we've seen the pieces, right? And the pieces are there, and at times it really can be a phenomenal team. But Bellevue, top 8 will be their end goal here.
And as you said, they should be proud of that achievement. Going against this kind of monstrosity of a team that is kind of Fisher. They're not talked about nearly as much as they should be.
No.
Honestly, like, we talk about the Winthrops, the ISUs of the world, and yeah, Fisher are down here a bit sooner perhaps than you expected them to be. This is not a team to sleep on by any means, and we've seen that through their run in the lower bracket so far, and it's been an incredible game day for everybody. Like, I love this kind of style of Overwatch where it's just the kind where teams, they gotta show that they can work together, use these team synergy, interact with their characters properly, and it's all like just, a big happy family of a big group hug. Woohoo, very fun. Not really though. And Fisher Esports, I think, is the prime example of that, and is their reason for making it to this top 6. We'll go ahead and take a look at the bracket so we can see all of those teams that do currently remain and the ones we've had to bid for well to. This will be the last game for this weekend, but when we look ahead to next Saturday, we're going to see ISU, BSCVA, Winthrop, and Northwood all take the stage for a spot in those upper finals.
Yeah, Winthrop Northwood has the potential to be an absolute classic, because Northwood, again, they had a lot of rust. They said when we talked to them this week, it's going to be a very slow start of the year for Northwood. They've really picked up the pace. A good comeback win over Sienna, which that was definitely an early scare and a reality check. They get that win over Fisher, but Winthrop, again, is in that top 2 echelon. For Brian and Stratton, I think they are very content. If they lose to ISU, they still drop down. They have a great game to play later on, but I don't think they're really going to care too much on how they are playing so far. And as we go down to the lowers, where we spent the entire weekend down here, yesterday was all lower round 1, today 2 and 3, and I was mistaken actually. Fisher and UCI and Fisher, they're going to await the losers of those games, so they have some waiting to do on who they were going to play. But incredible run again. Maryville out, which is an insane thing to say. UT Dallas, Converse, Bellevue, Cumberland, all out as well. This is going to be an insane final weekend of this tournament, because you could say everybody but BSCVA are blue bloods, and BSCVA have shown they deserve to be in this kind of conversation.
That team specifically has put in a ton of hard work, and seeing them take the stage next weekend will certainly be a treat. And this is why we love Collegiate Homecoming so much.
Oh my
As
God,
much as you think that you know about these tournament, these teams, these players, it never goes the way that you expect it to. You have teams like Cumberland making high-level runs. You have Blinn coming out of left field for this kind of event. You have Maryville going down much sooner than anybody else thought that they would. It's the joys of Collegiate Homecoming, highlighting these schools, these teams, but these programs that these students pour their hearts and souls into, and these schools do support them to play in the events like this. It's truly a treat to be up here and have these kind of games represented on the broadcast.
Yeah, this is what Collegiate Overwatch truly can be. And obviously, you and I have been around for a good bit. Not as long as Rich and Kenobi. They're, again, the godfathers of Collegiate. But this semester has been historically chaotic. But it is kind of cinematic to where 5 out of the last 6 teams are teams that we expect to be here, right? They're the Blue Bloods. They have phenomenal runs year in and year out. And when the dust settles, they're still the ones standing on top. But now, when this mid-season patch comes in on Tuesday, how is that going to shake things up? It is surely going to be an entertaining final weekend.
Oh yeah, we got a ton of stuff to look forward to, and you know the nice thing about it, you guys will get even more drops for taking the time to go ahead and support these students. If you enjoyed them this weekend, they'll be back, but in a different form for the following one. It's been a wonderful couple of days of the Collegiate Homecoming broadcast. Thank you all for coming out to support these collegiate students in their Overwatch adventures. It's been Tiny Shiny and Twin Salty on the desk. Shout out Rich Rat and Kenobi rolling down the fort earlier. We're gonna go ahead, close it off. Everybody, have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll see you again on Saturday for the continuation of the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming Tournament.
Distance is an obstacle.
What shot?
I am not happy with how I cast it.